Hello, everyone. Welcome. We got a special one today. This is gonna be a long ass one. If you're a VOD watcher, all of these just get saved in YouTube automatically. I'm gonna put a timestamp in somewhere in the comments. That'll be like when we get into the maybe I'll do them based off each stage or just whenever we start going at it. But today we're going through piece by piece, inch by inch, all of DoDonPachi. Now, we're doing this because, yo, what up? Thanks for showing up, everybody. We got man, back when I did the Diojo video, was working on that one. My initial run through it was, if you saw the first DoDonPachi video I made, it's just like no pausing, just quick commentary, blasting through it. And I was like, I can't get the nitty gritty details. I didn't feel like I had enough time to do that. So when I made the Diojo video, my idea was we'll just go through it once, no pausing, and then we'll go through it like piece by piece. Like we'll have just the first run through and then the analysis part. However, it turns out when I made that video, it was over 2 hours long. So I literally made and edited the entire thing. And then I scrapped the whole thing because I'm like, this is like over 2 hours of yapping. So I ended up just trying to find the format where it's like we pause enough to explain things, but it still gets through it relatively quickly. Well, here's what we figured out now. Well, I think I could go through them decently. They're still like an hour fucking long in the videos. What I figured is we could just shoot the shit here and just go through it on stream. We could go through it like as much as we want. We don't have to think about that too hard. So we're gonna go through loop 1 and loop 2, talking about everything that I know. Now, I don't know that much. I'm like I would not put myself at making like a second loop guide or even like an optimal first loop thing. There's so much more because man, just like ignoring the fact that I'm not scoring at all. And if you score a game, you deep dive into it way harder. But I figure it's probably not the worst thing for there to be more things out there than less. So this will be more like everything that I experienced in trying to learn this. You expect Jamers level gameplay. I have some bad news. I have terrible news. I tried learning a bunch of the Jamers stuff going on here because he uses the same shit that I ended up using. He's got a good replay for that. I can't imagine that dude, when you score the game, most cave games, they are like super not about bombing, like at all. Like there's an interview somewhere where the main guy's like, if you're a man, you wouldn't even think about being anywhere near the bomb button. What that translate in this game, whenever you get bombs, you see how there's like you have your stack of bombs there. If you overcap on bombs, you get max bonus, and you try to hold that for as long as possible, which means no bombing the entire game until you're forced to, which is like close to the end or like probably like 2.5 and beyond, I would guess. But thank God the scoring extends in this super easy to hit, which means we don't need to care about scoring in the slightest. Even if we didn't hit the scoring extends by loop 1, you would just get it in loop 2. I've noticed that's the case when I'm working on DFK Earl loop. And what I found with that is you can route yourself in the first loop a bit different from the second, and you'll build enough score like to destroy the extends. But I found I could just not even care about it because you get in the second loop, you have a whole nother ass game to hit the second scoring extend. This game, you don't even need to think about stuff like that. Like, you'll get it on accident. So we don't need to worry about scoring. There's no hyper buildup, so we don't need to worry about chaining. It's a lot more pure, except you get a shit ton of bombs. So when I made that earlier DoDonPachi video, one of the first ones, I thought that maybe the 2-all would not be that far behind because it's like when I did that, I got the 2-5 using the same route as the first route, going completely blind through the second loop. And my idea was like, okay, cool. Now I could just learn 2-1 to 2-4, and then I'll have tons of bombs for 2-5-6, whatever, and then it'll be free. The big mistake I made is that you need a metric fuck ton of bombs for the end game. You need so many bombs, and also, I thought the execution would be easier because when you're going through like first loop is shockingly a lot harder than people give it credit for. Yo, what up? First loop is like for a really long time, first loop was kind of like the first game people would recommend. It's like play Escaluda, play DoDonPachi. God help, I've seen like S-Braid recommended as the first game. That shit is hard. But it makes sense because once you're comfy with like how these games work and everything, you see just how many bombs you get. So like if you ever see somebody who's like, oh yeah, DoDonPachi's like super free, it's super easy, that's because they learned 1-1 through 1-3 or 1-4 even, and then they just completely bomb 1-5 and 6 without even learning it. That's the real reason why people call this one easy. But if you don't know those bomb places, or if if you just try to dodge, like 1-5 in general is super fucking hard. Is one of the your first shmups. Yeah, it's like it's a real sticking you in the deep end while thinking you're in the shallow end. But the thing is though, is when you're in a position to go for the 2 loop, and the first loop route is like almost 1-to-1, it means that this is an easy first loop, like relative to what it could be. But like fuck, the second loop execution, I was not ready for it being harder than like DOJ or whatever. Like I think DOJ is oddly more comfy. I think DOJ, if it's pretty much you just follow your dance, and if your dance works, then you're good. There's only a few places that are like key spots where you could blow up. But this one, you could blow up in a ton of places. So it gets pretty nutty. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go through first loop with both talking about if you're trying to go into second or if you're just trying to nab the first. There's like a bunch of places you could bomb if you don't care for your resources, if you're just trying to go through the first loop super cleanly. And then we'll talk about second loop because there's a whole lot. I went pretty deep in the video I just made, but like there's still a lot of like teeny little things. And while it might not be the perfect, it might not be like the exact things you should be doing, I only got one clear. I'm not an expert on it or anything. I can share what I ran into, and it could prevent you from getting in a mad haze. I streamed the shit for 8 hours, and by the second half of that, I was losing my goddamn mind. All right, so I'm gonna pull up our clear one, and then we're gonna go back and forth and stuff. And we also see for second loop, Wes, who's like a god player, sent me a bunch of his like no miss routes as he's going through second loop. We're gonna peep those, expose his routes. His shit helped a lot. And then if we ever need to dive into anything, we got it right here. Let me pull up the run. We'll begin and everything. This is the DOJ soundtrack, by the way. And there's no arrange track. There's no arrange track for DoDonPachi that I could find. It's hard to Google anything DoDonPachi because you get every game in the series. How can you even play for 8 hours straight? I don't even know. I usually lose interest after like an hour of playing anything. I think I really wanted it because we saw Hibachi and got close on the first try. So my mentality was we just dump time at it and eventually it'll auto clear. It turns out that there is a lot of work needed. There was a whole lot of work needed uh, until we can actually get the clear. Yell at me if sound is weird or anything. All right, let's pull up. I'll run. So before everything, we got these. Can you get more bombs per life? Yeah, so look at this here. So by starting off the game, you start out at 3, and then whenever you die, your stock expands. So like right now, if you pick up a bomb, you'll get max bonus, but you'll still be like stuck at 3. But let's say like you die somewhere. So like here I died on the boss. Whenever you die, see we got 3 there. Pop, now you got 1 more. So you get more as you go along. The 3 kind of makes things awkward in the second loop. We'll talk about that a lot. About 2, 3, because there's like a weird resource imbalance there. Well, let's go over the ships real quick, because this is we got these 3 here. So A, originally, like 100 years ago, I wanted to play A because Prometheus would play like AL, and AL seems super sick. I'm not too familiar with the performance of these in survival, but by far the most popular one is CL. So these work like every cave game in existence. Type A, complete straight shot, but move really, really fast. So you have to route really hard. You have to route especially hard, and all the DDPs you play a straight shot ship, except maybe like SDOJ, because you don't have the like added bonus of just accidentally killing enemies on the sides. But you get the advantage of the speed is a big deal. Speed's a big deal in places. Type B, B's a really weird ship in this game. What's going on with B is whenever you turn to a side, you'll start rotating one of your shots. It it's a little weird in this one. You get a bit more speed than the slow blue ship. I think maybe it's technically the optimal score ship, but it's by far the least popular. I never see anyone's there. But the most popular by far is you just pick C and laser. The thing is so DonPachi came out, and in DonPachi, the C ship is ungodly slow. Really, really, really slow. Like super, super tanky. If you play that one there, the second loop is like horrifying because you just can't get anywhere. They increase the speed on this. How wonky and unintuitive Type B is. Yeah, I haven't seen the blue revolver version of that type of ship. Yeah, it's like wonky, but you can make it work and it'd be interesting with Type B. But this one you don't need to make work too hard because this is the spread shot. And in this game, unlike in Donpachi where you move like a tank, they buff the speed a lot. You have a lot of speed on this ship. It's still the slowest ship, but it's far more than what you need. So you're always comfy, and there's never a point in this game where I was like, man, if I could move faster, I would have gotten through something. So C's really good. You have to pick between, you can lock the options in a specific direction. Yeah, I think that like turns it from wonky to like route out a bunch of parts. I need to go through blue revolver sometime. But you could pick shot and laser here. The big deal, obviously, you pick shot, your shot's better. You pick laser, your laser's better. The real big deal, though, is when you die, one of them's getting downgraded a lot harder. So if you die while you pick the laser, your laser's going to go down a level. You just power back up on the next power up you see. Your laser's good again. If you pick shot, your laser just gets dumpstered on so badly. So it's like a menace on boss fights. So like while the benefit of like C with shot is you can lag the game a bit more. There's like some places where just um you're just shooting so much it makes some parts easier. And having a nice shot is really good. But the downside of dying is pretty bad because you die on a boss and now the bosses are the scary bits. Uh Things like 1/6 final boss. like with no damage, you have to keep dodging the hard stuff. That's a bit terrifying. And you don't want to be fighting Hibachi with CS. So I think CS is like perfectly good one loop, but second loop Hibachi with C shot is fucking horrifying. Now laser, you would think laser would have an issue because you'd die somewhere, or just in general because your shot isn't as powered. Uh, you'd have trouble with the stages. But the thing is your shot, it's good enough to take out Zakos like really well, and the angle's still good. Even though it's like less powered than the shot one, where they like double up in the center or slightly longer. With C, you hit everything you want to. It's not as good as shot, but it does its job really well, and then you laser all the big shit. And there's even some, like, mid-sized enemies where using your shot on, I'm thinking, like, the stage 6, like, green, mid-sized ones that come down. You even use your shot on those, and it takes those down no problem. So, CL has, like, super little downside. Instead of, like, it having downsides, it's more like picking the other ships, it's like, how does this compare with CL? So CL's just like the standard, most popular banger ship. Otherwise, I think Electric Underground, you look at Mark made a video. I think he made a video tier listing the ships for like survival or whatever. I could be wrong. I think he had AL up there too. I think just the speed of AL means like macroing big sections is a lot easier. So we're not gonna worry about the chaining at all. Yeah, wide EX and DO. Man, I have so many mixed feelings on wide EX and DOJ. I hated that ship, and then it's the one we insta-cleared with in that game. So there's a chain. We're not even going to go into the chain mechanics here. You probably already know DDP stuff. But the thing with this game is there's no hyper that influences your hit count. There's no, like, you don't have to worry about scoring extends. And getting into the second loop, there is a requirement where, like, with this ship, it's different per ship. It's something like you have to hit like a 330 or a 270 hit count, and you get into the second loop. If you can just do that at any point in the first loop, but the like survival requirement's really easy to get if you're trying to go for a 2 also. Not even that's a big deal. So score is strictly uh for just playing for score. So we're gonna ignore combos entirely. Not only that, we're gonna ignore Bs entirely. So there's like 2 Bs up here. You use those to chain and everything, but we don't even care about them in the slightest. So we're gonna ignore Bs like quite literally the entire time. So you see our shot here, it's really tiny, but even though it's tiny, things like these Zakos, like one tag from this is enough to take off each top of these turrets. Each one of these tanks, just like one of the even like wimpier, lower powered shots on this is enough to take that down. Let me figure out how to pause without having a big pause thing coming up every time. I think this will... Okay, cool. This is how you just gotta click on the play button on YouTube, and it pops here. So like all for this intro section, this stage is enough to where you could probably just wing it and go through. Even like brand new players, they'll probably get through this and maybe they'll get tagged on the boss or whatever. But just to make it super consistent, we just slowly tap one direction. Everything here just shoots directly at you. And then what you see a lot in bullet hells if you're new to these is like once you're done tapping in one direction, so like let's say here, you're going to the side, nothing can hit you because everything's aimed. Cool. Now you got these other ships coming in, so if you keep tapping to the left, we can't. You're stuck on a wall. So maybe you climb upwards, but then enemies will spawn up there, and then you're stuck up in the top left and you die. When you're routing things, or just in general, you're finding opportunities whenever you're tapping through aimed bullets to look for if enemies are... your route will take care of this. You don't have to like actively be thinking about it, really. So like right here, we're just tapping to here until we see those enemies on the top right. And then we see those, we've pretty much killed this entire bridge. So the only enemies are these ones. That's when you take a chance. You like then curve back around the other direction. A lot of the routing will take care of the points where you want to do that for you. I find lasering this big tank right ahead is easiest because we don't care about getting these bees up here. This part here, this bridge is a bigger problem in second loop. We'll talk about that a lot in second loop. If you want, you could just do what we're doing here and completely ignore. You can just hard focus on these here. You could use shot to like hit any of the ones you move past, or like holding laser here once you're past the half point here. Like once you've reached this point here where there's nothing really on the left except for this extension, you just hold laser and everything dies, nothing can shoot at you. And you don't have to worry about this getting low on the screen. You see this green ship here because it's the only thing shooting at you. So that's literally the only thing you have to be looking at there. This boss here, if you're going for score, you're trying to avoid the power-up because it could, like your ship has to reset shooting its laser. Cutbacks and macro really important in this game. Yeah, super important. This game, you don't have a Ketsui or like a Mushi hitbox. You can't get away with stuff. I find like raw dodging kind of spooky in this game, to be honest with you. I was whining about that a lot while doing runs. Here, you don't really need to point blank this. What ends up happening here, you don't want to be right up to the wing. Whenever you're point blanking something with your laser, you see this aura around your ship. Or if you just look at like where your laser starts, you see this kind of like curve in the middle. If you're anywhere around there, or your little option thing is on top of things, you're doing, I'm going to do that a lot. I'm going to keep hitting the stick and pausing the video. You're doing a shit ton more damage. And there's a bunch of places where we want to point blank things to die fast. The reason why we do that here is because you can sit right here. You want to sit low enough, like right here. So if you get a bad pattern, this isn't the same pattern it'll give you every time. It's the same shape of pattern, but it will be in a different like spot in its rotation. So some of them are hard, some of them are easier. So if you sit right here, you just react to the bullets as they pop out. And if you're up too high, you might not have enough time to move back downwards. But if you're about here, you can see if the bullets are coming at you, then you just escape down the side. But a lot of times in this one, if you see, okay, it's going to take forever for those bullets to hit us, you just sit on it and it dies. If you don't want to do that, you want to be extra safe, you don't even need to worry about point blanking it. You can just sit at the very bottom and be shooting it down from the bottom. Maybe you'll have to get through one of these waves of bullets. But I just do the point blank because I'm impatient, and stuff's slow enough that you could react to, and a lot of the times it just dies right away. These you can sit right on top of. They don't shoot for a long time. They have to get down on the screen for a while, and you're strong enough to laser everything. Look at these up here. We want to be holding laser. And you don't want to be holding completely like starting from top left to all the way over to the right side. We're not worrying about our chains, so we're just worrying about things dying. We just want things to die. So you're sitting up here and we're kind of looking at these little turrets on the ground. And we're just making sure that we tap along and we kill those. If you just hold hard to the right side, what ends up happening is you will leave one behind. You don't kill a turret and then maybe it shoots you from the back. The reason we're doing this, though, is just to make the next section super easy. None of these can shoot if we just laser them. And as long as you're lasering on top of these tanks as they spawn in, you're good. This is another thing we'll see mostly in the next stage, but if you bait aimed bullets from like a high position on the sides, you have a lot of time that you can move downwards in a U like this. If you start like at the hard bottom left and then tap to the right, you're gonna reach the other side of the screen way faster. Doing this just delays that. It makes it so you could just do the stream for a really long time. And in cases like this, it carries it for the most of the time. You've killed everything by the time you reach the other side of the screen. There's two ways you want to be killing this thing. If you're going for score, what a lot of people do as this spawns in is you laser. Ooh, we can see the cursor. I thought that wasn't working. That'll be useful. I could point at things. You can point blank this right here and be lasering this side. And whenever it starts spinning, so whenever they start spinning like this, if you kill them while they're spinning, they'll drop like a bunch of point items. We don't care about points though, so rather than hitting these, which are stopping us from damaging the boss, we're just concerned about shooting the boss up here. Now, if you really want, you could point blank a little at the top, but look at these bullets. They kind of just spawn in. really close to where you'd want to point blank, to the point where I wouldn't even bother point blanking it. Just start down here and be shooting the middle of the boss. And this is the first real dodging we have to do. You might be worried about making sure you could take out these missiles that are coming out, especially they're pretty loud. But the missiles can't hit you. If you're holding laser, they won't reach you at all. So you can just completely ignore those. All you're doing is you're looking at these red bullets. So you could completely ignore everything. Just look at the red bullets. You're not trying to sit at the bottom. Whenever you're dodging things, you don't want to sit at the bottom, wait for the bullets to be near you, and then find a way out. Whenever you have breathing room, you're just looking for the open area. So like, look right here. After we get through these bullets, we could go out the top left or the top right. I just stick to the left side. Look here. Okay, we're still in an open spot. We're just getting in the most open area so that you minimize the chance you have to do a dodge. And then if you do have to do a dodge, because you're in a good area, it's probably going to be an easier one. Now, these are going to start spinning. These blue bullets are what you're looking at for right now. They spawn somewhat low to the ground because they could be shooting like directly down here. So we're just sitting in the middle, making sure that you don't get hit by one. I would just be tapping to the left here if you're about to be hit by one. And then as soon as these come in, they're not very fast, so you can react to seeing red. And then you could push out of there, and we move out here. Now, before the red comes out, basically what I'm doing is like, I'm just first off, make sure you're not being hit by a blue shot. So we're not in a position to where a blue shot will hit us. And then the second thing we're looking at is how can I get to the left side? So I'm looking at here, that's a good opening, and you're not about to be hit by a blue shot. Then as soon as the red bullets come out, then you go, okay, now I can execute. We'll get up and out of there. The reason we're doing that, and these red shots won't track you to the side. The reason we're doing that is because we could get a bunch of point blank damage on the boss. Look at this. You can go up here and it drains it down huge. Look at the difference between right now where we barely are tagging it, and then look at the boss. It just drains down entirely. This pattern in loop 1, it's not too hard to just sit in the middle and dodge through these. You see this pattern right here? Like you can go through the middle and then you can either dodge in between these. The longer the pattern takes, they'll move out more. Or you'd like dodge out through the sides and it's fine. I was practicing this because this is the movement you want to do in loop 2. So if you don't want to just be raw dodging it, what we do is once they start coming out, we go from our point blank spot and we're trying to ride the side of the middle wave. So if these bullets come out, we want to be on this side here. There's always like a side gap like that. And be on the side of where this wave is. Then we wait for the next one. The next one, same thing, same exact spot. Right over here, right on the right side of this wave. And then the last one. The last one, it shoots 2 waves at you. But if we move up like this, you see we're not at the bottom of the screen. It's just one left movement into the like reverse of the spot we were doing. And you get through both of these. So no dodging at all. Whenever you're doing setups like that, those setups either get you killed or they don't. They're the kind of thing where, because it's a hard setup and it's not dodging, you kind of go for it. And if you're not comfy with it, you die on something that could be an easy pattern that you could dodge. Or if you like get comfy with it, then it makes it brain dead. So if you're in a position where you try to go for strats like that and they don't work, you can just fall back to a dodging strategy. So you can just go back to, okay, yeah, I do have to do dodges if I go through here, but maybe that's safer for me because I don't like, if this is like fiddly or you don't quite understand that. That's a thing I run into a lot. If you go in for strats like that, you want to make sure you really can do them. Otherwise, you need to go to dodging strats. We did that all point blanking because then we don't have to deal with this end section at all. If the end section does come out, you're just sitting in the middle and you're misdirecting stuff. You just hold laser, it doesn't die. Doesn't take that long to die. That's a little taste of stage 1. Stage 2 is a lot more intense. Even like brand new players, I think maybe they'll get clipped somewhere on the first boss, but they're really gonna die somewhere like at the second half of this or like the end of this boss here. This is the second stage. This game has you play with stick. Yeah, yeah, stage 1 being pretty boring is a common thing. Uh, it's iconic enough for me that I'm fine with it up until I started doing the 2 run attempts, and then I'm like 10 stages is too goddamn or like 12 stages, and then the TLBs, it's too goddamn much for me. I'm glad everything has like 5 stages now. 5 is a way nicer number for me. You play with stick? Yeah, I play on here. Uh, I do think keyboard and like a hitbox is way more optimal. Everything else, even games that like platformers and shit, I'll play on like one of these. But I like the arcade aesthetic too much. So and it turns out in a lot of these games, I found you don't really need super hard dodging execution. You have to do dodges when things go wrong or if you're forced to. So I haven't run into an issue too hard with like being like, "Oh, I would have this pattern would be easier if I wasn't on stick." I don't run into those too often. Every once in a while I'll have a moment where like I'll be like telling myself to go down and to the left and then I'm like I can't quite hit like down left. It's like I'm down and then it's like slightly too heavy to there. I've run into those every once in a while, but it's not a big enough deal that I thought I would like rather hook up something on here. Stick can be hard if you have a wide gate. Yeah, if you have a lot of travel. Let me find a thing here. Huge travel can ruin controllers for me really hard. So like this is the what should be the coolest controller ever. This is like a Neo Geo recreation that 8-bit Do does. Cuz it's clicky. Can you hear that? It's got a micro switch stick. I thought that this shit would be awesome, but it turns out that there's so much room. Look at my thumb. It's got to go so far. I don't know where it's at. Korean sticks ones with tight gates. I haven't used Korean sticks. I know a bunch of the Tekken dudes do. Uh, that makes like KBD easier on them. But they have like no gate. They're like circle gate. I'm using. I've used Sama ones are perfectly good. I feel like you can glide on those. I'm using a Seimitsu one because it feels like they're slightly heavier and they're shorter. They have like a shorter draw, so like tapping to here doesn't require too much movement. I have like the 32s from Seimitsu. But I haven't found a point where I've been like, okay, I can't dodge this unless I'm on a more optimal peripheral. If it was anything else like Tekken, I would never not play like Hitbox on. So let's move on to stage 2. Something that bothered me when I was learning this game at first is this game has routing of what I would call just like fuck it sandbox routing. As in they just throw tons of shit everywhere. There's stuff everywhere. Like so it's like okay, we got tanks coming out of here and then we'll have the helicopters from right and left and then we got this whole stream right here and there's gonna be turrets behind them and like all kinds of shit like that. This game is full of just having shit everywhere, and it becomes exacerbated. I'm in loop 2 just to demonstrate the point. But they're just kind of like, fuck you, there's shit everywhere. Oh my god. And you see a little bit of that at the start here. So I'm gonna explain how you make sections where there's just shit everywhere more cohesive. Endgame turned out to be JLF Auto. And you got the real shit. I'm like, I know a lot of our Tekken guys deep dive hard into like getting like the perfect stick. Uh, I ended up just getting a 32, and then I'm like, all right, we'll just roll with that for a bit. I don't really like octagons too much. I prefer square just for like definitive, not have to sweat diagonals at all. But going on this stage, so like what I mentioned here, so there's turret on the left, turret up top, there's like planes coming each side, whatever. So what ends up happening is when you're learning this is like a really easy section, but uh it's easy for it to be inconsistent if you just go through it as like, okay, I'll just kind of shoot the enemies. I'll just go through and shoot the enemies and we'll be chilling. Because eventually, like, with that, there's going to be, like, one that sneaks through or one that you don't kill. Maybe we didn't kill the turret on this tank and then it shoots you in a weird spot. It creates, like, inconsistencies when you got just random, like, there's just shit everywhere. So what you do to mitigate that is you can route, like, landmarks that'll show when you should be doing things. And you route those, and it turns, like, what's a clusterfuck section into, like, something that's, like, cohesive and manageable. Yeah, Tekken, if you want to see Tekken movement on hitbox, this is all you gotta do to backdash. That's it. I even do wave dashes with 2 hands. You could just drill it like da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Super funny. And people in tournament shit themselves because they always are listening to your buttons, and your buttons are loud as fuck. Because you're always like, they're like, I thought you hit a button, and you're like, I was mashing backdash. I was mashing backdash button. Pretty funny. At the start of here, you can just sit here and nothing will hit you. You gotta make sure to be shooting shot. But basically what we're trying to do is you try to kill everything, and then our first landmark is gonna be once we're killing these things here. So once this big crater comes up, we'll use that as our first landmark. We'll just shoot everything on it. And then what we're waiting for as our secondary landmark. Every time you're looking at a route or a replay that you're trying to copy, you want to be looking at, like, finding out if they use a landmark, if they have any obvious spot where they're like, okay, this is the time that they move. They don't just go like, oh, I'll go over there and I'll go over there. If you find out exactly when and you get logic behind it, it makes routing so much nicer. So we kill the crater, and we're waiting for these helicopters to come in. Now that those have come in, that will be our cue. We'll move off to the left side. And we're up on the left, and we're staying fairly high because we want to be killing this building right here. How these buildings will work is you kill them, and then these big tanks will start coming out of them. The tanks will still come out of them even if you don't kill them, but it'll be really late. So we want to be killing these as early as we can, so these spreads they shoot don't like limit how we can move. And because we have vertical room, you see, even though stuff is shooting at us, it's all aimed. We don't have to dip all the way to the right side or anything. Because we have vertical movement, by moving downwards, we can still sit and shoot this thing, and it'll die before we end up having to move to the right and take out any of the Zakos. And for my routing here, I like dipping over to kill these tanks, and then you'll scroll the screen back over to this side, because now, look, there's no tanks on screen. These are too low to the bottom of the screen. Their bullets are sealed. They won't shoot you. But, like, look up here at this tank here. It's the only thing that can shoot us. And if you sit on top of it with your laser, it'll die right away. And you'll see this is what they normally shoot. So if you get up to them late, like let's say you're not as fast or you've fallen behind in timing, what you do is you laser on one side and then you'll just tap to whatever side you want to go. And then even if it does shoot you, it's all aimed, you'll dodge it. And by that time, it's probably dead. But we get on this one fast. And then right after it dies, these tanks, while they weren't there before, the new ones that have spawned are starting to come in. So you'll scroll over there, and same thing, we want to be high up as we kill this next building. So we have enough room to laser it without being kicked out by any other bullets. And you can see before, like, there's a pretty wide gap it gives. And it's enough that we can just be tapping to the side. And even though this big tank does get its shot off, it's totally fine. You can move up over here. See, this is the example of if you get to a tank late, like let's say, oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to kill this before it can shoot. Because they're aimed, just make sure you're lasering it while tapping to a side. I guess it only spawns 2 on the first loop. You can sit on here with the laser for points, but I don't actually care about that too much. There's some tanks on the top right. And if you sit there with your laser, then those won't become a problem later. It makes it so the only thing that's shooting at you is this Jeep. These Jeeps have really annoying bullets because these are like a spread you can't get through. See, see this right here, this like aimed line it shoots. Those are like pretty thick, so we want to deal with these as easily as possible. That's why we're staying up at the top. Because we could kill it before it can shoot around. Now, when you're going through here, you're probably going to see them shooting straight down. In these games, a lot of the angles in which things can shoot you, you see their sprite can only shoot you a certain amount of ways. They're not going to track you like one-to-one on where your ship is. They're trying to pick like the closest angle towards you. And because they have a fixed amount of angles, if you stay up top here, even though we're down here, it's shooting like this is the angle it can shoot. It can only shoot there, or it can only shoot like this diagonal. So if we're up at the top, so like we want to be at the top as we're killing this so those tanks die, it automatically baits this Jeep shot for us. And we could kill that and this other Jeep, and those are the scariest things here. By this point here, a bunch of stuff comes in, but you really don't have to move that much. We just stick on one side, you hold shot. You see, our shot isn't even fully powered up yet, but they shoot pretty frequently, and Zakos are either getting their tank turret shot off in one shot, or they're just straight dying, like the helicopters. So even though we are on the laser ship, we use our shot a whole lot. The wide makes this game so much easier. Now, you probably sit at the bottom here. These little 4 planes will come in. These 4 helicopters will come in and shoot you. In second loop, there's like a safe spot. They act differently. In this one, they just shoot a shot straight at you. So you could just sit at the bottom and like tap to the side and you're fine. Oh. Yeah, you don't even need the like cheating shortcuts on hitbox to do some of the crazy stuff. Like just doing normal movement makes it super nice. Prefer pad. Yeah, the whatever input peripheral you're on in whatever, in shmups and like fighting games, whatever. There's like I would say like hitbox is optimal, but not to where it overcomes like being used to something. Like by far. There's a few pieces here. You can take out these. We don't even care about the Zakos on the left side, because whenever you scroll the screen over here, this is where we kind of want to be. They can't shoot, and by the time we move over, they're scrolled off screen. So we don't even need to worry about those right ones. We're sitting here. You might be wanting to try to do as much damage to this middle building as possible, but I don't think this building gets damaged until it's halfway down the screen. Once you're at halfway down, now it like pops really fast. So if you look right here, as we move over into it, it'll like die right away. And it'll give a cancel on screen. So we just sit off to the side. Whenever you're on a diagonal, you have way more room this way than like if you were straight down. So dodges are really easy on the diagonal. You have more time. And because they have to travel out, if they're in a spread, they'll have more space over that time. I like killing. There's like a helicopter here, a helicopter on the side. The things I would be looking at, since there's a lot of shit on screen, we got the tanks here, the helicopters there, the guys in back behind here. What are you actually want to be looking at? I'm looking at, there's like a helicopter on the right, and then I move over to the side, and there's helicopters over here, but really I'm looking at this first turret, this second turret. Those are the only things that can shoot, are those turrets. So you're just watching for if those shoot a bullet off and you tap off those. That's how you avoid any accidents of getting clipped by like the one bullet on screen. We have this tank here. Honestly, what I would do if I would just bomb this tank. I would just laser bomb this tank and it dies right away. Because there's a bomb drop up ahead, so you'll get back up to max bombs. You don't have to worry about it. I needed to practice the speed kill. This is what you do if you want to kill this normally. The problem is with this tank is while it's not too bad to dodge, because the purple's not too bad to deal with, it's pretty slow. And the pink bullets, those are aimed on you, so you just keep moving in one direction and you dodge the tank. The issue is you have these 2 turrets up here, and if you don't kill it fast enough, you got these planes and or these helicopters here and the tanks and then tanks on the sides. Use a bomb at the end to quick kill the boss. That's the first strat I was initially doing. Uh, since you like laser bomb on that does so much damage. That's another good spot to like chuck a bomb. I'll show you like a few ways you do that last boss. Here, because I was practicing the 2-loop way, what you do in the second loop is you either speed kill it, so by the time you reach the right side, this tank's dead, or you make a cutback after you get to the right side, and then you move to the left and try to kill the tank by then. It gets spooky, though. Those enemies I mentioned get on screen if you take too long. So what I was doing is I just point blank it here, and then you see it's always positioning these bullets like this, where there's always like a hard upright diagonal you can move. You move up through there, you automatically dodge the pink bullets, and usually it triggers its second phase around there. And by this point, you can now just take your time and tap to the side, and it's dead. So it makes it... I like doing that because it makes dealing with all these Zakos and everything way easier because you're just dealing with just the Zakos. Or you just dump a bomb on it and get it over with. There's a power-up up here. And this part... You can, for the longest time, I just winged it. You can kind of just kill everything. Most of the tanks here are spawning down here, so you could just hold your shot here, and you'll kill the enemies on the side or whatever, and these will barely get a chance to shoot. Here's a bomb drop. I'll show the other strategy. I was practicing the second loop one. I'll show you if you don't want to bomb this tank, a strategy to get through it pretty easily. So it's got 6 parts to it, so it's always gonna, in this game, have these like indicators on where its like weak points are. So it's showing us there's like this far left spot, and then there's 2 spots here that you blow up for point items. And then it's showing you like, here's the hard middle of the boss where you're actually like doing damage to it. Thing is right as the boss pattern starts, you look at the side panel. It's gonna open up and then start blasting you. So if you go for this, I was getting tagged by that a bunch first, which is why we were talking about like key checkpoints, key landmarks for when you should do things. So I found we're looking at these circles like moving around and in. As soon as they reach the part, that's where it'll open up and start shooting you. So you don't have to like fiddle with when you think this is gonna shoot right at you. You just wait for the circle to reach it, and then you start tap, 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 tap. You tap to the side, and then you dodge this, and it's dead. We take out the 2 parts there. Love the tutorials for these. Thank you I appreciate you for watching. I didn't think people, a year ago, had no idea this shit would be a thing. This shit would be possible. So I killed these, and if you notice here, we're trying to sit on the left side of the boss here. The boss is always moving to the right side, and you see the screen, you see that turret that we just killed. The inverse of it, the one on this side that'll shoot the aimed pink shots at us, is completely off screen. So it doesn't shoot at all. So if we just keep hugging the left side of this middle part here, then we're fine. And since we're on the diagonal, we have as much room as possible to find as we're retreating. As you're retreating like down and to the left, you don't have to like get down and to the left and then now be like, okay, now I gotta make it through. You just have enough time as you're doing that to buy you time to look at the pattern and then be like, okay, I'm gonna keep moving this way, and I probably can go straight through here or up through here. And you just pick on one. Now this isn't too bad to dodge right here, but you're gonna notice something we're doing is we're trying not to shoot now. Look at the boss here. You see how its health bar is down? A big killer of this boss is, especially if you take out all of the pieces on him, is he starts blasting these tank shots. And these tank shots start out as pretty easy, but as they go on, they get really, really hard, and they get pretty spooky. Especially in, like, the second part there. If you blow up all of the parts, I think they make this pattern way harder. By just blowing off half of the parts, we still get the easy version of this pattern where it's pretty much aimed just right on us. If you move up too high, it'll send a fuck you blast of a huge wave of pink shots. So you just don't want to be like approaching the boss too high. It's got 3 of these shots, and you see they're really slow and they're aimed on us, so they're easy to dodge. See, I'm being careful. I'm even going through there just to not be on the top half. Because we're waiting for the 4th one. Our ship speed seems like it would be a problem, but you have the perfect speed to always be able to get around here. You just react as soon as that 4th wave comes out. You hold over, and it looks like it's about to shoot, like it's charging up, but you trigger the 2nd phase. And it's got to, like, initiate the 2nd phase, and while it's doing that, the, like, back part is opening up. You have all of this time where you're doing double damage on the boss. And it starts out just having some aimed kind of towards you. So we're starting from the right side, and then we're moving over to the left. And by the time it, like, you get it down, it triggers its final phase, where it just starts blasting everything here. But you don't have to dodge it for very long. That's where, like, this boss, the only thing you actually have to dodge with this type of setup is this right here. This is the only dodging you have to do, and you only have to dodge, like, 1 or 2 bullets. That's what I found, like, a setup to make it so you don't have to dodge anything. Really, the only thing you'll have to, like, pay attention to is don't move up into him so he doesn't send the fuck you pattern. And just be watching for this circle here. The circle's gonna come down. And as soon as it hits the piece there, then you tap. Otherwise, you might get smacked by that. Yeah, it's... If you just laser the boss and progress through it normally, the cannon shots get really terrifying. This is just a setup to make it like a bare minimum dodging. So I'll show you now... I'll show you now if you want to bomb it. So let's say you didn't want to bomb the very first tank, the mid-boss tank. Like, maybe that one's a bit spooky. You would prefer to be bombing that one. And, let's say you didn't want to bomb that tank. Like, you can kill the tank, and now you have full bombs, and there's a bomb drop at the end. Like Steel was saying, he likes to bomb this guy here. We didn't use our bombs on that mid-boss tank. We have maxed out on bombs. If we pick up the bomb... I didn't pull it up. We maxed out our bombs. If we pick up this bomb, we get the max bonus, which will give us good score. But we don't care for score. Just going for hard survival. If we just let it float around... we can bomb, and then if we just pick it up now, we get max bonus, but we don't get any more capacity. So we're still only have 3 bombs if we pick this up. If you leave it around, then you have a free bomb you could use on this boss completely without worrying about anything. This is the old way I used to do it. The reason I don't do it now is because I always fuck up like this. I don't know exactly... I don't know exactly at what point you want to laser bomb, because you look at the life bar up top. You see it pauses for a bit because it has to transition or whatever. If you do it right, you pretty much completely destroy the rest of the boss phase. But if you don't time it right, or you get stuck in one of these parts, then it pauses for a bit. You lose out on a little bit of damage. And if that's the case, then you have to dodge for a bit longer. Like, it's still not too bad. Like, you just dodge these that are easier. And by the time you get to the, like... see, here's the cannons that might happen. This is the reason why we did the whole setup before. It's because of these things. That's why I kind of like doing that setup, just because if you fuck up the bomb, I found this happens to me. There's probably, there's somebody who's better at doing that bomb thing will know how to do it way better than I do. Because if you do it right, you laser bomb it, and it just enters the harder version of these blue bullet patterns, and then it's dead by that point. But sometimes if you fuck it up, you have to deal with these cannons. Those are the things we're trying to avoid, because as those go on, those get really hard and really fast. That's like a shitty example of, like, if you want to use a bomb on the boss. Or if you really want, you could just do the setup we did before, and then just save a bomb for the 2nd phase. All right, let's go on stage 3.
The Osmo Pocket.
Nope, not that.
The Osmo Pocket
Nope,
3. This has been my
not
main
that.
extreme.
I stole a camera, so I was looking up how you actually hook it up to OBS. Here is some DoDonPachi for us. So that tank boss is a big problem because of those big cannon shots whenever you're newer. If you got the setup, though, it makes it not too bad at all. Still wonder if people play these on multiplayer. They do. There's a lot of 2-player runs. I find those a lot whenever I'm looking for not 2-player runs. There's stuff like, if you look up Chinopolis, I think his wife, he does a bunch of runs with. There's also a bunch of people who do crazy shit where they do double plays. Well, they'll play both ships at once. I saw an Ikarugo double play. That was probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. If you want a god multiplayer shmup, Jamestown does that really well. That game's built for that specifically. So now we're in stage 3. So stage 2, you might get tagged by the tank at first. Last pattern gets a bit spooky. But stage 3 is where you're probably going to die when you're first starting off. However, it's nothing that routing can't solve. So we get a big rush up here. I'm playing at the top here, because if we're at the bottom, then these spread out, and they restrict more room. It takes less distance to, like, move past through these here. So we're going to get way more routing intensive starting from here. So we start on the left side holding our shot. We move over to the right, and then by then there's a gap, everything's dead. Now we move the other way. We're going to get a bunch of big planes. You see these ones here. So how do we start off this one to make it easier for us? Because this is like a claustrophobic section. What we want to do is there's one enemy right here. So I just laser this one enemy here, and as soon as that dies, we then sweep over to this side. And that makes it so you know exactly when this big plane is coming in. It's just the exact moment this first red ship blows up. You move over to the side, you can now point blank this ship. If you don't, they shoot these purple shots down that restrict your movement, and if you're not high up on the screen, you're going to get walled in by these red shots. So we're trying to point blank those as fast as possible. It's a bit harder to get to the point blank on this. Like, what you would be doing is you're waiting for a certain one of these red planes to spawn in, like this one in the top left specifically. But I found even in the second loop, you don't need to have it tight. You don't need to be point blanking the second one right away, because you have enough room that even if it does shoot the 2 purple streams downwards, the real takeaway is that you just want to start up high. So just start up high, laser, slowly tap down. All of these aim shots are going to miss, and by the time they're going to push you out, the purple shots are dead. The big enemy is dead. And you just slowly do that. You don't get walled in either on the left side or the right, and you're all good. This here, this big battleship, these are the easier battleships. You can just sit on them and laser them, and all their tanks, all their turrets on them are gonna die. And once again, we're sitting at the top of the screen. We're at the top, so we tap down, and none of these are much of an issue at all. I think Fightcade supports. Yeah, Fightcade has a. I used to see Veluti on Fightcade a lot, just like in random shmup ones. He's like another god player. He's got a bunch of crazy replays. I have a friend who doesn't play shmups, who we did a ton of fight cage shmupping, like going through like fucking Garaga and like Ketsui or whatever. But we found that it would always like desync at the like final boss, and then it's like we each got a 1v1 the rest of the game. Uh that was like start of COVID though, like 100 years ago. So it's probably better at not desyncing now. So you just sit up top, you're lasering these purple big ships and tapping downwards. And you can hold shot towards the end, you'll kill these, and you have room to go off to the side. These are low-key a problem. These here, I've seen people do them a bunch of ways. So there's not too much of a gap in between the 2 waves of 4 of these. And they're spread out enough that, like, if you're just moving around, you could accidentally put yourself in a spooky situation. I've seen people either, like, start on one side and slowly tap to the other or things like that. What I found to make it brain dead, and so you don't even have to think about it, you don't even have to remember, that's a thing that happens on these stages. If you've played like Batsugun Stage 4 or like any stage where you're high in the air and there's very few land waymarks, it's just kind of a background art that's scrolling or like clouds or whatever, where you have to remember either the next section as you see the enemy come in and react to what section you're actually in, or you just have to memorize the order of things like the Truxton style. Now it's better. You've done a bunch of clears with the friend. Oh, that's good. Bikeade is probably like you want to play with anybody online, like 2-player. That's best place to be. So I was saying, by the time you react to, oh shit, we're at this part with these guys, I gotta be in a certain spot. Sometimes it's too late, but we can mitigate that by doing this. So we're killing these planes. These I'm gonna call helicopters planes for forever. We're already killing those, so we're already on the right side. So just by shooting, we're already in the right spot. So that's good. And now because we're killing these, we go, oh, we're in that section now where we got these guys here. I'm going to move to the left now to kill the power-up carrier because you see the power-up carrier come in. And that's automatically at a timing to where it's going to create a gap for you in between the 2 waves of these. And you can move in through those. So I like that because you don't have to think about it. You almost like naturally, accidentally create a good wave through there. Here's the next one. You treat this battleship the same, except we have those harder ships in here. So instead of tapping down slowly, you are just looking at these and making sure that you don't fall behind in being on like the side of these spreads. And you have more than enough room. You don't even need to like tap as slowly as I do. You have all this room to the side if you want to tap more aggressively. But you have to be aware that you have to tap faster on that section. Here is this. These are really spooky. Because they start off in the middle. Like, you don't have too much time to see these. This is a very big bombing spot. What I would do, you have enough time to react and see if you're going to die or not. So you're dipping diagonally so you have as much room as possible to read whatever pattern it gave you. And then you can make the decision about like right here, like, oh, am I gonna die or am I gonna not? If you're gonna die, you just pop a bomb. And we're gonna get a bomb drop up ahead. So this is a fine place to bomb and you'll still have max resources. Otherwise, if you see you're safe, what I would do is I would try delaying killing this as long as possible. It might seem scary because that first one was a bit scary to dodge through. But this second wave here, the boss is so far to the right side, or this big thing here. We just call this the mid-boss. Instead of being in the middle, it's all the way to the right side, which means you have a huge amount of time and room on this bottom corner to see things. And then by this third one, you could kill it. The reason I like doing that is because this section gets shortened depending on how fast you kill that boss. So, like, instead of it being like this background constantly scrolls and the boss, it's basically just waiting until you kill the boss. And then it's like, all right, now we'll put the next section. It's constantly going. So by killing this boss late, you skip any extra ones of these enemies. So that's something I like to do. Basically, all in all, just bomb it if it looks scary when you try to dodge it. If it looks anything like you're not entirely sure you could dodge through it, you just bomb it. And if not, you can try killing it late like I do here. Just because this section can get out of hand pretty easily. They have limited ways they can shoot. And you have to be killing them on all sides. You can't just start a U on one side and then keep tapping, tapping, tapping. Eventually, these will reach the bottom, and then they're shooting you at pain angles. So what I see a lot is you can start with shot from the get-go, or you can be... what I would do, honestly, I would just be lasering up top for, like, a couple of them, and then hold shot and be dipping down. And depending on how long you killed that boss, you might have to do this for a long time. I don't like this section, but it is one of the sections where you can dodge your way out of it even if things get bad. These things here, these are the harder battleships. There's so many ways to do them. I just ended up being like, I'll just use my shot and kill both of the turrets here. And you don't even need to kill the battleship itself, to be honest. You can just focus on these Akos on the sides. You can either go on one side, go on the left side, kill these Akos, and then kill the battleship on the right. Or this way, we were just going over and killing these guys. They have, like, their angles they can hit are not bad at all. So, like, whenever you're moving over to the side, if you're scared because these are fairly tight, there's no gaps in them, you don't have to worry because if you're on the side of them, like, they're spawning where this H is in the hit counter. If you're right here, they're just shooting directly down and, in that case, missing you no matter what. So they're not too bad. And then you just have to do that again. See, we're ignoring the bees. We don't really care for those. And now this is your indicator for the next section. If you used a bomb before, here's a bomb. If you didn't use a bomb before, then this is an entirely free bomb you can use on the hardest section of the stage. When I made my first DoDonPachi video, my advice was pretty much to just do your best and then bomb when it's spooky. But as I've had to go into the second loop, I got a much better understanding of how to deal with these without a bomb. Yo, what up, Metal Wolf? So we're going to start here. If this bomb isn't in your way, you can laser a lot of these like first two pairs of them before they can shoot, and then you hold downwards and hold shot. And then they don't get to shoot that much. Even doing it this way, see, we barely had anything shoot. So we're going to see a ton of these teleporting in enemies, and we get these carriers here. Whenever these big ships, you destroy their main unit right here, look at what happens. We get a full screen bullet cancel, and for as long as the shit's exploding, the bullets aren't spawning. Like, look at these ships here and these turrets. They're like spawning bullets, but they're not, nothing's coming out until the explosion's totally done. So the way you survive this section is you make as much use of these big ships as possible. I'm going to go really hard on this section once we get to the second loop part, but the gist of it is we're sitting on the right of the middle of this ship, and by doing that, we're killing the enemies on the left side. We're killing the... Ooh, stream okay? I just got a loading indicator. I think we're fine, though. By doing this, this straight down turret is shooting straight down. We're off to the side of it, so it's not hitting us. We're killing the ones on the side. We're killing the ones on the side. We're killing the turrets on the side. And as the screen scrolls down, any of the remaining turrets are fine. You have to be really careful because this last piece here is really, really wimpy. This shit will explode really easily. And because of how, like, the shot works in this game, if you tap a shot, you're not getting, like, a single boop. You're getting, like, a wave. So you have to be careful. Basically, I'm just looking and making sure, okay, as soon as all these turrets are dead, I'm going to stop shooting. And hold laser, because our laser will make us stop using our shot. And we keep this alive. We're going to... You don't have to delay as long as I did. We basically just wait until the bullets are going to get scary. And then we're going to make use of this. We're, like, killing as much time as possible. And then we take all of that time where nothing can shoot at you, and you're killing all these green enemies. If we sit right here, even though these are shooting at us, you see they're diagonal. We can kill everything sitting right here. These bullets won't hit us at all. And then we're going to move off to the side. I triggered this a bit too early. So I'm just going to use our free bomb we have there. Otherwise, what you would do is you would just wait for bullets to be scary, and then you move over from this right side. You tap over to the left. You kill this. You get a full cancel. From here, we're trying to... This is the scary part. If you let this next section live for a long time, it's too hard to hit everything. There's stuff on the left that's left over because we were focused on the right side. And there's a bunch of enemies spawning in on the right side. So it's easy to get stuck on the left side, and you're crawling up here, and you're moving up, and you're stuck, and it's all horrible. What we're doing to mitigate that is you're just trying to kill this as fast as possible. You don't need to delay this last one because we want to set up the next one really quickly. So if you're not using a bomb, let's say you got your cancel or whatever, you just quickly try to kill this as soon as it comes in, and then the only remaining dudes spawning in are here on the side. If you want to make this easy, notice how not a single green enemy shot. If you just go from side to side, then some of these are going to end up shooting and you're going to have to do dodges and it gets scary. What we're doing is we're killing every enemy in the order it comes in. So look at this green one. We kill that one first, then the right one spawns in, we kill that, then the left one spawns in, we kill that. We're just accidentally killing some of these so it makes our life easier. Here's the important one though. If you just hold to the left, while there are 3 that are staircasing down this way to the left, if you go too far, they'll block your laser and you won't be hitting the one in the back, and that'll be giving them enough time to shoot at you. So what you're doing is you're making sure you're only hitting the one in the back, and then the one in the middle, and then the one in the left. There's like a couple in the back there, and now none of those shot. It's easy to get to this side, and now we take all of this time, and you get a full cancel through this hardest section here. So the other part that makes this whole section really scary is that these green enemies, this pattern they shoot, they either shoot these straight down or they coin flip it, and the other result is they'll shoot aimed relative to you. And if they shoot relative to you, this last section is really hard because you might be able to clear out some of the right side and the middle side, but these left ones will be shooting at you. You have to escape out the top right side and do spooky dodges. That's a spot where, like, if you don't have a setup, I would just bomb this part, to be honest. I would bomb it like since in this replay we're going for the 2-all, we're trying to minimize any resource loss completely. But because if you're going for a 1-all, you have a shit ton of bombs. This is a spot that might be okay to just completely bomb. Especially so if you don't get the cancel in here. If you get the cancel, you can clean up everything. It's really easy to get up and out. The second loop and the first loop versions of this are really different. This is vaguely what you want to be doing for the first route. You either start on the left side, or I'm just doing the middle here. And we're trying to kill this right turret first because those spreads are kind of a problem in restricting our movement. And then we're moving over to the left side. These orange bunker thingies here, whatever these side pod things are, they die pretty fast in the first loop, and our goal is to kill 6 of them. There's 3 of them on each side. We need to kill 6 of them because that's the enabler for your secret 1-up. Luckily, they pop pretty fast here. There are so many ways to route this section that you can pick one that you like. I was so used to my 2-loop one that I don't even have like the best way there. You see, we have to do like unnecessary dodges here. But you pretty much just look out and find your favorite way to do this section. You're trying to kill these middle turrets as they come in so they don't shoot on you. We'll talk about this a lot more in second loop, but the whole goal of this section, after killing these green pods on the sides, is you're trying to have a laser on one of these 2. It doesn't matter which side, it's symmetrical. As soon as they spawn. As soon as they spawn, you have a laser on them, so they'll get like 1 shot off of these blue shots, but then you're good. That's the only one they'll do. You make your way over. You do want to make sure to kill these purple turrets. If you're on the side of them, you see how they can shoot? They can only hit like certain angles. If you're just directly under them and slightly off to the side, they can't hit you like that. And these here, you can either kill one of the turrets and then go in to kill the middle, in which case you'll only have to bait 2 of these blue waves. Or if you get here faster than I did, to where you can put a laser on this middle section before this section like starts. You see, I'm already too busy killing these turrets here. If you could put a laser on it right away, it only shoots once and then it dies. And then you move up and these 2 side turrets aren't even an issue. Otherwise, the strategy I would do is as soon as this section starts, I would kill 1 side turret. And then you have an entire middle and 1 side of the screen to bait these. These are baited on you, so you just tap one direction, the next wave happens, you tap the other one. Now, you need to make sure not to kill this last part with the bomb. It's fine if you bomb any of the other sections, but as long as this big part right here, you don't destroy with the bomb, you get your 1-up. That's the conditions for the secret extend. Kill the 6, the 3 on the each side, the orange containers. Kill this without bombing it. Bam, 1-up. You can even bomb it to damage it, and then kill it with your laser after the bomb. So it's not too bad to get. Alright, this boss. If you want to just not give a shit about this boss, you can bomb it down completely. 3 bombs, and you'll mess this thing up. I'll show you the strat I was doing because I'm trying to get good at like the second loop strategy. By the way, yell at me if I'm peeking because I'm noticed I'm leaning into the mic. So it might be getting loud. This boss has a shit ton of parts to it. It's got so many parts. We got the stuff in the back. We got these 2 side turrets. We got the 2 turrets we killed at the start. We have these 2 panels. There's a whole lot of parts to it. We are trying to damage this main part here, which actually does damage to the boss. And we're trying to get rid of these 2 turrets. If you just sit in the middle of the boss, then eventually, not only are you dealing with the turrets on these 2 sides here, they're shooting these aim streams at you. But eventually, just as the boss progresses, if you do too much damage to the main unit, these will flop out. And you have to deal with these rotating red shots, which are an issue. The strategy here is you want to be taking out one of these turrets at a time. If you take out one of them at a time, then they're not going to ever have a section where both of them pop out, and you have to dodge 2 rotating ones. There's 2 ways to go about this. The first way I used to do, let's look at that one. This is the first way I used to do it, wherein we were just focused on killing the front 2 hatches and then the sides and whatever. Let's see. This is the way I used to feel comfy doing it. So we sit here and kill the 2 turrets. You're lining up your laser so it's right on them. And we're moving up so we don't get blasted by the... You're not too low to where you get hit by these panels smashing you. So you're really just looking at these 2 side openings. As soon as they open up, you tap down. By doing this, we're point-blanking the boss health bar directly. And then at this point, we're in the middle because whenever the hatches are down, you're doing damage to the boss. And whenever the hatches come up, you're killing them. Killing these 2 hatches is the cue to where these 2 pop out and you could kill these 2 turrets. I was comfy with dodging both of them at once. So I just did this strategy. If you don't want to do that, by this point, what I would do... And this is the indicator, by the way. So you dodge these once. You dodge these twice. You wait for the second hatch to fire. And now you move downwards. That's how you escape up the top safely. At this point, what I would do is I would probably kill one of the side turrets so that you're not dealing with both of them at once. But that's where the other strategy comes in. So we're looking at the way we're doing it here. This way's a bit more finicky. This is like the second loop strategy that I was practicing in the first loop. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. We kill these turrets like normal. We go up, so we're point blanking. Except, I'm moving down a bit because in the second loop, you don't want to kill these top turrets. In the first loop, it's fine to kill these. In fact, it's probably better. It takes longer, but killing those changes how the patterns are. I guess I didn't do it in my 2-loop one. Basically, in between where you're baiting these 2 sides, you can point blank both the middle section of the ship and the side pod. I think I was worried about blowing out the turrets up top, so I was just being careful not to do that. But otherwise, we're just focusing on one turret. This blue spread, or these blue bullets, it's going to give you one of 3 random variations of it. This is one of them. Other one is like aim shots at you. Other one is this where it like rotates like this, clockwise or whatever. It's gonna give you one of those 3 random ones, so you have to be prepared for those to happen. But they're not too bad to dodge if you're killing one turret at a time. Now, you don't need to go over to the right turret to open it up right away, because once you kill the 2 hatches, it automatically does it for you. So the 2 hatches we get out of the way, and then we can kill the turret without any other resistance. Now from here, now we've killed all the parts except the back turrets. Depending on how comfy you feel with these red bullets, you either want to be lasering these turrets in the back to get rid of them so you have no red bullets, or you just kill the boss. I like just killing the boss because I got so sick of doing first loop over and over again on every reset that I was at a point where I was just greeting damage on it. I didn't care. But basically, the blue bullets get harder as you kill the turrets in the back. But in the first loop, these red bullets are harder to deal with. So you either try to skim on the sides and try to hit the turrets in the back, which is fairly difficult because the middle's pretty fat. Like, there's only a little bit where you can hit them in the back. Or whenever you're dodging off to the sides, you use shot, you get a little bit of damage from your side shot. Either you take your time and kill the turrets in the back and they're easier. Yeah, every 2 loop. Yeah, if you get into 2 loops, what I've learned is that the, like, first loops are, like, executing them's not a problem or getting through them's not a problem. The problem is like losing your goddamn mentality. Is losing your mind of like repeating loop 1 over and over. While the blue patterns get harder as you kill the turrets, they're not that much harder. This pattern, I see people get clipped a bunch on. This one right here, this is like towards the end when you've damaged it a bunch. Instead of those random patterns it could throw at you, instead it's throwing these. These ones are dangerous if you're in the middle, because a lot of the times you see this here, we got a clean way we could get through there. Sometimes it's less clean. Like this one, we kind of have to do a slightly hard dodge. But like they get to here where it's like really sketchy. If you just take your time and move off to the sides are so open. That's how you... It's so much easier than doing stuff like this, where you could accidentally get clipped. Especially if you kill all the turrets, then you really want to be on the outsides. That goes for this boss in DOJ also. Silksong players complain about 5-minute runbacks while we got 30-minute runbacks. Hey, see, here's the thing. I'm in both of those camps. I'm a complainer of the 5-minute runback, and I'm a complainer of the 30-minute runback. Actually, the Silksong runbacks aren't the worst thing. You know what? Here's what we probably should have been doing. Let's just watch it through without pausing so you can get an idea of the whole thing in motion. Did you consider learning chaining for the early stages so they don't drag as much? That's an interesting thing. I forgot who... It's either you or somebody was mentioning that to, what video was it? It's like forever ago. Oh, it was a Hidden Fortresses Katsui video. Ooh. I got a new camera. It says it's overheating, so it can't charge. So eventually I'm just gonna be like in some ugly position. It'll be pretty funny. No, because I'm big on consistency. Yeah, stage 4 is my favorite stage. I'm big on consistency. I will take boring over accidentally needing to reset because you fucked up somewhere. I actually initially, like 100 years ago, before I ever got a 1cc, I learned how to chain the first stage. I still have that video somewhere. Just chaining it with like AL. And then I was too new, so I couldn't like figure out how to chain the start of 1-2, and I gave up. But I want to move on to other games, so like learning extra stuff like chaining the starts or scoring or whatever. I'd rather just do boring consistency and then be able to get it done faster. Stage 4 is the most fun stage, I agree. Stage 5 is good too. I love the first half of Stage 5. I would love the second half of Stage 5, but I can't stand the second bunker. I just can't figure out the second bunker on Stage 5. Drives me up the wall. I like the boss on stage 5. 6 is stressful. I really like 6. Uh, I had to learn to like it though. It's such a clusterfuck, but once Wes convinced me otherwise because he sent me his route. It's really good. Can't figure out anything in stage 5. That's why we're here. Eventually, how long have we been going so far? An hour and a half, and we're halfway through first loop. Let's go. Let's go. Only score your focus games, never side games. I'm about to be like that too. I'm still going over like, fuck, do we score Mushi God mode or do we just clear the game? We're gonna go through this because we paused a bunch. If you're ever like routing section by section, you gotta make sure you go back through and practice the whole thing as it goes in so you can remember the sections as they go. So remember at the start, there's stuff on the left. We go over to the right side. Where's one enemy in the middle, we laser. That's our cue to start lasering this thing. We're high up, so we move downwards. We try to get to this side. We just need to be high up before these red shots shoot. Now we're out of there. Sit on you with the laser. None of the turrets can shoot. We just tap down and these are fine. Oh, we're already in position, and then we kill the power-up carrier. It accidentally dodges those shots, so we didn't need to think about it. These we have to tap more aggressively because they're scarier helicopters. Let's go gambling. We're gonna see if this pattern is too scary. I felt like I didn't need to use a bomb because I found an opening. We're using the corners for extra room. Now these things, because we delayed the kill, we don't have to kill these for too long. I would like laser a bunch of them at the start and then move downwards and hold shot. Killing the turrets on these, getting off to the sides of these, they can only shoot straight down. So getting on the like other side of them's not fine, or is fine. We got a free bomb pickup, so we could use that anywhere on this next section. We're trying to clear these out with shots so they don't get too many shots off. We're on the right side of the middle of this ship. We're trying to make sure not to deal too much damage with our shot. Once it gets spooky, we go in, get our cancel. We're sitting on the left side of this ship, killing these green enemies. Now we use the cancel. I just decided to, fuck it, we'll just use our free bomb here. Now we kill everything in order, so middle, left, middle, left, left. Kill all these in that order, you don't have to deal with them. Now we got this free, juicy cancel to make this section easier. This way, it mitigates the, like, 50-50 coin flip. I think this strategy works regardless of the RNG you got. This is probably pretty quiet. Let me bump it up louder. Just a little bit. Use your preferred method of dealing with this section. I'm gonna go into this way harder in the second loop one. That's why my loop 1 version is whack. Because it's a bit different. You want to be lasering one of these as soon as they enter. We either kill one of those 2 turrets so we have room and then kill the middle. Otherwise, you just sit on the middle. Do that, you killed all the oranges, you get the one up here. I might not do this for every stage because otherwise we're going to fall super behind on time. I didn't talk about bombing this boss. So what I would at the minimum of this boss, I would be dodging like this to dodge the 2 lasers. And then once you reach this point, I would either start dumping bombs or dodging as best you can and then start dumping bombs. If you feel comfy doing this strategy to kill these without bombing, then you can. And then you can bomb if something happens wrong here. Otherwise, we try killing the back turrets. And just try doing damage when we can. If you ever get this pattern, I like point blanking up top. You even do that in the second loop. And I'm probably not going to go back through them each time because otherwise this will take 100 years. Let's move on to stage 4. This is my favorite stage in both of the loops. So with this game, your strategy is to get stage 1 through 4 or 1 through 3 really good. So you have a shit ton of bomb resources. Dying in this game sucks because you die with the whole bomb stash. But if you're using all of your bombs starting from now, you can bomb a lot of things. This stage comes with 2 bombs. This stage gives us 2 free bombs. so we can use them wherever we want. This starting section, you can either go from like left side and tap to the right. I just move up from the position it puts us at and then tap downwards. It's in a spot where we kill this turret. Then we're going to move up here. I aggressively move up here so the aim shots from these enemies on the left that come in get shot off. As soon as you see this fourth turret, you hold laser and can move through all of these. That way you don't have any residual turrets that you don't kill if you went too early. Yeah, cave lets you, for some reason, all these poor random, all these poor random forklifts get taken out for no reason. See, we kill 1, 2, 3. About the fourth one, we hold laser. That's the timing where you can sweep all of these. Then you can move back to the right. Once all the enemies are dead, there's no planes and these start coming in. Then we can move back over here. We can stay there for just a little bit. If any turrets are lingering here, you don't want to aggressively move down like this. Otherwise, they'll pop up and shoot you right here. What you want to be doing instead is you just move back over slower. So, like, let's say we move to the right faster and some turrets are still there. We would just tap here a lot slower or be moving diagonally up and left. There's so many ways to do this section. This is the one I ended up going on. We just wait here and keep tapping down. You'll automatically dodge these shots. We wait for these turrets to pop up and then we laser them. And we hold up and to the right. That stops these from coming in. This section's hard because you got enemies constantly streaming in from both sides and they'll both shoot pretty dense walls that'll block you off if you leave one side too alive. But by doing this, you delay these tanks by, you killed those at the start, so those tanks aren't like in the middle or anything. And you're killing everything off in one section at a time, so only one side is ever shooting at you at once. So these turrets popped up, we go and laser them. We go up here and laser these. Now that those are all dead and these have popped up, we now go over there, laser them. And now we go over and laser these tanks here. We sweep all over, so those tanks are dead, and now we're just trying to kill these 2 purple towers. Once you kill those 2 purple ones, now we can move up here. I'm using shot because it's killing any of these guys, otherwise you'd laser and move here fast and then move over to the right. And you hold your shot, we're killing like everything on screen at once. These are going to pop out on the right first. These tanks can't shoot you here. These, as soon as you pop out, there's 2 of these. Whenever you kill this broken building, it's going to spawn this thing. It'll shoot right away, this big enemy. If you are on the left side, you're not only still lasering it, but it also baits it so its whole pattern is shot off screen. And all you have to do is move to the side of this pink shot. And you're damaging it the whole time. You either kill it before this next wave happens, or the next wave is easy to dodge anything it did shoot. This section's a bit scary, but you can do a consistent setup on it. There's tanks coming out right here. There's tanks coming out on the top left, and the tanks coming out. You know what? I forgot to do this entire time. I forgot to put some text. We're on stage 1-4. So we have three places where these tanks are coming out. We don't want any of them to shoot. Luckily, we're playing CL, so it's really easy. You just sit on top of here, and you're perfectly placed where you're hitting all 3 entrances at once. This next section, there's one of these. You can kill it at a time. But what ends up happening is this part here gets a bit spooky. It gets scary to escape out of here. You see this? This part's a bit claustrophobic, and if you just kind of wing it, it's kind of scary. So how do we make it consistent? Look at these tanks here. We're going to count these and do a setup. The tanks that we're sitting on, count the explosions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to move up. All these left ones are dead already. We just sweep over to the right side, so we just kill any remaining tank. You like scrolled the screen and killed the tank if it's there. And now we laser this and tap down. By tapping down, we dodge the last tank. And we're trying to squeeze in between a blue and a pink shot. You tap diagonally, and you won't move as harsh as like a hard left or right. So I'm like tapping like on the corners and getting myself in between these. If you do this, then you can... It will very consistently time these to be in the same exact spot and timing every time. You would escape out this side here. I kind of went later. You escape out the side and kill this bigger, scarier tank. And the last tank there. And then you get over to this side, where you only have to dodge these blue bullets at all. These are the only things you have to dodge. And because they're consistently shooting at this timing, they're easy to. You don't have to, like, react or anything. You're killing 2 of those Jeeps. There's, like, 1 remaining over there. And from here, we're trying to slowly tap to the side. Once we reach this middle point here, you're going to want to hold laser. Because if you hold shot, your laser might get stuck on a turret or something, or a flying enemy. And these tanks you might let one through. Your laser gets blocked, the tank gets let through, and your laser hits the next tank. Or a shot. If you're holding shot the whole time, your shots might get blocked and not work right. See here, this one almost escaped if we were too far to the right. So starting at this point, after you kill these 2 Jeeps, you scoot over with your shot, and then once you're at the middle, you swap the laser and move up to the top right. You won't get walled because you're killing the things that would be walling you, and everything else is dead. Once there's nothing else there shooting at you, you skip over to the left side and laser these. You don't have to worry about the right side shooting. You just killed all of those. Those are all dead. Now you clean up the ones that spawn on the right side later. Here's a free bomb. See, we're maxed out at bombs. If you're not maxed out, just pick this up and you got another bomb. If you are maxed out on bombs, this is a free one we can use. Here's what we want to do. You either can do this, or you can start at the very bottom left if you don't like doing this. I suspect the shit isn't damageable until it's, like, here. I could be wrong on that, but, like, you do, like, no damage to it, and then if you point blank it starting now, it just fucking dies. So I'm assuming you don't need to sweat the point blank on this too much, but I still sit up there. And as soon as it's paused, like, look at its motion. You'll know it's coming in because of this shadow here. It comes down, and it's moving down at a certain pace, and then it's going to slow down. Once it slows down, you start moving downwards. And if you move like this, these are all aimed, and these blue shots are conveniently in a curve that we want to move in. You're in this blue lane right here. You just ride the side of that, and you avoid all of the bullets. Now, you might worry, because we have tanks up here and tanks here, about getting walled off, but our laser is in a perfect spot here. I don't like using shot here. You can use shot here, but I find it can possibly make harder patterns. You hold laser right here, and you're killing both layers of these tanks to a point where by the time you kill the right side tanks, the left side tanks won't be shooting, and they have to, like, by the time you get to here, all of these tanks here are now just entering the screen. Hold laser, hold laser, hold laser. Look at this nice gap here because we held laser the whole time. That's super consistent. Here's the sketchiest part of the stage here. There are so many ways to do this, and I hate all of them. This is the one I settled on that I really like, though. This is if you don't want to use the bomb. I was practicing this because I was going through the 2-loop. I'll show you the easy way, but first I'll show you the not bombing way. We're holding shot as this enemy entered because we're trying to kill these top left tanks. See, we're holding shot. These tanks are dying, so they can't shoot. This plane's going to come in. Once it settles, you see it went from its normal approach, and then it slowed down. And it's settled. We swapped the laser, and we're at this middle part between it and the bottom of the screen. We're going to hold down now. This is fine. It just shoots at us. We tap to the side. Because we used our shot, only a few tanks. The tanks won't be, like, right here blasting us right away. And you can slowly move to the right side, and you'll kill this enemy. You want to be at the very bottom because your laser gets stuck on enemies. Your laser, like, it's not a hard laser from bottom to the top of the screen. It's not like a Marissa laser. Instead, it has to, like, reach the enemy, and if it reaches a new enemy, it'll, like, reset itself and then have to push back over to hit the big enemy you're shooting at. So if you're not at the very bottom and auring these enemies, it can get stuck on tanks, and then you won't kill this fast enough. You'll get walled at the side. However, if you're auring the enemies, your laser is hitting these while your aura is killing the tanks, so this laser never gets stuck. You just tap to the right. These, because we're at the bottom, these shoot an angle where you don't even have to worry about the red shots. the curve the big enemy shoots is not a problem. It conveniently puts you here, and you kill these right enemies. These right enemies are why this section's a problem. Because a bunch of the other strats, these guys can be a real issue. But I like this strat because it's just super, super clean in not having anything go wrong and making it really simple movement. You're just making that like curve. This enemy here is shockingly tanky. You can either start moving down here like we did with the very first enemy, and then just tap to the side and you'll have enough time to set up the next section. Or these planes are fun. Yeah, I went from hating the second plane to liking the second one after that strategy. I just tried to point blank it a little bit. You don't need to do that. But as long as you killed the second plane in a timely manner, you can kill these and still move up here. All right, this section. This is one of my favorite sections in the whole game. Uh if you get here late though, this section gets off on a wrong foot. You're trying to get here early and maybe a little high so that these shoot like off at this angle instead of like pushing downwards and pushing you to the left too fast. Because we're trying to kill these here. In fact, the red bullets are so consistent if you just keep on tapping that I literally just look up here. I don't even look at the red bullets. I'm just looking up here to see and I kill those. And then after you've killed all those, now we can look here and we just move up and to the left. And we switch to our shot. These are dead. They could create a nice way to get back. If you missed one of these, you want to move off to the right side and kill whatever's remaining there. Now this section. So let's look at this real quick. I just bombed it just because we had a free bomb. This is a very bombable section, by the way. This shit's pretty spooky, but I found a consistent way on doing it. Look at these planes here. Let's find, let me find, because I bombed it, let me see, and surely in one of our attempts, yeah, whatever, I'll just show you the second loop one, because it's the same exact motion. You see these red helicopters? These are, we need to understand how these work. If you're on one half of the screen, these will spawn on the other half of the screen. The reason that's important is because the strategy we're going to do to kill this tank here, it can go haywire if we don't kill these orange planes. I'm just going to skip over to the second loop so I can show you exactly why we're doing the strat we're about to do. Because this shows it more obviously. So this is the second loop version. See, the motion's the same as what we were doing before. So we're going to position ourselves on the right side, and we're just holding shot or whatever, because all these enemies, they're just shooting either aimed at us, and as we're tapping to the right side, those miss. All of these are dying here as they come out of this garage, and nothing else is spawning on the right side. We're seeing this tank come in, and it's going to shoot these blue bullets aimed relative to us. As soon as we see this happen, we're going to move up, and we're going to ride the wave. We're going to move along with these while holding shot, because this is extended out. It's not shooting where in front of our ship. And you see these orange planes, these orange helicopters come in. Because we're on the right side, these orange helicopters are coming in here. And because our options are back, we can move around this wave, and our options will take care of these helicopters. Like that. And those helicopters are the real hassle because they'll get to the bottom of the screen right here, and then they'll just start shooting you from behind. We're doing this strat because it makes dealing with this tank easy. This tank, you just get around it. You just ride the wave and you don't have to dodge it at all. It doesn't have a hitbox because it's a grounded enemy. You move through it with laser and it dies. And then from here on out, you're just tapping to the right side. And you kill everything, and that deals with that section. And let's go back to now. You're doing that, but without, it's way less scary. It is way less scary in the first loop. Otherwise, if that kind of thing scares you, you can bomb it. Actually, let's show, I'm going to show Wes's run. He does another strategy there. This is again also of the second loop, but it shows the same idea. Right. I'm just selecting it over for some reason. OBS, please, I beg. Fuck it, we just do this. Here's another way to do it. If you don't like going up and around, if that's intimidating, what you can do here is you can move off to this left side, hold laser, and because you're baiting the one shot on the left side, see, it's getting shot off the left like we did the tank earlier. You have enough time to laser it. You're just lining up with like the side of the pink bullets while tapping downwards and like or to the right. And you have enough time to kill the tank. Then you can move to the right and kill everything. I always got scared of this shit happening though, where the cutback, the tanks are a real problem. That's another strategy to do that section. All right, back on this one. So here's for the next set of tanks now. You want to be, we're just holding shot and we're just going to be on the left side here. Because it's going to make these helicopters spawn on the right side. And we're trying to just move through just like this. We do this motion every single time. So we're on the left side. We see the helicopters. We hold shot and we run through them. The tank on the right side will never kill you. It has no health, so it just detonates immediately. We're moving so fast that the left side tank can't reach us. You see it's desperately trying to rotate towards us, but it can't. You can align yourself. You start moving once you see the helicopters, but you can, you see these 3 bullets, it's always going to be like that. You can just always go through these bullets like that. This motion every single time. And you point blank this and it's dead. You want to get through, if you linger here too slowly, like if you start moving down or whatever, these will start hitting worse angles. These are the things from stage 2 that we want to kill fast, because you see when they shoot down, they can wall you off pretty easily. So as soon as we're done killing this tank, you just want to be high up and moving to the side so that these angles they shoot will make it way easier to get through over to the left side. Once you're over to the left, so see here, we cleared out a bunch of these so that we only have the left Jeep shooting. Move to the left, we're killing 4 of them. You see one of them still off screen. This is such a different route. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do it. Like this one here, if like you don't like this one, there's a whole bunch of other ways to do it. Even like this one here, I see a lot where you can just hold laser here to kill this first tank, and then you're streaming the other tank to the right. I feel like this one's like uber consistent, and it positions us here where we get aggressively move up. We're killing the 4 Jeeps. The other one's off screen. As soon as that one dies, that's your indicator that we start tapping to the right. You hold laser, and you're not holding all the way, so you make sure you kill all these turrets. Here's the part where I would honestly just bomb this shit. Especially, I think I do bomb it here. This is a very good spot to bomb. It's very scary. What you want to be doing in the second loop, or if you want to do this without bombing, and I ended up needing a bomb here anyway. This is the second loop, by the way. You aggressively tap to the left while trying to, I say aggressively because you're not concerned with streaming the red bullets. You're trying to get ahead of the next asshole blue bullet. And then once you reach this point, once you get in the in-between of these enemies spawning from here, which are a problem, and these tanks here, or these turrets there, you're starting to hold shot here because it kills the turrets up here. It kills these because your front shot is long enough. to hit both these tanks in this here. And from then on, all you have to do is tap slowly to dodge the remaining blue bullets. Had the bomb there. That shit's pretty spooky, though. So this is a great spot for a bomb. Even if you don't have maxed bombs, even if you don't have that free guaranteed bomb there, I'd just bomb that. Otherwise, if you're down a bomb and want to save a bomb because you used a bomb earlier where you didn't want to, you could bomb there. If you're going for the 1-all, you might as well just bomb that because you have a bunch of bombs. A lot of the stuff on saving bombs that we're talking about is in like a no-miss scenario. So any section that is like slightly finicky, you can allocate a bomb to and your runs will go so much cleaner. Like what'll happen if you follow this route, maybe you'll die once somewhere if like you used like a few bombs in a place you shouldn't and then you're good. It's worth doing that instead of forcing a section you're not entirely super comfy with. All right, we're going to talk about this guy, how to make this guy super easy. This first pattern is hard. The blue lines don't go with the blue waves don't line up perfect with the red ones to just tap off to the side. You just gotta finesse it. I'd be paying more attention to the blue bullets. You hate these lasers, they're a thing. But here's the thing you can do. You can predict, you can always predict where he's gonna move. Because I'm pretty sure it's baited. I tested it a shit ton, and I only had one anomaly where I was on the left side and he started moving to the left. So maybe I got really unlucky, but I'm almost certain, like 90%, that if you're on the left half of the screen, the boss, after he baits here, is going to move to the more open side. So he's always going to move to the right side. Now, these lasers are going to randomly choose between either the left one shooting or the right one shooting first. And I couldn't be asked to react in the moment to which one and then swap whatever my routing was. That's too much of a annoying. So here's what we do. This is a rule I found that will dodge it no matter what. It's a brain dead strat for it. No matter which laser shoots first, the first time that the left pod shoots, you need to get on its side. So the left one shot, I should have gotten over here. I did get over there. So, the left one shot, its first shot, we move over it. And then you just hug that left one. And then whenever it's moving back around here, you're safe in the bottom right for the rest of the mechanic. I'm getting Final Fantasy brain right now. I need to go back to shmup brain. See, as soon as you can pass over into here, you do. And then you just stay there. And you're good for the rest of the attack. So, like, look at that one more time. Waiting for the first one to shoot on the left. You pass through it. You ride it while point blanking it. The moment you can get in the corner, you do. Because even if the other pattern happened, you'll dodge both of them in the corner no matter what. And from here on, I'm just looking at the top of the screen. Look at this high score right here and the health bar. We're trying to line it up so that it's perfectly lined up with the right side of the high score. Or like I was 1 pixel too far, but that doesn't matter. That's exactly where you want to hit to make the next part easier. So we have to dodge one more of these. And we're getting off to the side and then holding laser. This is a setup now. You want to be not at the bottom of the screen. I move up a bit high like this. Hold laser because it automatically times a glitch. If you kill him while he's transitioning, while doing the next attack, you see these 2 pods up here. Those open up. He gets stuck. He gets stuck and you skip the really hard second half of this fight. And it's not too hard to set up. With this strategy, just right here, you just have to make sure you line that up. Hold laser and it automatically does the glitch for you. So you don't have to time it. You don't have to time a shot or anything or do anything. He just gets glitched out. And if you want a higher hit count, what you do is you stop point blanking him. And then you just keep lasering him. In fact, the timeout is so long for this that I actually, like, at one point in our streams while doing this, I went up and, like, made a burrito. and ate the burrito, and then I came back down and continued the run. And then I threw the run, and I was pissed. But you have a shit ton of time. You could take, and since this happens in both loops, the glitch can occur in both loops. You get 2 piss breaks in your 2-all attempt. Otherwise, the second half of that boss is spooky to dodge. Anything else on there? I think that's everything for stage 4. Here's the real problem. So you can go for the slow run world record. Yeah, there's people who speed run these games where they like don't. The speed run doesn't require that you 1 credit clear the game, so they just like bomb all the stages and die and put a credit in and bomb, and then they have like speed kill strats for the bosses in order to get the speed run record. We're doing the opposite of that. You could go take a break. Okay, stage 1-5. So this is the killer. I'm just gonna fast forward to here so you can see like, oh yeah, DDP's a beginner game, and then you get this shit thrown at you. And then you get this shit thrown at you, and you're like, a beginner is not dealing with this shit. This is even the easy part. This shit is really hard. This is the first loop also. But, so why is this shit in the game that people call easy when they want you to do this nonsense? Well, the reason is because if we've gone through how you can get through stage 1 to stage 4 without too many risks. But if we do that successfully, we now have a ton of lives. We will have 6 lives and a shit ton of bombs. And these stages drop like I think this stage has 2 bomb drops in it. Let me think. I think it's 2. This stage will give you 2, the last stage will give you 2, the next stage will give you 2. I think it's 2. They give you a lot of bombs. So the reason that like the people who've played a bunch of cave games will be like, "Oh yeah, DoDonPachi, that one's easy, just bomb." The reason is because you get stage 1 to stage 3 or stage 1 to stage 4 fairly consistent, and then you bomb the living fuck out of this stage. You bomb the shit out of it. If you want to see like me before I knew how to actually do this stage and the next stage and the final boss, that one of those that early DoDonPachi clear video guide I made shows a bunch of bomb places, and you just bomb the living crap out of this whole stage. I'm going to show you both the bomb spots and how to not need a bomb on this stage, but it's really hard. But your whole way to get a 1cc of the first loop is learn the first 4 stages, and you don't need to super know these stages. You just need to know where to bomb these stages, or just like, you just blow your bombs in general. Just try to live and then bomb. Can't imagine speedrunning a shmup. Yeah, yeah, I haven't been super on those, unless it's caravan games. Caravan style, where it's like you kill a wave of enemies and it spawns the next enemies in faster. That is the shmup speedrun equivalent. I always thought of this stage as a constant left and right weave back and forth, never lets up. Yep. You are constantly, and you want to have a structured movement path as you weave through them, otherwise things get out of hand super fast. I'm gonna, should we do the bombing way first, or the, I'll go through this, how we cleared it like this, and then I'll show you where all the bomb spots are in addition. This first wave here, I like starting on the left side, and then curving around the bullets that just happened. And then we kill these enemies up here, and you dip to the right side. You want these to shoot as little as possible. By doing this, these barely can shoot, which means the left side later will be easier to get through. And then you swing over to the right so that these don't shoot for the remainder. And now look, because we killed those on the left side fast, there's barely any bullets over here. You could laser these 3 enemies here, and there's a bunch of ways to do this next part. The one I settled on, we sit in the middle and we count the turrets. Our shot's in a spot where it kind of kills everything on the sides and the middle. We need to orient ourselves based off these tanks. These tanks on the left highway are how we line up all of our routing. And they are how we'll know if we're doing it right or if we're doing it late or early or whatever. We'll line ourselves up based off of those. So first turret in the middle, second turret in the middle, third turret in the middle. Now we swing over to the side and we kill our first tank. Now we're trying to get over to the right side fast. We're getting over fast so that these turrets that we don't kill as we're moving over will be shooting up and not shooting down here. If you linger too far here, these turrets are going to shoot and wall your way back, and then these tanks will shoot, and then you'll get walled there. So as soon as you kill these 3 turrets, you go on the left side right away. So there's the third turret. You kill this as soon as it enters. As soon as it dies, you go fast. Fast over here. And then by going fast, you now have a way back. You go over here and we're trying to kill 3 of these. There's the first one we killed. We'll laser the second one in the line. I move off to the side to kill the turrets. And these tanks aren't too much of an issue at this point here because we were on that right side earlier. And see, there's that third tank. We kill that third tank. As soon as that dies, we now swing over. I try to make sure to kill that middle turret so nothing is a problem when we need to cut back. Those turrets are dead. Now we move over. All the turrets on the side are dead. Nothing else is here. Now we can easily make it over to this side. Those blue shots we don't have to worry about because we kill him before he can shoot anymore to hit us on the side. And the tank here is under the highway. We're now going to kill this tank. You can also do like a... So like we go over to kill this one. We now see this thing here. So as soon as we kill this next one, that's our cue, the bomb carrier, that we know to move off to the right. And we just laser over, kill everything. There's a nice gap because there's barely anything on screen except for like this turret here. And this is shooting pretty low, but as long as we're up a little bit, we have enough room to swing down and kill it really fast. It doesn't shoot that much. That tank's not bad to deal with. We want the laser so that these are dead, and they're not shooting us as we're hugged in the left wall. We're holding shot for a little bit here because there's these turrets we want to kill and these tanks we want to kill. We don't need to get through to these fast, but we just want to be riding this side here. We want to make sure we kill these 2 tanks in the middle. And if you wait, you don't get pushed out to the right side while that second tank is still alive. Now here, I did it pretty poorly, but you have to make a cutback. You probably go faster than I did. I delayed super long. Otherwise, you have to do like a slightly dodge here. These kind of shoot in 2 waves. Look at these top tanks. They're shooting this 1 wave, and then they shoot this, I guess it's 3 waves. You can vaguely see the gaps. 1 wave, 2 wave, 3 wave. I want to, after the 3rd wave here, then be ready to move back to this side. You can laser these, and then this part's important. If you feel comfy, you can sit here for just a split second, and you'll kill this, and it makes it slightly easier. Otherwise, we're just going to move to the right, and now there's a few threats we have. 1, this is going to shoot blue shots at us pretty soon. And 2, a tank is going to come out from under here and move up. So what we do is we crawl along the side, and these are going to start shooting at us. We start to tap down, and you can line that up based off of you're riding this blue wave. See this blue wave right here and here? You're riding that, and as soon as you can move down through this wave, you do. So like that wave passes us, now we move down and through it. That's a good timing to where you'll dodge the immediate shot from the small tank, and you'll get out of the way of these blue shots. So we climb up and around, we start riding it back, and we want to move fast. You can hold laser, but we're trying to move fast here because I don't like this turret. Mostly in the second loop, but I want that turret dead. So we move fast over and tap slowly. We're holding shot because you're also killing the tanks on the sides. Usually everything's cleaned up here. There's a free bomb you can use if... Basically, what I wanted to do is I wanted to not deviate in my route. What I found out is if I try to make strategy decisions, routing decisions that I didn't have planned before, then I would fuck them up. So even though we had a free bomb there, I just said, we'll just not care about it. Otherwise, you can leave it out and then bomb this section later for free. Or if you aren't out on bombs, then there's a free bomb for you. So we slip past all the turrets. We're now going to get enemies chasing us. If you want, this is the best way to do it, probably. You start on the left side and you tap to the right side. By the time that whole wave is done, and now these are coming from the middle, we're going to have a big-ass tank starting to spawn in the middle. So we're going to move to the middle and laser. You don't need to point blank it. You just hold your laser on it and hold downwards so that these that are shooting us, they're not going to hit us. And we hold shot to rush here. So hold laser. We have now killed it. We switched to shot. We are rushing to the top of the screen. We're not rushing hard up because you see those bullets would have killed us. We're moving like up and diagonal. And we're holding laser. It's fine if these are here and spawn by the time you're up here, because if you're holding laser, your aura will kill them. And you're trying to wipe all of these really fast. You don't want to pause. Like, say you don't think you're going to kill one of these towers or one of these turrets. You don't want to pause because eventually these are going to shoot and you'll die. But if you're constantly moving, then you're fine. You sweep all of those and then switch to shot and move down. Any lingering blue shots you'll have to be aware of if you didn't kill all of the turrets. And here's what we want to do. The real killer, you can get stuck if you slowly tap to here. And then these top enemies come out and will wall you on the side, combined with the enemies on this right side shooting at you. So you're basically trying to hold shot, and you're waiting for these green enemies on the right side to die. And as soon as those are dead and none of the other ones are coming out, now you make your move down, and you escape out of the pattern. And now you're free. Otherwise, you get stuck on the side and you die. These, you want to kill these in a specific order to set up for the next section. I like lasering here, lasering this turret, laser these two turrets. Now we have that last two turrets remaining. You laser over there, we're now set up for this section. This is the most fucked section in the game. It's terrifying. This is the hell hallway. I'll show you what we're dealing with. Enemies are constantly from both different types of helicopters and planes are from both sides. And there's those blue tanks in the middle you have to kill right away, or else they have like a wide blast. Now, the real problem are these bunkers. Look at this. They shoot such a wide spread that you can't dodge through them. You are not getting through that spread, so you have to misdirect them without these planes walling you off so that when you're done doing that, you aren't stuck at the top of the screen. I am still not very good at this, and it's super hard. You just bomb the ever-loving crap out of this section. Even though this is like a nightmarishly hard section, this is one that, like, if you're just going for the one-all, you should spend every single bomb. I would just live as long as possible, and then the moment it even looks like it might be spooky, you dump a bomb here. If you dump 6 bombs here, you are still good. You probably won't need 6 bombs. But if you're going for the one-all, and you've, like, gotten your stage 1 through 3 good, maybe you had to bomb a couple times on stage 4, that's totally fine. Bomb the ever-loving crap out of the entire rest of this stage, maybe until after, like, we get towards the very end. You just gotta bomb that. In fact, I'm curious on my initial run. We're gonna look at before I actually knew how to do this section, and then we'll go back and look at like how you actually do it if you want to do it without bombing. This was when I was trying to get footage for making that how-to video. This was a spot where if you're just going for the one-all and you have that bomb floating around, bombing on one of these sections is pretty good. Any of these overpasses, like this is the last overpass, that's when I would bomb if you're scared. All right, what do you hit the second loop requirement with? Yeah, there's 3. I'll look it up just to be absolutely sure. It's on the Shmup Wiki. It is, you only have to hit 1 requirement. I only focused on the life requirement. All right, loop. All right. You only need to accomplish one of 4 of these. Lose a ship 2 times or less. So you cannot die 3 times, which is the easiest 2 loop requirement because the second loop is it's the same route as the first loop but harder. Which means if you're going for 2 alls, your second loop experience is going to annihilate the first loop. Like the hardest part of the first loop when you're going for the second loop is not falling asleep. Not because I'm good, I could just shred this. It's just cuz the second loop shit is just a harder version of the first loop. So naturally you get really good at the first loop by getting good at the second loop. Where I had him and then it ran away from me. All right, lose a ship 2 times or less. So don't die 3 times. You can die twice. That is by far the best one because if you die 3 times, you're not beating the game. You have to no miss the game past that point if you're trying to 2 loop it. The other one, depending on your ship, with type A, it's 270. You have to get a 270 combo somewhere. With type B, it's a 300 combo. With type C, it's a 330 hit combo. That's because type C is easier to chain with. Type A is a lot more controllable. I think Type B is supposed to be low key the best, but nobody plays it. It's something like that. I could be wrong. But that's I mean, you can do one section, but that's like a lot of work when the other ones are easier. Another one is score at least 50 mil by the end of stage 1-6. I wonder how hard that is. I'm gonna look at my clear run that didn't give a shit about score, and it scored 34. It scored 34 million. So you would have to learn some amount of chaining. So like that's too much. Collect all 13 hidden bee icons in 4 stages. We don't care about that because that's a lot of work and that's a lot of routing. So you have to meet just one of those 4 requirements. And the not dying 3 times is by far the one you want to do if you're going for a second loop. All right, pulling this back up. This is my old way I was doing this when I didn't know how to do it. I was just trying to live for as long as possible by moving like side to side, holding shot, using laser in the middle to kill the blue guys whenever they come in. And then these bunkers, wow, I actually got through the, nope. Almost thought I got through the first bunker on this old ass replay. But the bunkers are horrifying. So we're basically just trying to live, and then you bomb when you're scared, or you bomb at a bunker. This is like the safe way to do this. And I'm almost certain we bomb the next section, because the next section's pretty hard. I actually did it a lot, pretty clean for like being relatively new to this routing. Yeah, this part here, there's another bomb. So those are like my 3 recommended bombs for if you don't want to learn how to do this. And like if you need to use more, that's totally fine. The reason people say that this is an easy game, even though there's some like unbelievable shit in stage 1-5 and 1-6, is just because of bombing to get through those sections. All right, how do you actually do that section if you want to get through it, though? So, we talked about killing the turrets before the Hell Hallway. You kill them in this specific order, ending on these left 2, so you can start up high. We're going to start on the side holding shot because we're hitting all of the enemies that are spawning on both sides and getting like 2 of them on this blue ship. You just sit laser on that for just a split second. Like, you don't even need to confirm it died. You just hold laser and let go of laser, and it's enough damage to kill these. The first 2 you kill, move to the other side and move back around, so you're baiting the red shots. And now here's the trouble one. We're going to have 2 of them back to back. We're going to move back in the middle, and then you can either hold laser and move down, and then you got to dodge somewhere down in the bottom, or you can hold shot and move up, and the 2 sides of your shot will plant both shots on it and kill it, and you'll be baiting high. By baiting things high up, they're getting shot off screen instead of lingering and taking away all of your space. I guess in this one, we ended up doing this. I played it extra safe. This is like you have to do a dodge and find a way out of the corner, but you don't get accidentally clipped by something. Otherwise, instead of doing the double laser here, you would laser the first one, hold shot, move up, and then you have an easier way down and around here. And you're trying to get to the top left of the screen, because from here, you can now laser, point blank it, and moving down, and you'll kill this while also dodging these. You're moving, it's like getting shot to the left, and you're moving down to the right. It looks like in my run, I was too slow because I got stuck in the bottom right corner. This is the actual fucked bunker, so these two are easy to deal with, but it's super, super hard to get to the top of this bunker before it can shoot. It's like, there's like a blast of a bunch of shit before, and then before the main blast here, and both of these Zako waves are a dangerous wave coming out at once. I can't give any help on how to deal with the second bunker, it's too hard. By the way, is this peaking too loud? Like, does it crunch at all if I'm right here? Yell at me if the sound gets bad or anything. So this is the one, like, even in my clear run, I bombed here. I didn't mind that too much because there's bomb drops on the next stage and I don't need any more bomb drops for the rest of this stage. If you bomb there, you're set up for the next section. We start at the top. Don't go as high as I do here. Don't go up here. You just get clipped. You just get clipped. Because look at these angles he shoot. If you tap down, this like bullet is super hard to deal with. Just be like here or something and down. And you're going to tap to the right side until these Zako waves ends. Once they've ended, the only things that are shooting are these turrets. You move to the right side, and then you're going to hold shot while slowly tapping to the side. Your shot is going to damage this one part of the building. Now we have the middle part of the building and this left side of the building. Whenever you kill all three parts, you get a bullet cancel based off how long the explosion's happening. So if you kill this middle part and then kill this left smaller part, because it's smaller, you get a bullet cancel, and then enemies will not shoot for a tiny bit, and then they'll start shooting. If you kill this middle bunker last, it takes a lot longer to blow up. You get way more time, and that time is spent making the next section easier. We're tapping to the left, holding shot, and then at this point, you want to swap laser to kill this left bit first, and then you're holding shot to kill this middle, and you get a big cancel. I ended up killing the middle. I didn't do the laser thing, so we got a small bullet cancel. This is about how long this lasts. So it's enough to work with to try to make it through this section. This section, it's a lot easier, though, if you kill the middle last, but it's still workable if you kill this side. What we're trying to do is you want to kill these left turrets as soon as the cancel happens. You just laser and then hold to the side. You're trying to kill 3 of these. You're trying to kill 3 of these while tapping to the right side. If you start on the left side of these blue enemies, then you have enough room to dodge the red while killing these. And then you need to aggressively move to the right side to bait shots and then curve back around. It's like, look at the movement. We move diagonally up to create a gap, and then we move back around. You need to make sure that you kill these 2 turrets at the top. See these 2? That's why we're kind of pausing a bit in the middle. Look at right here. Moving, tap, slight. Okay. We just move a bit slowly there so those 2 turrets aren't an issue. Otherwise, what happens is you get to the side, you kill this, that's cool. Now these turrets have walled you off and you're in trouble. You see how this section's pretty intense. So if you're going for 1-all, this is like an enormous bombing point. Like, just do the bombs we were doing earlier. If you get through everything here, you can hold shot and then move up in here and you're in a V. These enemies, they look random. Okay, first off, let's talk about the turrets. You might be focused in on killing the big planes as they come in, but the turrets are #1 priority. There's 2 in the middle here that you have to kill before you go off in the middle and kill this thing. And then there's 2 up here. So you need to be in a position where you just kill those automatically. So I'm sitting in the middle here so that as soon as I'm still killing the ship, and then you see these 2 turrets up here, those are getting blasted by laser right away. I missed one of them. So see, this is what happens. You got to deal with all these residual bullets. It's annoying. These pink bullets are actually not random. They are aimed on you a little bit. So you can plan like a route around them in both loops. So right here, for example, just to make this a no-nonsense dodge, I barely clip the right side of this wing. I'm up a bit. I tap down. The tapping down dodges these pink shots from the left ship. And then we tap left and it dodges the pink shots from this right ship. So you can do consistent movement like that. Now you want to kill the right one first, right Jeep. There's only one Jeep over there and there's 2 Jeeps over here. Kill those fast and then you can get up and kill this thing fairly quickly. You only have to do 2 dodges to get up out of there. If you're up here fast, then this is only going to have 1 wave. And then you get up to here. And you only have to do 1 dodge there, which is not too bad at the top of the screen because it lines up pretty nicely. Look, there's usually like these clean openings. You can kill these in any order, but the right side comes up first. So you could kill right side first, left, middle. This one, it's the left first. This is a nice place to power up. In my first guide video, I did a suicide here just so I could show off how you bomb the next stage. I wouldn't suicide here. But if you do die, this is a spot where you completely power up. There's a bunch of bees all along here. I don't really care for him even in a like big clear run. All right, we're gonna set up a safe spot. This boss is super easy if you have the setup confident. You have to have the setups confident on this boss, and then you can set up the entire boss. If you don't have the setups confident, then you're gonna die on this boss and get clipped without being able to try for a dodge because it's all setup based. It's shit where it like either works or it doesn't. So you want to grind this one out to make sure no accidents happen. I appreciate it, Malcolm. Oh, I didn't show this in the video, so this is new. This is strat I came up, well, I didn't come up with. This is strat I stole. In between the 2 days, I streamed every single 2-all attempt of this game. And I made hibachi on the very first run of the first attempt. And then I streamed for 8 hours and was just getting so mad for like 4 hours by the halfway point. Because I'm like, fuck, dude, we made it to hibachi. This shit's got to clear eventually. But I had inconsistencies in the route that were stopping me and just also losing my mind by like 7 hours in. So I was getting so fucking mad at this game. But one of the things that we cleaned up was this boss here, just to make it no nonsense. Some of the places where my like 2 loops I would reset on were just getting like tagged by running into this guy. So here's the setup to make sure that we don't have to do any spooky bits. So first, you see this this turret here, this machine gun. We're basically lining up somewhere around that. We're lining up our laser somewhere in that vicinity. It's not very strict at all. Not strict at all. And we're trying to point blank it for a little bit. We're trying to get as much damage as possible. If it hits the top and you're not already moving back down, though, you're too late. That's for 2 loop. I see I'm mixing up strats. This way's nice because you could point blank it for longer. I could have even gotten more point blank. All right, fucking... You shoot his ass. You laser as much as you can. And here's the strat that we're going to do, which makes it so that you can potentially save a bomb on a hairy part later. Look at these bullets here. You can tap through these, and it's not bad at all. You have to train yourself to be able to see it, because in the moment, it's kind of weird. But basically, you're tapping to the left, and then once they collide, you're trying to be in between a fat bullet and a tiny bullet. See, this fat one is right above us, and the one immediately to our left is the small one. I'm just noticing now, too, both of those are from the left side. So you're tapping to avoid the right ones, and then the left ones, you're in between these 2. You get in that lane, and you can escape out of here and go and point blank it even more. And then it shoots its next one, and you do the same exact thing. The reason we're doing this is because it makes it so you can point blank more. There's another setup which I'll also show. Yeah, I'll show it after this for like the normal setup that you do. But doing this, you get a bunch of point blank. We're trying to do a bunch of damage because there's a part at the end we could skip if we do. These are way tankier than second loop, which threw me for a loop. We're starting on the right side, making sure we're point blanking it for as long as we can. Maybe that's why. Maybe me falling out of here is why I kind of fucked up in this section. I like stopped hitting it for a little bit. But you're just trying to hit this right side. You're tapping around. And then from here on, you're trying to use your aura and get through all of these. You can usually get through all of those before this starts. I want to shot's a bit dicey there because they're really tanky. You probably just want to aura and move through them like this. And then same exact thing. You get in between the fat bullet and the small bullet here. And that makes it easy to get up into this safe spot. So the boss is rotating like this. It's rotating in an oval. Which means if you just sit here, you might get hit if you're not perfectly positioned. You might have to slightly micro adjust. If you want like a static position that dodges both the high and the low movement, look at this line right here. You see this line with these black lines in it, whatever this divot thing is? If your pink stripe here is lined up with it, when it's more downwards, when it's more forward, you are safe from the rockets, and you are safe from accidentally getting rammed, and even when he moves up, the rockets won't hit you. You see their hitbox is slightly smaller. Here is why we wanted to do that shit earlier. Look at this. After he rotates twice, he moves down. And this is a scary bit, because these missiles are not static. They are really random, and sometimes they might just like blast both of them back to back. Sometimes they might shoot one and then shoot one and then shoot the other side. They do all kinds of fucking things. And to add insult to injury, a safe spot for it, which is I want to don't take my word for it, but I'm pretty sure if you're hugging this divot right here while moving down with it, I'm pretty sure I tried this and I couldn't get a missile to ever hit me there. However, it's really easy to get hit by one of these walls or just the top. It's really scary. The other safe spot that is not a real safe spot is you escape down, out, and get here. But that doesn't work in the first loop all the time based off whenever these bombs drop. So here's the three strats I would do. This is what Wes just said he did on this part here. Once it starts here, you just fucking bomb. What was your first true non-novice 1cc? Toho 8 on normal, like 100 years ago. My first arcade once... So, like, I did Toho normals forever ago, and then just didn't do any clears of anything else other than normals and some extras for, like, 10 years. Because I thought arcades would take too long. I thought they were too hard, and I didn't think I had the skills to do them. Then I read Prometheus's full extent of the jam, and I learned how you learn these through save stating. And now my first real 1cc was Batsugun, not special because I didn't know about special. I did Batsugun, Strikers 1999, Escaluda 1, and then R-Type Leo. That was my arcade progression. What's crazy too, I was learning scoring in Escaluda for some reason. That shit took so long. Back to this. There's 3 ways to do it. 1, just fucking laser bomb it. Just laser bomb right here. You don't even have to think about it. You get bomb. There's 2 bomb drops on the next stage. I would just bomb it there. Yeah, full extent of the jam is actual Bible material. The other strategy is you do what we did in this routing by doing that shit to point blanket earlier, and what's supposed to happen is it dies before this can go down. That's why I started doing this strategy. I just fucked it up here because I'm pretty sure I could have greeted more point blank at the start, and I'm pretty sure I stopped hitting it at one point when the ads came out. The other way is you can look at these missiles and be like, okay, that right missile came out. After that right missile comes out, I will follow it this way and escape out. That way you have to do a bit of thinking, and because you have to look at the missiles, I always hit the walls and die. So If you're going for a one loop, just fucking bomb here. If you want to be greedy, you learn this strategy that kills it before it moves down. Otherwise, you have to hope this middle spot works, or you have to watch the missiles. I'll pull out the other... Here's the other way to do this fight. I'm still mixing up MMO terminology in this shit. I'm calling them like ads and everything. Okay, here's the initial way I learned to do this fight. Here's the safe spot. This is the more common way you'll see this boss. You point blank for a bit, and then before it reaches the top, you start moving down. If you're lined up with that machine gun we talked about earlier, then nothing can hit you here. However, now it's going to do it again, but you must tap up very slightly. Look, we barely went up. If you like move up a lot, then it doesn't work anymore. Just move a tiny bit, wait till you're about to be hit by a bullet, and then tap down, and you're safe. As soon as you can get out, you do, and you start point blanking. Now you kill these drones like we did before. And I did a laser bomb here to make it easier to get up to the top. I'll show you another way to do it once we get to the second loop. And I'm curious if I actually bombed at the end here. What did I actually do in this run? Okay, because we used the laser bomb there, it killed it before we had to move down. I noticed, though, what would happen sometimes is it would still ride that line on where maybe you didn't... If you didn't point blank it enough. This boss is like a huge damage race. So my suggestion, if you want no nonsense... This strategy is a bit easier to execute. Costs you one bomb and then one bomb if you want to bomb at the very end here. But then you get through it just fine. If you want no bombs used, I'd use that first strategy we were doing, but do it better than I did, and then bomb if you're scared. And that's why it's a setup-y boss. Like, it's not dodging, it's just babying it to make sure nothing's going wrong, and you're trying to go on the route as much as possible. All right, let's go back to the other one, and we'll talk about stage 6. So, too long didn't read, just bomb the stage, bomb the bunkers, bomb the bosses to have no accidents happen. You desperately do not want to die with bombs in stock. It's so catastrophic. And you can get through this game without really knowing what you're doing on stage 5 and 6 if you can bomb. If you do the first stages good and you can bomb. It's still quiet. Alright, let's talk about stage 6. This is less hard than the last stage, but it has one fucking horrifying middle section that I used to hate, but now I love. Let's talk about the start here. You want to kill these as fast as you can. I like going to each one individually, so they only shoot off once. I just hold laser for just a split second. I'm not even confirming that they died. I just move as soon as I laser because they're going to die off laser immediately. There are a few ways to do this section, and I don't like the ones I saw, so I made up my own, and somehow it's... I only, in 9 hours of doing runs of this, of both loops, I only fucked this up once. So I'm pretty confident in it, but it does look kind of stupid. So here's the strat. There's these right Zako tanks. You laser those, and then this opens up. It's shooting aim, so that's fine. We just move up and to the right. All right, this right here. As soon as we're like, we've hit the wall, and we're now lasering this, we're now going to clear out these 3 big tanks with one movement. We hold left, and then we're just tap down, 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 while holding left, and look at what happens. Yeah. I love this, because... you kill all of these instantly. You kill 2 of the Jeeps. The real problem is other strats I see will do shit where they kill like 2 of these. And then they have to like bait this one tank and then these wall you off and you have to be up high and you have to do weird shit and I hate it. I don't like doing that. These Jeeps could be a real problem. This strategy makes the Jeeps not exist. As soon as you get the feel for just like how fast you tap down, and it's pretty fast. Like, I was doing like that. That's about the rhythm I was doing. It's so dumb because it's not like a static thing. It's just you kind of just do it. But like, good God, it deals with these and the Jeeps. You wait for that second Jeep at the top, by the way. Well, I appreciate that a bunch, Hutch. PB is making it to stage 5 of DOJ for years now. You could get it. You could get it. DOJ's hard, but like you're right there. My suggestion is I made that DOJ guide, but the route I was copying in that DOJ video was a route designed to no miss the final boss. So it didn't use hypers during stage 5. Which made hitting the scoring extents hard. I've seen people like have issues hitting it there. So my advice, if like you've seen that video, is hyper the shit out of that stage. I would watch like some like one all only replays. They probably hyper it a bunch. Or watch Hazy Levels has good places in that stage for hypering. He just put out a second loop and I was super impressed with the hypering in that one. Or if you want to go gung-ho, you can fucking annihilate the final boss if you can do the whole stage without hypering. If you bring 5 hypers there, but that's like that's only if you're like trying to no miss the final boss, because the final boss is fucking horrifying. But so yeah, this is my stupid strat to kill through these. You wait for both of those Jeeps. Perfect. Now we just sit under. I'm just sitting under on this side where we're killing both of these tanks at once. And then you're in a position where 2 of yours are hitting this. I'm not using lasers on these because 2 of your shots hitting those is fine, and you'll kill any of these Zakos coming in. I used to have trouble with these because if you let these live, then you get pushed. Like if you get pushed on the left side here, look at what happens. You have to make a dodge. These always come in this way, though. After you're done clearing out the turrets and everything, and these have come in, you move to the right, and then you move through their lane. Move right, and then through here. Move right, and then through here. Super consistent, even second loop. You move up while holding shot, because you're killing the Zakos here. See, one Zako there, one Zako there. Once you reach the top, we're point blanking this. Watch this fireball. As soon as it hits the bottom of the screen, that's when he starts shooting. So we'll treat the fireball hitting the bottom of the screen as when we need to move. I would move a little before that. This is probably less of a thing in the first loop, but if your laser gets stuck on these missiles, this tank will start to wall you in, but I don't think that's an issue on the first loop if you're point blanking here well. Otherwise, what I'd do is I'd go through here like slowly, and even if you don't kill this and this tank is walling you in, I would move out and kill this tank. I'll talk about that more in the second loop. If you do that, this thing will still shoot. You need to sweep the side to kill these because they're the biggest problem. You point blank this, and these shoot slow enough that you holding downwards with shot will give you room to react. You can even hold laser there and it's fine. I kept for this section, like looking for a consistent way to kill these, but I just found I said, fuck it. You just follow something like this. Like, just do this. We're trying to kill the turrets on the sides, and then everything else just dies as you do that. Once you've killed everything, the next set of priority is you want to kill this thing, and then you want to sit on these turrets. They keep respawning, and they will shoot you. So you sit on them, and then you're fine. We are waiting. That first B teleports in. We're waiting for that B, and then we go as soon as this one is fully ported in. You can do it based off the soundtrack. Like, I always time it based off the soundtrack. So, like, listen to this. Whenever, I don't know anything about music, but when it reaches that section, that's when you know that you need to look at the teleporting B. So we don't need to look at you yet. We're waiting for you. You've now ported in. We move to the left. And you can sit there for longer if you want to stop some from coming out, but you then need to move your way through here. It looks scary, but because of the motion you're doing, these shots are still being shot over here. And then these tanks up here will switch angles to this angle. So by the time you need to move over here, they're shooting this way. You have a clean way to move through. Now, I like, if you just ride along this with laser, it dies. And then for first loop, what I like to do is I just crawl along the whole screen. These are really slow. They're nothing like in stage 3. So you can afford to just go down the side, and none of these tanks can do anything to you. You can completely ignore them. You'll automatically dodge them. You're just looking at the purple bullets. All right, now here, we're lining ourselves up with this copper bit. This is where the fuck section starts. We're lining up with the copper, and the issue is we're getting these green planes that are coming down, and on a certain green plane, we have to move up. So we'll get pushed, we'll get pushed. My indicator for when we move up is how these turrets on the right side will shoot. So I'm not looking at anything except just tapping to get around these, just making sure I'm tapping just to be enough to move past them. And then once you see the super dense ones created by this, we start to move upwards. So like looking at that, we start here. We're kind of lined up with this copper railing. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Oh, that's the really thick one. We move around that and start moving up. By moving up, both of our shots are hitting this. We're getting up high really fast, which we need to do to get through the next section. Because both the shots are going, this thing will die, which is the biggest problem. And we move up and out. And look at this here. We now have a way back through. These flying enemies, we need to go fast through this section so that we could bait these. You see, they start shooting by the time we're already up here. So we can make our way down and not worry about them. And now we make our way to this side. We're going to hold laser, so we're clearing out everything in the middle here to make the cut back to the middle easier. We make our way to that side, and now we're focused on killing these turrets. This purple ship here. Now, this is where the actual fuck shit starts. But luckily, even though this is... I was talking about sections being a clusterfuck section before. This is where the real... If you've reached here before, you probably cursed these bees and these green bullets. Like, everything's been red and blue so far, and now we got these green spreads that completely wall you off. Luckily, this section went from one that I thought was nightmarish to one I like, if it goes right. If it goes wrong, the section's such an asshole. So here's what we do at the end of that section. We're killing these turrets. We killed one of the jeeps. Don't worry about the second jeep. There are going to be bees, the ones that shoot those green bullets. Little small ones about like this size. They are going to spawn here, and the first one that comes out, the moment it dies, that's our cue. Oh, there it is. We killed that first one. We hold hard to the left. If we can hold hard to the left with as minimum up and down movement as possible to get through these, first of all, make sure you get through them. Don't get clipped by them because you want to move so far to the left side. And not dying is more important. But if you can manage to hold left pretty hard, you kill the bee in the middle before it can shoot. Only one wave of this happens, and it makes the cut around so much easier. Otherwise, if you can't do this, what happens is you have to end up dodging 3 green waves. So I'll show the second loop one where that happens. This is the example of what'll happen if you don't make that movement perfect. In the second loop. So this is the same thing. We wait for that one, we move. 1, 2, 3. So you do the same movement if that scenario happens, where you move here and you notice that these two happen. If 2 of these... dude, I'm not good at updating this shit. I'm just gonna... No, I'll just remember to update that fucking counter. You want to move up and around the second one if the second one occurs. Then you need to immediately move down and around, and you'll get through the rest of them. You do that on the first loop also. Otherwise, if things went well, it looks like this, and your laser behaves properly, and it makes it really easy. You need to escape to the right side, and you're lining up here. You see these pink bullets down? There's these turrets up here. You can tell because of these indicators, these pickups. You are sitting under there, and you're waiting for 2 green enemies now. We used 1 as a cue before. We're now using 2. 1, 2. Now we move. Let me get it exactly. Because that was the one from before. It's these 2 fast ones. You see, these are the lingering ones that are moved slow. Now we're getting a bam, a bam, a Bam, there's the third one. You're waiting for the second one of those. 1, 2. Now you move to the side here. If a green shot happened here, then you'll dodge it as you move up and around. But what'll happen is by doing that right, it times it so none of these top ones can shoot. And now the only enemies that can shoot are these green bees on the right side that are left. And you can tap down and you don't have any overlapping stuff. All the rest of the bullets are aimed, so you tap down in this L and you're good. I've seen it where you can move back around for just a split second, hit these turrets, and then continue moving to the right. Well, I guess I kind of did that in this run. And you are trying to get up and to the right side because we have to do a cutback. If you move up and out, then you get a better angle on these turrets. And you make the cut around by the time that these green enemies shoot. Luckily in this run, because we're in this position, these ones die. The only ones that shoot are these ones over here. And because we're moving to that side, we're killing them as they enter. Now we do another cutback. I don't have a good indicator for when you move to the right. And that's why I had the bomb in my second loop on my clear run. I think you want to do it fast. You need to go to the right faster than I did. But by holding laser here, you don't have to worry about these turrets. Like, you hold shot when you're around, you hold laser when you're in there. You're trying to get up really fast because look at this big tank here. This tank is really tanky, and to add on top of that, it looks like it died pretty fast. Why is it tanky, I mentioned? Because if these fucking tanks get in front of you, they block your shot. Or these tanks, they block your laser, and it takes extra long, and you can chain it where fucking it blocks one, and then the next tank comes in, and that tank blocks your laser. It's such an asshole. And then you can't kill this in time before you get pushed out by the aimed bullets. To prevent that, you either do really good in this section by using shot here to kill these, so you have as little of them coming in as possible, or you just get up here really fast. So, like, there's nothing on the right side that can interrupt us. You get up here fast and you move down. And then by holding laser and getting around here, it opens this clean path for you. You will always have a clean escape to the up and right. You get up there. And now we got these enemies here. We are waiting for this one to teleport in. We're not waiting for it to fully teleport in. What I found is nice is if right before it does, you start moving up and to the right. And that's timed so that these Beyblades don't be an issue. And you have to dodge what this bee shoots, but it's not a problem. Like, that's not an issue. From this point on, you're now trying to move very slowly to the left. You need to get the timing down, though. Right here. Look at these top left turrets. These turrets are going to shoot directly down. If you're moving too slow, these will reach you. Mostly in the second loop. Here, it doesn't look too big of an issue. But, like, as soon as you see these start to come down, you're now trying to get up and around them. You don't want to dodge through them. Or, like, you want to be past them by the time they're down. And if you're... I don't know exactly what triggers these to shoot the blue bullets, but I think if you're too high, or maybe it's just if you're too far from them, period, these will now, instead of being sealed at the bottom of the screen, they'll shoot these blue bullets. So let's see what I did here. For this loop, you can move up and around them. In the second loop, I'll show you, you kind of get in, you move up a bit, so they shoot up, and then you move down in between these. You probably could do that in that loop too. By being on here, you're killing the turrets up here. Now you're slowly moving to the right. You don't want to dash to the right because you need room. You need room because of these green bullets, these green spreads. You don't want to be pushed too hard into the top right too fast. Otherwise, you get problems. So take it slow here. Go slow. Go slow. And then make yourself up to the top right. You're killing these turrets. You notice there's a bunch of turrets over here, but our camera is off. I'm going to push this a bit. I swear I keep leaning into it. It's probably bad. These turrets aren't shooting. See, they're there. They exist, but they're not shooting because they're off screen. However, they will shoot because we need to kill these. How do we manage that? If we're just barely enough to hit these, then these won't shoot. They're considered off-screen. So what's our timer to do that? We kill these up here. And then we're holding laser. You see one of those green bees came in? That's our cue to now move to this side. See, it's just one of them. It's just one bee. So it's a good indicator to get to here. And now you can kill everything on the bottom before they can get up and shoot. These are going to shoot past you. See, they can't hit you. The only thing that can boot you out is these green bullets. So those are your indicator to start moving that way. That's your indicator to get out. And while these do get shots off, they can't reach you in time. You move to the side, you move back in. Even if these do shoot, they'll stop shooting. Look, they stop shooting. Even if they do kind of shoot, it's fine. You want to move up at this point. Holding shot. Once you've killed that bottom tank here, this left highway one, the big tank, you start moving up and you'll dodge the shots from these Zakos and you'll kill them right away. You'll be able to point blank this tank as soon as it comes in. Alright, now here's how you make this shit so much easier. I hated this section so much. I hated this thing. It got so much easier though once I stole Wes's strategy for doing this. So this dies before it can shoot. We're gonna do this. I'll just play it through. You see how we're taking pauses to make sure we kill certain lanes of them vertically? It sets you up to deal with these because if these live, they shoot a scary pattern. And then you fall behind and making the other sections easier. Here's the order. We kill those 1, 2, 3. We get to here. There's 2 of them stacked. We're waiting for 1 more. Now we get to here, but in the middle there's going to be 2, so we make sure we kill 2. Then we move to kill the side. You see this way, we always have clean lanes open. We wait for 2 there, and bam, we're in position to point blank this. Makes that section super brain dead versus being terrifying. You need to be moving as you point blank this enemy. By the way, talking about bombs real quick. If you're doing a 1-all, this shit is hard. This whole middle section. This whole middle section with the green bees, you should be spending 2 to 3 bombs on this middle section alone. And potentially a bomb here if this part doesn't get set up correctly. Specifically, like right here is a make or break. If something weird happens here, you dump a bomb there. I would learn this strategy because it's fairly consistent. Those are where I would be dumping bombs for a 1-all. We point blank this enemy. You move up because it's shooting aim shots. We move to the side. Now this is I found places to get clipped here, so here's what we're doing. We are going to move to the side and laser so none of those tanks could shoot. You see I went there late, a tank shot. That's what we're trying to prevent. It's such an asshole tank. This is loop 1 right now. We'll be getting into loop 2 pretty soon. Oh, we've been going bit by bit. Fucking 3 hours. This is why in the videos I try to keep them concise, because going bit by bit, I've noticed they bloat out completely. But by doing these streams, it's fine if we go on for 800 years. So I think I'll be doing this from now on, is doing the video and then doing like a long-ass stream. So you hold laser on here, and then you reach the far right side, and you tap left, 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 left. You kill this before it can reach its phase. The big thing to remember, though, is after that plane dies, you need to move to the right. There's 1 tank here that needs to die. You got your BL1CC? Hell yeah. BL's a crazy ship to use. I need to see that in. Not even halfway? Yeah. I'm banking on the fact that the second loop is similar to the first loop. We won't have to explain as much. What's your name on Twitch? I don't have one on Twitch. It's my name is Pan, but I haven't streamed. I thought about doing multi-stream. I guess there's no reason not to. But I've just done YouTube because it uploads the VOD automatically. It's just super easy. And like I already have something going on YouTube. I might learn to do restream or whatever, Altinum, eventually for Twitch. Make sure you kill this 1 tank. And then you can get up here and kill these before they can shoot. Otherwise, you have to do dodges. Now we have these tanks here. You don't need an exact indicator for when to move here. I just kind of got a feel for it. But I remember at first I was experimenting with as soon as you see purple shots, move up. So you're looking at this tank here. It's going to shoot first. Purple shots, move up. Move diagonally down, you dodge the red shots, and now you get to here. So red shots aim directly at you. Purple shots are random. Because the red shots are in bursts, they're not like constant stream shooting at you. You need to tap slowly. You don't go like ba 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 ba. You do in dashes. So watch the movement. We're taking it pretty chill. If you don't, then you end up getting stuck here before it dies, and then you have to dodge a red shot here. Becomes a problem. This is a bomb drop right here. If you have max bombs, you just leave this floating. If you don't have bombs, you pick it up. If you want the bomb the last section, then this replenishes you one bomb. Alright, so fucking... This boss, dude, is such a motherfucker. I swear the DoDonPachis, their last bosses are such bastards. It's unbelievable. I don't even remember this run what I did for this boss. Let me remember what I did. Yeah, so what I ended up doing is this, because it gets you set up for the point blank. So these are baited on you, and I'm trying to get as much point blank as I can. If you're not comfy with doing this, then you're going to get clipped a lot, because you're going to move downwards and then go, oh god, they're intersecting, and you're going to get tagged. That even happens to me. It's not too hard to have that happen to you. So we're just doing this. The first phase has some mean patterns in it. I'm just using our free bomb here to both make the ending bits of this easier, to set up a point blank right here, because we only have to dodge one more. I got there late. That was the problem. You can get through here more aggressively, and you have more time to point blank. This pattern is super fucking weird, because these blue bullets are aimed on you. And they, like, because of the boss movement, they are aimed on you, both either delayed in front of you or delayed behind you. So you have to pay very close attention to the blue bullets and making sure, like, you can't just tap and then you'll automatically dodge the blue bullets. They could be, like, one tap and you're good, or they could be way ahead of you. You want to be focusing, like, you want the blue bullets in mind, and then be looking at the red bullets. Just omit blue out of your mind, unless the blue is uncomfortably close to you, and then you start, like, making more aggressive movements forward, and you're looking at the red bullets. At this point, if you're doing the one-all, bomb right here once you get to the other side. Otherwise, it's not the worst thing to try to find a movement out here. I used to be good at, like, you see the boss moves off screen? You can exploit the parts where he moves off screen. That's what I tried here. I tried to make my fast cut. You don't want to keep tapping and then, like, find an opportunity and then tap the other way, because the stream will keep going at the same pace and walling behind you. Whenever you need to make a cut like that, you make a dramatic, fast, preferably diagonal motion. It cuts the bullets, so they're behind you, behind you, behind you. A little diagonal, and then they're ahead of you, ahead of you, ahead of you. And then you make the cut back through that. I tried to do that whenever he got off screen so that the blue bullets would stop spawning. He didn't do that, though. I did it late, and then I got scared. But, yeah, you don't have enough time to just for the whole attack. I fucking hate this mechanic, by the way. I hate this attack so much. I think the bottom right is the way to go, because some of these shots go off screen. And it's easier. I don't even know if that matters, because they go in a place where you're not dodging. But at the minimum, they limit the amount of things you have to think about. There's fewer angles if stuff is going off screen here. You have to be very careful, because look at this bullet right here. See this here? If you weren't paying attention to that bullet before, you might think that's one bullet. You try to dodge it to the right, and then, oh shit, it's here. I've had that happen so many times. So, I would almost bomb fucking everything here. This one, you can dodge 2 of these at a time. But what I would do is I would just be dodging 1 at a time. I even got tagged here in mine. Just dodge 1 at a time. Just don't, like, you do 2. Then you have to look at 2, you confirm it worked, and then you're too late to notice the next 2. And then by the time you're on the next 2, you gotta think way too fast. Okay, here's the last pattern. This shit is so hard. I want to make a YouTube short where I found a safe spot for it, and then I found out it didn't work. Here's the strategy. This is how you do it properly. If you can set this up, it's so clean. It's so clean. However, up until the end. Basically, the red are like expanding and then go in, expand and go in, expand and go in. It's relative to you. So you are making where the openings of the red bullets are. These blue shots are bastards because of their limited angles they can hit. You can't just tap. So you have to be very well aware of what angles they can hit. So to make this all easier, we're setting up the square. How do we do it? We're moving up with him, and then we're trying to establish the square. We're trying to make some checkpoints. Look at this. So the start, after we're done, like, I'm counting these blue ones and then escaping out whichever side doesn't have this blocking it. Like, if I move to the right, I get hit by that. Move out the side that doesn't have a blue shot immediately. And then we're trying our best to set this up where we have checkpoints of where the closing parts of this red pattern are. Pattern's fun, but gotta be nerve-wracking. Yeah, this is the destroyer of your loop entrances. This thing is this whole boss is so much harder than the whole first loop. So we're trying to set up checkpoints. The first one is here, then above us, then to the left. Like, look at this. So first one, we make it through here. We move to the side to here. That's the next checkpoint. We move to the bottom. There's a checkpoint. To here, to here, to here, to here. So the two checkpoints are always on the two sides. And they're always when we're moving up or down like this. And if you can set up this like 4-point motion that sets up these two openings like this, you can do this up until the end. Whenever you get to the end, it's like right as they're saying like what's the indicator? There's like the low damage on the boss sound. Just a couple more shots. I think that's DoDonPachi. I don't remember what it is in this game. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Basically, once it hits the end here, everything speeds up super fast. And I don't know how to do it once it's this fast, so I dump a bomb here. See, it got faster there, so the pattern fell apart. So that shit's horrifying. So here's what you actually want to do if you're going for a one loop and you have any amount of bombs. So what up, Corey? All right, any amount of bombs, this is all you do. So pattern starts. Oh, I really got stuck there. You want to move up, 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 point blanket, and then bomb like this. You just blow a laser bomb, move up, laser bomb. That's what you do if you want to dump and you just want to kill it. That's a lot of bombs, though, so it's bad for your loop, but it's safe. If you're going for a one loop clear, just dump every bomb on that pattern. That pattern's too hard. You should be bombing pretty much this entire boss, to be honest. And because this is the last stage of the loop, you can spend a bunch of bombs on the stage too. The stage replenishes 2 bombs also. As long as you do not die with bombs in stock throughout the run, and if your first 3 stages are good and maybe your 1-4 is okay, you can afford to bomb a bunch, 1-5, 1-6, and be able to not have to do all this hard stuff we're talking about. All right, so now we made it. We're over 3 hours in, and we could start talking about fucking second loop. We did it. We now need to enter the High Roller Arcade. Now we're in the second loop arcade. So the requirements, we went over them a bit. The only one that you should actually care about, if you care about clearing the second loop, is don't die 3 times. I got to a point where I could allocate 1 death on the first loop, and our clear run died on that last boss. One death is fine. The Asagami, really good run that he did, that died once there. You want to die at most once to have your best possible chances. So you're automatically going to get in the loop. All right. So second loop, I had the bomb after I died. So we are having the same amount of resources, or I usually have to 2-bomb. Getting into the loop with 1 bomb left. I have a strategy to not get fucked over by 2-3 if you have 1 bomb going into the loop and you don't mess anything up. I'll be talking about resources. Resources are a problem in 2-3, 2-4. This stage. So when the first stage, you can get through no problem. You don't need to know or route too much. Maybe you learn the final boss, but you can get through it while winging it. But now you actually have to learn it because you're at second loop difficulty on a stage where you didn't have to learn to begin with. In my run, because I died, our shot is powered down, and we're not going to power it up until stage 2. End of stage 2. But because this is why CL is so good, because it doesn't matter that your shot sucks. Your laser's good, and that's what matters. Your shot is good enough to kill the Zakos you want. Big thing to note here, in DOJ, you have a shit ton of iframes at the very beginning. In this game, so like in DOJ, you go up and kill the whole bridge. In this game, though, you do not have any. So start tapping to the right immediately. Just don't even fuck with it. Just tap to the right. Now, I treaded really lightly on this run. So for loop 2, I'm being very conscious on just making like just proper streaming in this first part. So we don't have to do any dodges at all. Your chain timer goes down slower in the second loop. I still don't care about chaining or bees. I did see something, I saw in an Asagami description that there's like somewhere somebody said something about like if you don't unveil the bees, there's RNG manip for Hibachi's last pattern. I brought that up though, and like Juju Kenobi said something like they haven't seen anything like that in the files, and like we would probably know about shit like that if that's the case. I still am not going for the bees though, just because I don't give a shit about them. I don't really care about. I just care about the clear. I don't really care for having a high scoring second loop. This tank I would be on. The tanks are way scarier in this, but none of them you have to dodge if you sit with your laser on top of them. All right, this part, this gets sketchy. If you just try to kill these and move to the right and kill them and like try to make opportunities to go back and forth, you can get in situations where these like really long lines wall you. Because look at them, you can't really get through them. So if you find yourself stuck, you're like perma-stuck. So for like second day, I learned this strategy where we start at the top here next to our combo counter thing. And we just tap slowly down holding laser. And this is a consistent way to get through all of these. We do have to hold shot there and then move backwards. And it looks like it's kind of spooky to escape out here, but because this shit's consistent, this is the same movement you'll do every time. And it just makes that like so no accidents can happen. This is just like the first loop boss. We need to be, see, I'm playing it extra safe by being like at the maximum possible distance I can get point blank. Because look how fast these shoot. If you get a bad pattern fast, I got an easy pattern. Look, it's just the singular bullets. So I had 2 clean ways to escape out of there. If you get the more dense ones immediately and you're too high up, you just get exploded right away. If we stay at like max point blank distance, you have enough time to move out. And if you get a lucky pattern, you can point blank it and kill it before you have to do any spooky dodges. I saw another strategy that was just sitting hard right and like dodging in the hard bottom right. I don't remember too much on that though. We're going to kill all of these as they spawn. It's exactly like the first loop now. These all die. Make sure when you're moving along here, you're not sweeping all the way fast, or else you might leave a lingering tower. Just tap slowly as they spawn in. And then these are huge, so it's hard not to be point blanking them with your laser right away. I just move slow to make sure none of these can cause any accidents. Your spread's good enough, even with the lower spread, to deal with them. Stage 1 boss is, we're going to do it exactly the same way. However, this one has a spooky part. So don't be greedy and point blank here. I reset a run over trying to point blank up here. Like as soon as you tap it, you should move down or just not go for it at all. This is only slightly harder than the first loop one version of this pattern. You ignore the missiles, you're just looking at these, just take your time and dodge. Now here, you want to be somewhat in the middle because these are often shooting on the sides. These are often coming right here. You're just making sure none of these are immediately going to hit you. And as soon as the red shots start, you should now have a pathway. And that path will work as soon as the red ones go. You want the point blank up here. And now here's the setup. So we talked about it in the first loop, but it's scarier here. Let me see how we ended up doing. Yeah, that ended up working fine. So this is like this is a really good way to deal with this. Otherwise, I see people put a bomb here a lot. If you don't want to risk this type of a pattern, just bomb here. But the idea is you see this whole pattern, not the far left, right, so you're out of the pattern entirely, but right here, hugging this right cone. You're trying to hug that. Wait for the next one. Hug the far right cone that's like not out of these two middle ones. You're hugging right here. You're moving up to do it, which naturally you will because you need to get up there fast. And if you do that, you go to the same exact spot, but mirrored here. Even though both of those shoot at once, the spot is still safe. So look at that. On the side, straight over on the side. If you do this, no matter which pattern it gives you, even though those block, they block your laser so you don't kill the boss right away, those red shots take long to reach you. It's fine. Otherwise, if you don't like doing that one pattern, you could bomb that. That's a common spot. I'd stay true. If you stand here still, or if you move downwards in the same exact vertical position you're in, and hold shot, you'll kill everything for the first wave and not have to move. It's a safe spot. I wasn't sure if it would work because my power is still low. A lot of sketchy up-close movements. Yep, there's a lot of that. The big part of what makes this game really hard is there's sketchy movements everywhere. Like DOJ was like, it's hard, but once you got the motions, they are super consistent. Like DOJ is a hyper-consistent game outside of hyper build-up, which you have to account for because sometimes that gets funky. But like that game is omega consistent outside of designated sections. This game, even with the tight routing, you have to execute really hard. That's what I found hard about this game's second loop. We're doing the same thing as the first loop. So there's a lot of shit here. But after we get up to here, we're waiting for those helicopters. I kind of messed up the movement. But those helicopters dying are the motion that we move over here. We're up a little bit because these move fast. And these get to us and wall off a lot of space. Instead of being aimed directly on us like the first loop, look at these are shooting spread around, which means they're hitting more forward movement. So we can't do the same exact movement as before. Well, we're doing the same movement, but we're making sure that we're up high. So we have enough time to laser this. Now we need to escape out fast, kill these tanks, and get up here. We kill you, now we need to go kill these tanks again so they don't cause any issues. We aura them by moving from the side so that our laser is not blocked by them so we can hit this thing. We are, once again, high up. If you're not high up, or if you don't get here fast enough, you won't kill this in time and you have to now dodge back through it once we go back around. If you do this, then there's often a lane here. You can find a gap by the Zako shots. Now this here, if you kill all of these right away, you'll spawn a fourth one. However, that fourth one will never shoot. And what I found is I hate these top right tanks. I had those cause a bit of issues before. If you get up here preemptively, then those can't shoot. And the extra bonus is that these Jeeps, which are bastards, because these shots you can't make it through. They have like double dip shots too, so it's an extra problem. The angle they shoot is not an issue. You kill both of the Jeeps, and these are fine to deal with. Once you reach this point here, you can just hold shot. Tap, 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 tap. You make it to the top right here if you go fairly fast. You're killing the tanks on the top right, And these, because they now shoot around you instead of at you, they miss you. Now we're going to laser these. We're going to get back up over here. We're going to tap down because this isn't vulnerable until it's halfway down, and there's a specific point we'll kill it, and it'll make setting up the next section easier. We basically just move through here now, then kill it, and then we got a bullet cancel. I ended up needing to bomb there. If you don't bomb, you're waiting for a helicopter right here to die. You move to the left side, and you're just looking at this turret, and making sure a tank over here doesn't shoot you. The only things that can shoot here are the turrets, that turret, and a tank. So you're watching those. So you don't need to watch everything at once. Just be noticing that these are the only things that could threaten you, are those like turrets as the main part. And then just on the side, I think a tank here shot at some point. All right, this tank. I feel like this is the best way to do the tank. If you go in with max bombs at this point, there's a bomb up ahead to refill us. You should just laser bomb this. It dies right away, and it makes it easy. However, we want to kill this tank fast. So I'll show... Here, let me show the other way to do it. If you don't like that sketchy diagonal movement... All right, where is... We're peeping Wes's run. Wes 112. He's got a bunch of god runs, and he sent me a bunch of replays to learn from. This is his second loop route. This is why these Jeeps, I think, could be a... Actually, he does vaguely the same things. You see how these Jeeps just wall you off? I hate these things. Does he do the... I'm curious what... Yeah, this is what this movement actually is supposed to be like, except maybe you'd kill the middle faster. That shit was so tanky for no reason. So I think Wes does the cut around here. So he point blanks this for a bit, and then he moves all the way out there to kill the turrets. And then you should... Basically, he's made the decision to, okay, I'll dodge the boss for a bit. We'll dodge this mid-boss, but I'm executing all of these tiny enemies, so it's just the boss. That happens if you move down, and then you move out so you can kill these turrets, so that's one way to do it. I found the Zakos more spooky. So... what I like to do is I like forcing a point blank. So we're point blanking this as soon as it goes in. And there's always this perfect diagonal. You don't need to finesse it. It's just a hard upright diagonal. You move once through there, and that little hump of movement is enough to be point blanking for long enough to trigger the next phase. And if you trigger the next phase at this point, you now have enough room to kill these in time. And change the title card? Oh, you're right. I'll never forget that shit. Or I'll always forget that shit. Man, I'll just put timestamps after this VOD's done, because otherwise I'm gonna forget that shit every time. I prefer this, even though that movement looks sketchy, because it's fairly consistent because the movement is a hard up diagonal. Like, if you've lined it up, it's good. If you don't need power, you don't need to kill these. You can just get in the safe spot here right away. The safe spot, you see the shadow right here, where the shadow meets a knot? You get in between those and hold laser. If you hold shot, these enemies that are right above us coming out of the garage can possibly sneak a shot downwards, and you have to move, and you're in trouble. If you hold laser, that's never an issue. And these enemies just kamikaze into you. This, I was always worried about this. Always worried about getting tagged moving as these will shoot. But it never happened, really. I think they move at just enough speed to not have it be an issue. It just looks like it would be. I bet you can, like, plan an exact timing for it, but I found I didn't need to worry about it. Alright, we talked about this setup in the first loop. It's exactly the same in the second loop. We wait for... Bam, the indicator hits this far left part right here. We stick on the left so that this side is stuck off screen and doesn't blast us. And then we get it to halfway without passing that point, so we could set it up to make it easy second phase. Well, side shot enemy is always funny. I was just looking at strikers too, and side shot ones are weird. I was looking at a ton of strikers 2 replays, trying to find which ship I want to use because I don't want to use the obvious two. I've been looking at Mosquito of all things. I want to really like the fuck wolf, whatever you call that, but I think it's just terrible. But it might be sick. Anyway, on this we got it to halfway, and look, it's just like first loop, it's really easy. Don't pass this line here. If you pass that line, then it shoots a fuck you wave. And it's pretty dangerous. But even though this last part looks really scary, you have the exact move speed to always make it. It looks like I just made it in time. It's not a big deal. You always make it in time. And because you trigger it here, it takes, you're point blanking it, and it has so much time to pass it into the final phase. You skip any second phase cannons, which are the big problem. You see these shots, they shoot to the right first. So they shoot to the right. I try to scoop over in a U to like point blank it on the side. Hayate's not even that basic, they're just good. I think like flying or whatever, the pancake. The pancake's probably the uber basic one. Useless on the second? That's fucked up. I guess the ships with really good bombs are probably what make the second nice. I might try to Mosquito on the second loop. As soon as you've done this U, look, you've seen one wave here. One kind of wave here. You move down and now this triggers. This is the only thing you have to dodge in this boss. I even stopped hitting it for a little bit there. We had to dodge extra long. That's super consistent way to no bomb this boss, and you don't only have to dodge at the end. Very, very, very consistent. Stage 3, we have to extra make sure to be on this top left side because these are extra wide. You do the same movement as the first. Pancake go 2. Your options kill, and oh, I didn't even think about that. Options killing making extra revenge bullets. I can see that being a real problem. That's why I picked a ship in DoDonPachi, because I wanted full control over revenge bullets, even if I didn't control them very well. You need to do this. Left to right, right to left. There's one enemy here. Then you move over to here. Same thing as first loop, except these are faster, so they lock you in faster, but it doesn't matter. You still have enough room. See this ship here? That's kind of your motion to move up. As soon as you see that one exist, you move up and get out here. Just as long as you're starting up here, it's fine. Even though these reach you faster. This is the same as the first, except you might have to move down faster. These are doubled up, but that's extra easy. Remember what we said earlier? We're starting on the right side, so we're already killing these as they come in. Then we know that we see the power-up carrier, so we want to kill that. If we do that, then we get the clean horizontal movement here. And you get out of that without even thinking about it. You don't need to remember that that's there. This is a spooky bit. I saw some funny ways to do this. I ended up thinking were a bit too inconsistent. This is just the common way you'll see it. You have to tap down aggressively, and you're trying to go as slow as possible, riding the very edge of where the bullets end. So you have room here. There's a chance these bullets can reach the far side, and on the far side, you'll have to dodge in for like one bullet, but you do it right. You only have to do that, or like this here. It's completely open, and you don't even need to think about it. All right, here's the real gambling bit. Let's talk. I forgot this here. Fucking thing. Here's the real gambling portion. So let's talk resources real quick. So we're going into loop 2. I usually would go down 2 bombs. No bombs on stage 1 to use or to pick up. Stage 2, no bombs to use, but we pick up 1 bomb. So now we're back up at 2 bombs. So on average, I'm entering the stage with 2 bombs. This section here will siphon a bomb off you or not. It's either too hard or you can find a way through. So this is a part where you just go gambling and you either lose a bomb or you don't. If you can, you want to react and then see. So like I got a really easy variation of this. If you can dodge the first one, you're set. Then you just dodge out here where you have so much room and you're delaying the next section, so it's not bad. It's easy to dodge the second, third, and like other waves, and then this next part's easier. However, the way this is positioned, sometimes you just get blasted by this here and you have to use a bomb. If you use a shot bomb, you might have to dodge one of these later ones, but you'll delay the next section. If you laser bomb, this shit dies right away. So that's potentially one bomb. So if we came in with 2 bombs and we had to bomb there, we now only have 1 bomb. If originally I thought we would need 3 bombs to guarantee we kill the boss here and not die. Not dying here is critical because next stage requires no bombs and has 2 bomb drops. So if we die, completely fill up on bombs and not use them, then next stage comes along, we lose 2 bombs. Basically, instead of going into like stage, let's say we go into stage 4 with we go into stage 4 with like 3 bombs and 6 lives. If we fuck our resources here or get unlucky, we go into the next stage, we're full out on bombs, we have 3 or 4 bombs. Except we're down a life, and every bomb drop there doesn't refill. We're not getting the value from those bombs. We can use them there, but like you're going down on bombs pretty hard. And the next stage doesn't require bombs. So it's like catastrophic to die here. And scoring runs hate this shit because the boss can randomly fuck you over if you get bad luck. I think I would never play this for score just because it would go into 2-3. It would be like, all right, let's roll on 2-3, see if we get the bad pattern on the boss. But we can mitigate that. 1, by if we get lucky on that mid boss. And 2, the part later in this stage that I thought you'd need a bomb for, you don't need a bomb for. So we just need a bomb maybe there. And then another bomb drop, so we would get to like 3 bombs. We reach the final boss of this stage. We reach the 2-3 boss, and we can 2 bomb it with some finesse, or we can 3 bomb it to guarantee it. So that took a lot of the stress off. If you can enter the loop with 1 bomb, if you get lucky on the mid boss, you're set on this stage. If you don't get lucky, then you might have to do not the worst dodges, but you might have to do some harder dodges and then 2 bomb the final boss. The 2-3 boss. If you go in here with 1 bomb on the boss, then you can die. Chaining seems to make you dependent on enemy RNG. The spawns will all be the same for a lot of the sections. The chaining probably gets fucked if for the green enemy section up ahead where they 50-50 on where they shoot. You probably have to memorize 2 routes for it. But I used to think that this game was just uber random and horrifying, but the random elements I didn't think were actually that bad. It's just this stage, making sure you can 2-bomb the boss to make it a lot easier. If you have to 3-bomb this boss, then you're probably going to take a death on a bunch of runs, because you would have to enter this... You would have to enter the loop with 2 bombs, or enter the loop with 1 bomb and get lucky on this mid-boss. Am I missing anything? No. Here's what we were talking about earlier about lasering early on. Lasering those is good. You kill a lot of them, and then you can go down and hold shot. This is just like before. It's not bad. Once you get to the sides, the angles of these, they'll just shoot straight down. So this is a section I thought would be forced to be a bomb. So we picked up a bomb. We're in a good spot here. Laser these 2. They die immediately. Laser these and then hold down. It makes it so this left side only gets a few shots off, and then you swing over, the right side won't be lingering. From here on, we need to get to the right side of the middle here. This means we're killing all 3 points of enemy spawns, and we're killing the turrets. But as soon as this last turret's dead, we have to stop shooting. Move over here. We're going to use this cancel now. At the last moment. And at this point, we're killing all the teleporting in enemies. If we're on this side here, then these side shots aren't an issue. And we took the time to kill all the front ones that would have been a problem because of the cancel. You're just making extra sure that these die. Otherwise, you get problems. We kill this as late as we can, and now we want to kill this really fast. We want to kill it really fast. Kill it faster than I did, because no other enemies spawn except on the right side. And it's very, very easy, depending on how you killed the second battleship, for this to get out of hand really fast. You just need to kill this quickly. Now you need to kill these in order, like we talked about in the first loop. So we get the cancel, kill these that you can. Now kill this, this, this. You see as all they spawn in, we clear on those. None of them will shoot. If you get stuck on any of them, so like let's say you're here. Let's say you move to the left, you're trying to shoot this back one, and you shoot this middle one. This one will now shoot, and now you have lingering slow bullets that make the rest of it harder. If you kill these in order, it makes it so much easier. You want laser here, so you're getting as little accidental shots on this thing. Now we kill it as late as possible so that this section can have time to develop, and you've killed so much time with the cancel. Now, this is my preferred way to do this. It's a little weird. I'm going to try to stop pausing on the screen because it keeps putting up this shit. I have to click on the tiny thing in the bottom. We start at the top, and then you're making sure these aren't a clean gap. These middle shots can be like a little weird. So you might have to micro adjust like this in between them. You have room, even if you start lower than I did. This is the last shot here, and you escape out this way. We're holding laser, kill the turrets. We're sitting on the bottom of this. We need to sit on the bottom. If we're any higher than this turret here, we'll shoot a rotation like this, and it's slightly more annoying. If we're on the bottom, it will decide to shoot like this, and it's easier to get around. I'm holding shot this whole time, even though we're not really killing things very efficiently, because we need to get here fast. It's enough time to kill the orange, and I've seen strats where you move through here, but if you get delayed there, then you're dead. So instead, we're just holding shot for speed. Laser you for a little bit. We're going to move up here. By lasering, this turret doesn't shoot. None of the turrets we're going to make sure they can shoot. This will kill both of these ones, and we'll kill the turret as it comes in. We end it off killing these, and we're in line for this. We want to end the pattern, so we're hitting that immediately. And this is the only spooky dodge you have to do, but it's not too bad. Because the red is kind of oriented on you, it's like kind of vaguely on you, just make a path through the blue. And you'll dodge the red. The blue's the big thing to dodge. These will always shoot at their fixed angle, so if you're on the side of them, they'll just shoot straight down. You ride the side of it. If you sit here in the middle as it comes in, this middle turret will die right away. You don't need to kill one of these. Otherwise, you have to dodge the middle blue 3 times, which isn't a big deal, but it's best not to deal with it. All right, here's the boss. Here's the big problem. So I was agonizing over this. The back turrets. So in the first loop, you kill these because the red bullets are harder than the harder blue patterns. Here, the blue patterns annihilate you. They're the real problem with this fight. So we need to make sure not to kill these back turrets at all costs. So we're moving in a way. I stole this shit from RZM. He showed in a video how you deal with every variation of this boss up until the RNG part, like the really RNG part. Here's the exact movement. So we're killing these two. We move up and point blank so this hatch can shoot. We move back downwards so we're no longer hitting these turrets. These are about to bait us up to the top. And now we sit not under the second hatch, but under, like, right above it. So we're on this. So we're on this one right here. We bait up through there so we don't get hit by these red bullets. And you want, at some point, to be getting point-blank damage in between one of those waves, in between these two. But I find sometimes you hit this turret, and then it causes problems later. This way, it now randoms between a bunch of blue patterns, and you can dodge all 3 of them. You just have to be ready to react to which one of the 3 you got, and focus on killing this top turret. Once that turret's dead, you're focused on the hatches, because while this one we were fine with killing the armor and then killing the turret, as soon as these hatches die, this will open up automatically for us. And if we spend too much time over here, it'll open up automatically or something. So we just want to kill the hatches because while the hatches aren't vulnerable because they're down, we're also doing damage to the boss while that happens. Second hatch is dead. We rolled a good pattern. You always love to see this one. Now we could kill the sides. And from here, now, here's the spooky bit. So this is the 2-bomb setup I'm going for. That guarantees we can, if you can dodge and kill these 2 turrets like this, you can 2-bomb this next part and beat it. If you're going for a 3-bomb setup, what you basically do is you point blank up here after baiting these, you move downwards, kill the 2 hatches, and then you triple bomb him. So you don't have to do any of this dodging stuff. If you want to potentially save a bomb, you do all of this stuff. And now here's where you gamble. You either lose no bombs or a lot of bombs. You lose 2 bombs with this setup. It's going to roll this pattern, a rotating pattern that you can dodge through, or it's rolling a fuck you wall. So here's a nice pattern. I try to point blank whenever I get this one so that we reduce our chances of like the next bullshit pattern coming in. So we got the bullshit. You can dodge through this, but like look at it. It's such horseshit. This is the Slayer of like scoring runs. Like it looks like there's routes through there, but there's not routes through there. They collapse in on each other so easily that like when you move through them, you just get walled. And because it lasts long, like we had to double bomb it. So I've had a bunch of times where we've no bombed this. I have a bunch of times where we've been forced to 2-bomb it. If you learn the 2-bomb setup, then things get so much easier for you because you don't need to like do good on the 1-6 boss before it loops. And you don't need to get lucky on the mid boss here. If you get lucky on the mid boss, or you don't really need to with the 2-bomb setup. If you get good at the green appearing section and the 4 cruisers, then you have enough leeway to get here with 2 bombs. Here, I fucked up and died, so that's why we have some extra. You need Ketsui hitbox. You really do for that section. That's a hard pattern with the Ketsui hitbox. I don't like the hitbox in this game. It's not big enough. It's not small enough to micro like you would in a Mushi or a Ketsui. And it's like... It's not big enough to be like a dad hitbox, though. I remembered to change it to 2-4. So all in all, just try to get 2 bombs on that boss. This one is... You've probably noticed by now, the first loop and the second loop routes are the same. They carry over like almost 1-to-1. But you have to watch out for the second loop makes you execute harder, and it really fucks you over for a routing mistake. So this is the same. We wait for this 4th turret. We laser that 4th turret. We move to the side. We get out. We get back in. We try to laser these turrets, and now most of the turrets are dead. I think one might be there. So we're going to pay attention to that. Okay, good. I'm doing this strat for this run. I'll pull up Wes's strat for that for another one if you don't like this one. I moved a bit early here. We're just trying to make sure we're lasering aside so that the tanks are far behind off screen. And then you laser the other side. By the time the tanks come back, you're now ready to go back over and laser those. You're orienting yourself here after you're killing these tanks based off these 2. So kill these 2. And now you're in a position where you want to hit both waves of these with your laser. Because if you do that, then these tanks won't wall you off. If you miss a tank, it will be shooting here, and you can't go back to kill the next wave. So after this shit dies, you need to make sure you're lasering both of those so you can cut back around and kill these right enemies. Now you're set. You don't have to do any fucky business. I'm going to pull up Wes's run. He has another way to do it, which I also like. Donde? It's right here. This is another way to do it. You start in the... Or wait, is this the... Did I mix up which one was Wes's run and which one was the other runs I was looking at? Okay, we went with the Wes one. If you look at Asagami, he does it differently. Look at Asagami like a CL run from like a month or a year. about from this video. He has a really good route as well. This part's actually fairly easy to chain. It's like one of the only parts we actually hold the chain. Just make sure a laser on this while it's like, you laser these slowly. So you don't kill those turrets too fast. You hang out on him and then you hang out here. Once again, just like first loop, baiting off to the side so this first wave goes out. We're counting 5 once again. 1, 2, 3. These get shots off, but don't worry, you're tapping down, so it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we move. We dip a little bit to the right just to kill any tanks so that we're here and there's no tank on screen as we start to move down. So we don't get backstabbed. You want to get in between a blue and a pink. And look at this right here. It always creates an opening here. Sometimes, depending on how fast you killed it, there'll be a bullet here, and a bullet here, and a bullet here. Doesn't matter. You escape out through here every time. And it's a consistent timing to where these bullets will always be exactly where you need them to be. So even though this shit looks terrifying right here, because they're shooting really close to you, you don't get tagged there unless you fucked up the setup. There's 2 Jeeps. Make sure you kill that second one. I fucked up here and laser too late. You should laser about this point at the halfway point. Look at what happens because I didn't. You see this tank retained retained this here because I used shot. And by shot switching to laser, that gap made this tank here. I had to make it move downwards. Otherwise, your opening to move back and down here is way easier. Laser these. Those are all dead. You laser off to the side. That's how the whole, like, first half of this stage is killing one side so that you could deal with one side at a time. These, same exact as first loop. We sit up here, we move in the L, even though there's more bullets, they're aimed in the same way, and you move in the same lane. See, you're in this blue lane, and you don't even worry about the red bullets. Once you're past that, like, initial, just couple red bullets, you're good. By using laser here, you're killing off any of these that come down, so you never get walled here. You're holding shot because we need these to die. We need these to die, and once this is fully slowed down, it's stopped, it's about to start its whole jam. We're in the middle. We stop using shot, we hold laser, move all the way down. It's easy because this is baited in a nice way. We have all of this room to work with. We're orienting these so that they don't get blocked. And these tanks, because we killed the forward ones with shot, are very behind. And this is a clean lane right here. So you move straight through those, and now you can aura these. I want to show there's a shit ton of other ways to do this. Like, here's Wes's run, if you want, like, a separate way to do it. Or is this where I got the inspiration to do mine from? No, I stole from Wes. It turns out all of my strats are Wes's strats. And all the strats I hated were the ones I was looking up beforehand, I guess. There's other ones where you start. There's other ones where you start here. Where you start here. And then as the tanks come in, you move to the right side, and then you go down and around, and then you swing around to kill these. So it's like there's a bunch of strats like that I don't like. This way makes it so that these are nullified. This section would be way easier with the other strats if these enemies here didn't exist. They're a real problem if you don't do it this way. And this gives you time. You even sit there. Like, look at, we're killing them off screen. If you wait for, like, an blast explosion to happen, there's barely any tanks coming in, to a point where I felt comfy enough just doing this, like, left to right point blank on it. And it killed it, like, really fucking fast. Sometimes this thing feels so tanky, and sometimes you detonate it like that. I'm literally not looking at the red bullets here. I'm just looking up at these ones, making sure I am moving at a time to kill them. If you don't kill them by this point, you move over to kill them. I'm slowly moving to the right side, because the right side, there's no enemies except outside of this here, and enemies on the left. There's nothing on the right side. The right's open. We're waiting for you to shoot. We talked about this in the first loop. Depending on which half we're on, the helicopters will appear on the other half. And we're going to use our options to ram them. So watch these 3 helicopters that come in. We ride this wave, and as we're riding up there, it's at a perfect time to kill these 3 helicopters. Pop, pop, pop. Those are dead. If they get to the bottom, they will get to here where you can't really hit them that well. And before you can move down to kill them, they blast you. They're the main killers here. And then we move down. You might have to like adjust a little bit for in case like you don't want to move hard into the right. But for the most part, just tapping to the right at some amount of pace will get you through there. We want to start on the left side because we want these helicopters on the right. See, they always shoot in this formation here. We are going to go through here or through here. And that way, we'll always escape out through them and get past this tank. If we are on the right side, then the helicopters are going to go here. You might or might not kill him. The last one will appear here. It'll get stuck here. You try to go around, it'll kill you. So we're on the left to manipulate the helicopters. We move through that same spot. Your shot just shreds that second tank. And you need to move fast here. These bullets are faster than first loop. As soon as this shit dies, you need to move up and horizontal here. Because you either get walled off by this or walled off by this, so you can't move from right to left. If you move fast here, you see it tried to wall us off, but then it switched angles to here. Because it switched that angle, we have this clean way to get through. Otherwise, you get stuck. We're killing 4 right here. You move across for these 3 that are visible. You kill those 3 that are visible. There's one more that's approaching off screen. That's your cue. That one dies. You now slowly tap, 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 tap. And now you're here. Here's how you do this. You sit here, and you need to aggressively move to the like left side of where these are. I say aggressively because if you wait here for this to pass, sometimes these can catch up to you and you die. You get to this point here, and you want to get into this in between right here and hold shot. That makes sure that these die. Anything remaining up here is dead. These are slowly getting shot down. These die. By the time these are dead, the only things remaining are these blue shots, and these are somewhat aimed. You start slowly tapping up and to the left. I fucked up in that I went too far to the left here, and I didn't feel comfy saving it, so I just popped the bomb. You can see that a bunch when I stream this on how you do that. This is one of the few times I fucked that one up. This boss, it's very similar to first loop, except there's one difference in the laser part. So here, this bit's harder, but same thing. If you want to know the time we moved down, I didn't mention it in the first loop. We are point blanking. We don't want point blank too much though, because by the time we're holding laser to get around the like secondary section, we might have done too much damage. So what we do is once he reaches the top, that's when I start to move down. We need to make sure we're on the left side because I prefer him moving over to the right. If we're on the left half, I'm pretty sure he'll always go to the right side. What makes this hard? Now, instead of just like looking at which side the lasers go, now we have these alternating red shots, which are real bastards. These red shots are a huge hassle. They're a real big problem. Because you can dodge the lasers, but get walled in a situation where you can't dodge the red shots and a laser will come in. Or like you have to get through a laser and the red shots have like one or the other is going to fuck you over. So get through this shit. It's kind of scary. You just got to dodge it. Make sure you're on one half. And the same rule that we talked about in the first loop is what we'll do here. And it covers both patterns. The left or the right will shoot. But we have a rule, like order of operations, I'll make it so that we can always avoid the red bullets. Anytime this left one shoots for the first time, we will now get on that side and hug the left side of it. So first loop, the left one shot first. This one, the right side shot first. It doesn't matter. We wait for that first one from the left side. And now we hug it. The red shots aren't an issue. We keep hugging it. Now, it's moving fast and to the left. We need to get in here. As soon as that laser's done, don't worry, this next one won't hit you if you positioned it at the start right. If you want to be safer, look at what we did here. We just did a little pause out here just to make sure. And then look at the side here. Either no red shot will be able to hit you here, or you just need to think about like one of these shots, which aren't a big deal to deal with. No matter which pattern you get, that set of movements will deal with both of them. And same thing with first loop. We line this up here. So the H and the yellow are right there. You hold laser on the side, even though this boss moves quickly towards you instead of how it does it in the first loop. Doesn't matter, the setup still works. You skip the second part, which is really hard. I've only no-bombed that second part like once. You probably need like 1 or 2 bombs if you don't get the setup right. But it's not too bad. I thought this would be an asshole because I didn't want to have to react to which side shot first and which red shots we're shooting. But I found that this covers both of them. And I don't think I've had any accidents with that. I 2-5 the fucking bastard stage. This is the stage where everything goes wrong. Alright, we start on the left side, but we're going to curve back around just because we're already here shooting these. We're killing this side. And then sweeping over the right to clean up those so they don't keep shooting. If we do that, then the left side dodges are really easy. We're going to kill these 3, and then remember, we're focusing on the 3 towers. There's 1, 2. Here's the 3rd turret. We're going to kill this in the same way. It's just harder to execute because the bullets are more dense. Always simplify the runs as much as possible. Yes. I am a hater of thinking in the run. Every time I feel like I think about something, I fuck it up. If you haven't practiced something, if you try anything new, or if you try doing adjustments that you don't know 100% sure will work, then there's a risk that you'll die. Which is a real problem in these ones where we need like a ton of resources for the end and they're long as fuck. So we killed these 3. We're now ready for this first tank. We scoot on over. We want to get here fast. You need to do this section quickly. So you can get here, kill these 3 tanks. If you're killing these 3 tanks here, then you're right on pace. We're going to make sure, you see we did a tiny pause to kill the second turret up top. Did a tiny pause to make sure that's dead, otherwise this cutback is harder. Now we're set up perfect. If you see that we have this one here, this guy here, these shots look like they'd be a problem, but they're slow enough and create enough of gaps that you're fine. We're waiting here. We can scoot along there. We're using our shot to make these not become a problem later and make these turrets not become a problem later. And then we want to be in a position where we could kill. We don't need to go here fast, otherwise we have to do dodges here. That's why we baited these over here. We're in a position to kill 2 of those, and now we need to get up and around before the next section starts. See, we did it much better this one than the first loop. We have a clean lane here to go out. And we're doing the same thing. There's first wave, second wave. Around the 3rd wave, that's when we want to start going back here. You just ride the waves like we've been doing for all of these big enemies. You ride along these blue sides. Now we ride this one. We're being careful of this tank right here. We're moving down and around this one. See, I didn't even move to the left at all just because that tank right there blasts right away. Look how fast that was. Look at that small tank. He just starts shooting. Once you do this, we're going fast and I'm going high because I want one of these turrets to die. You get kicked out of this really fast because of these bullets, but this turret up there, I want that one to die so this whole cutback is easier. Did I just... I don't remember when I pick up the bomb here. I just went to pick it up, so these UFOs are a bit awkward. You just go from left to right. You kill all of them, and then this tank comes in, you go in the middle. We're on this tank. We're just lasering it, moving down. We use our shot. It's going to hit these. It's going to give us the speed to move up, and it's going to hit these other Zako. Once we're here, we want to laser all of these. It's okay if some of them don't die. It just makes it harder later. Laser all of those, and then swap as soon as you're all done, and hold down. Now we're paying attention to if we didn't kill any of those towers. We watch for any blue shots and make our way to the left side. Now here, what you want to do is you want to make a jut over here like I did. Look at this motion we did. So tapping, tapping, tapping. Now we're jutting diagonally. And it creates this open lane right here. Unfortunately, I didn't see it in time. And I got stuck here. Everything's aimed though, so at least we could live here, but it completely fucks our setup. I'm just gonna be showing Wes's run of how you actually do this section, because here's the thing, I grinded this shit a lot, and I could just never get the second bunker consistent, and the first bunker, I'd always get clipped somewhere up top doing some dumb shit. It's so easy to die here, and you die with bombs in stock, and bombs are precious. This stage, from now on, this stage, 2-6, 2-6 boss, for you. Hibachi phase 1, Hibachi phase 2. You need an absurd amount of bombs for them. So we don't want to die with bombs ever. So my run, I couldn't set this up, so we're going to end up bombing first bunker. Now we want to get set up so that we bomb the second bunker. I've never figured out how to do the second bunker consistently. I'll show you the runs I actually can do it, though. See, I can never get up top here. You need to get up to the top here, point blank it, and then move down. But, like, I always get blocked off by... See, this first wave happens. You want to be, like, here on the first wave and then getting ready to move down into the left by them, but I'm always stuck here because I always can't kill these, like, both sides of these. Maybe you want to play, like, closer, tighter middle. Maybe that's what you want to be doing. But I could never figure out how to get up to point blank this bunker before it causes issues. This point here, remember I talked about first loop, don't be at the top? This is why. Scary. I've had the bomb. Just be right here. Just be right here. It's fine. Right here is perfectly fine. If you do this bomb here, though, or around this point, even if you didn't have to panic bomb like I did, you just tap to the right. And this pattern should end with you doing minimum dodges. You might have to dodge like a couple of these. That's fine. Now, holding with shot, holding with shot. You want to laser this and then laser the middle so we get as many frames as possible. I got scared of lasering the middle too fast, and it ended up just... I didn't get the cancel at all, so we had to bomb here. I'll show you Wes's run on what you do for here. I got okay at doing this section here, but getting the cancel on the building right. You really want to get that middle one as the last part you kill, because the side one, you only have just enough room to set things up, and you have to do dodges. The middle one, you set it up just fine. So here, remember, we're making sure these turrets are dead. Before you go off to kill this one, where are those turrets? Those two turrets at the start, now these two up here. Those two need to die. Otherwise you get stuck, you get walled off, and then you fall behind. These red shots are aimed. Remember I talked about side of this? We tap down to dodge this guy's bullets, and then we tap left to dodge this bullets. We want the right one first because there's only one Jeep. There's two Jeeps on the left side. Otherwise, we fall behind. It's easier to fall behind here because you have to think about this dodge more and this dodge more. But if you go fast, then these aren't bad dodges. You just need to go quickly. All right, let's look at how you actually do the hell hallway. All right, the hallway starts here. So here's how you set up the section before it. You need to laser this first tower, move over, laser this 1, and then 2, 3. Then we make our way back and kill these two, because it sets us up here. We need to be in the middle holding shot. You kill the Zakos, and we want to be misaligned with this. We just flick laser for a split second. Like, you're not confirming it died. You're just flicking laser and then letting go, and it'll die in time. We move up and around, flick on that second one. Now we have to deal with two blues. So you can either do what we did and just, like, hold laser on both of these, but then because you weren't using shot, these are alive, and you get forced to the bottom right, and it's harder to get up to the bunker. If you do this, where you simply move up, instead of lasering the second one, you move up with shot, you're killing every Zako. And it makes it in a position where we can cut back here and look, we're already up high and we have an opening to go around. And you can point blank this downwards. And it makes like escaping out of here also easier. I'm curious how he does this section. I cannot stand this second bunker. Yeah, it really is just, you need to not lose ground. You need to be up high and using shot so that the left side Zakos are dead. See, there's a gap between shooting like this Zako here. You move up and about, and then see there's a whole gap before the next Zako. Shit like that is why I gave up on routing this bombless. Because it's like, it's so tight on like, there's so much shit, and you have to very precisely, like, it's ungodly precise. But it is possible. I gave up and just planned one bomb for the second bunker, and then one bomb if things go wrong up here. In my clear run, I had to bomb a bunch of times. Real problem, actually. I thought that run wouldn't clear because I bombed so many times. Here's how you actually do the setup if you get the cancel. So we kill the two sides. We're now aligned here, so we're killing these three. He's even get the fourth. That probably makes that so much easier. These start shooting again. We get to the side. Because we get up here before these turrets start shooting, we can now make a cutback. You see we did the diagonal movement because these tanks are shooting. We have to move diagonal so that there's a gap. And then you swing by here. You need to kill these turrets because if you do, you can now move up through these with shot and you kill the remaining turrets and everything. So that's how you actually do that shit. I can't do it though. I gave up because I'm like, I'm just bombing this. Like, you used 9,000 bombs on Hibachi. What's 2 bombs here? And my runs kept dying to getting clipped in places like there with bombs in stock. All right, let's talk about this boss. So we're not doing what we did in loop 1. We're doing the safe spot. So we're lined up vaguely with this turret thing. We move up with it, and then about when it's going to reach the top, we need to move down so the next attack doesn't start before we've hit the bottom. Now, same thing, same safe spot works. Tap up just very, very slightly. Don't go too high, especially here. Now move down, you're safe. You want to see this opening now. We want to aggressively move up so we do damage. All right, these are way less tanky than loop 1, except there's more of them. So we're going to do our best to sweep by them. This part's a bit dicey because I don't know when exactly these shoot. You need to pay very close and careful attention that if these are shooting, you don't want to cut back around while these are beginning to shoot. You'll just get clipped. Give it a bit of like room over here and then kill these. The reason why you might... Like, this is a frantic part because you need to hit this safe spot as soon as the shit starts. Otherwise, you have to use a bomb here. So here's what we're going to do. We sweep these as best we can with laser, and then we need to line up with this, and any remaining ones on the right side, you need to start holding shot for. It sucks that there's so much at stake because it's fun to dodge. Yeah, that's where it's like you can't afford to try for those dodges, which kind of sucks. It's fun, but like you cannot afford the risk of doing it. But like that's why I got a little excited for DFK because the worst thing that happens in DFK, you auto bomb, and it's not like you don't lose your hyper or anything. So I'm stoked to try DFK. I've routed everything. I worked on Hibachi yesterday, but it's not consistent yet. It's gonna take me a minute. I'm trying to decide if I make like a more approachable 1cc guide, either like Mushi Maniac, Mushi Original, some other game, R-Type, maybe something I already know, and then like work on solidifying DFK, trying to do the one of that. Or if I'm just like so far in DFK that maybe I just grind it out. There's not that many sections I need to focus on, but my annoying thing is that the first loop is pretty different. So I got to go back and learn the first loop shit. You're intimidated by second loops because of the pressure. Hard modes seem more approachable. Yeah, so The actual killers of loop 2s are not, uh are not the difficulty increase of loop 2s. It's fucking having a whole loop 1. The loop 1 is a fucking murder. It's crazy because, it's not just that you have to do, like, an easier version through it. What up? Can't wait for DFK guide. Oh, yeah, I gotta make that Mushi Maniac guide for you. I said that I would do 800 years ago. Or Akai Katana, I also gotta, but I gotta learn that from scratch. There's fucking so many games. Yeah, and with this game, it's 6 stages. 6 stages. That's not just 6 stages of loop 1, that's 6 stages of loop 2. If you look at my first DoDonPachi stream, I was calling this like the worst shmup ever made. I was so fucking mad because of the replaying loop 1 over and over and over. It wasn't so bad in DOJ because it's both interesting and I really like DOJ routing a whole lot. And it's 5 stages. And in Donpachi, the first Donpachi, you're supposed to die somewhere in loop 1. So you can die somewhere and you were supposed to die anyway. So it's cool. You're like, "Cool, I was meant to die." Oh, yeah, I'm not stressed at all about it, don't worry. I'm just like, I wanted to make Mushi like 100 years ago, and I still haven't. Yeah. Yo, what up, what up? We're currently, uh it took us 3 hours to do the first loop because we went through it pretty hard. The second loop is taking less time because, it's the same shit as the first loop, but we have to point out all the parts that are more spooky. But learning, like, say, SDOJ Expert, Mushi God Mode specifically, uh, harder modes like that, I'm so stoked to try because I'm so sick of looping, man. I'm so sick of it. Maybe loops where the first loop and the second loop are different games, like DFK's vaguely like that would be fine, but that means you gotta learn 2 games, so I'm like, "Fuck, whatever, we just gotta eat it." "You deleted Radiant Silvergun?" "No." That's okay. That's a polarizing ass one. That is one of my favorites, though. We got silver that's the Silvergun cab. Uh, uh, uh. It's pretty mean. You're learning SDOJ, wondering if you enjoyed the game at all with Hibachi. That was interesting, 'cause, Hibachi is nightmarishly hard. Like, if you said go and clear SDOJ with Hibachi, I would be like stressed out of my goddamn mind. But I was doing those runs before I had the confidence to ever try a second loop game and ever trying a TLB. I thought I would just try it out because I was save stating and my save states while just practicing the game got to Hibachi. The thing is though, Hibachi's nightmarishly hard. That's by far the hardest hibachi I've done. SDOJ hibachi. Oh my fucking god. It's a really good fight. It's really goddamn hard. I've only ever killed it once in a run, and I've tried long after my first kill of it. Really goddamn hard. It would be so much easier if the final boss was not a nightmare in the first phase. But aside from that, like, the actual fight is fun. It's gonna take forever to kill Hibachi. That shit is so hard. But, I love SDOJ routing and DOJ routing. The only thing I don't like with SDOJ is, the first phase of final boss is a nightmare to hit the requirement with, and, the stage 4 extend is not okay. I learned how to be consistent at it, and I wish I knew it before I made the SDOJ guide, but good Christ, that's not a okay extend. It's so fucked. It's such a fucked extend because, you basically either go, up a life or down 2 lives based on if you do it right or not. SDOJ would be fun if the hitbox wasn't massive and bugged. Yeah, I forgot about that till right now. Like, one of the sides, I think I stream based off which side was the bug side. Like, for the mid bosses on stage 5. Radiant Silver Gun is as satisfying as expected. We're trying to play it for score. Yeah, scoring's really tight, and the issue is breaking a chain feels really bad, and everything has to be like a really on point. It was at a point where I was learning Silver Gun, and I thought I would either love the game or hate it by the end. I ended up loving it just because you don't need to perfectly score everywhere to have enough uh power to beat the game. That's what turned it from either I think this game is fucked up and I don't want to play it, or I like it. But Treasure is like, I don't know, that game is so like it's either a bastard or it's sick, and there's like no in between. Would you do SDOJ Hibachi if SDOJ is a two-loop game? Hell no. Loop 1 SDOJ is so hard. Loop 2 SDOJ would be fucked up. What I thought about doing is SDO now that they got shmup MAME and shit, that is better input delay. I thought about doing a CEX run. If you play the EX ship in that game, it's uber hard, like super, super hard. Like that's the hard mode. I want to do a clear of that with no Hibachi. Hibachi's easier on the EX ships because your hitbox is smaller, which is pretty funny. But it's also harder because getting the requirement is a nightmare. And your rank is going to be higher because you got a hyper more. It's really hard to get the Hibachi with low rank when the game is fucked up until that point. But I like SDOJ a lot. I just hate stage 4 extend being like the make or break of the whole run. And why is the first phase of Koryu impossible? You need so many resources. Yeah, it really does have a Psycho hitbox. You don't have a way to play SDOJ. The best way is Xenia is trash. Real hardware. Wonder if I got. Yeah. I got one of these. It's dog shit. It's turbo fucking laggy. Even if you set your like 360 on like 480p and like all kinds of things, it's still trash. Yeah, Shmup MAME SH3 is really good. Uh, I want it to be like 1 frame better for SDOJ, but I will take what I can get to not have to deal with fucked up RetroArch slowdown with like blitter delays being all messed up. So best way is to do that. You don't get the HD graphics, or you just buy the EXA version. It's just a few grand, but it runs beautifully. I got to try it once, and it ruined the game for me because it felt so good. It was like playing one of these like input delay wise, like really, really responsive on SDOJ. I'm like, I got moved now. Still fucked up stage 4 mid boss when I was doing that. There's also somebody posted in the STG Rev Discord, uh, more accurate MAME timings. I think I only peeped it for like 2 seconds. It doesn't have the like 1 frame better from the SH3 whatever thing, but it's more accurate. So if that gets the better delay, then I think you would play. That would be the move to do SDOJ in general or uh, the EX stuff. It's so much nicer having slowdown. Oh god, yeah, like just proper, just like not changed anything, and like a MAME that's not supported for it is so fucked. You need slowdown in that game. You do Escalade 2 runs on Shmup Mania or Xenia. I did on Xenia. It's laggier. It's laggier, but the HD and the proper ass sounds are so good. It was enough that I got a no miss of Galuda 2 with the TLB without needing a better delay. And I'm like super delay conscious. I like will do everything in my power to cut a frame out, and it wasn't the worst. Maybe like stage 3 mid boss is kind of hard to dodge. Yeah, I wish it wasn't stuck on Exa. Same thing with there's a lot of Exa games that I would want to do. Air Gallet, uh the Toll Plan Run and Gun one, the Batsugun Exa. The actual good version of Eartheon, damn it, is on fucking Exa. You're from Canada, can't imagine the conversion. Oh god, it's already a lot. Like, man, that shit's a ton. I'm lucky enough to be close by to some real like arcade serious people who have like full ass like arcades in their backyard. So like every once in a while I get to try crazy ass try all the cool shit. But to try like SDOJ on real hardware, try like a bunch of the EXA stuff. I got a silver gun, got a silver gun 1cc on cab. That shit was tight. That game looks really cool on CRT. Are you interested in Toho Lunatic commentaries? I got some news for you, buddy. I got some news. You have no idea. Okay, sorry everybody who's like looking for. I'll probably like timestamp and description since we are talking a bit here, but this is good because I've been talking about routing for like 4 hours. I got some good news. So I've been recently re-infatuated with Toho because I found out about it like freshman year high school. I fucked around with normal modes and then like I would watch Jamer's whatever video he uploaded over the years. And that was like my shmup experience. So I knew about like DoDonPachis and shit for a really long time, but I thought that was like expert shit. So I never played anything. But so I started Toho early on, and like that shit's crazy when you discover for the first time as like a freshman in high school. And then that's when like first you see like anime shit for the first time when that started popping like mainstream. So it like hit like crazy. You're like, whoa, this is something I've never seen before. But I've been swapping off Toho for years now because I don't like the stages as much. I prefer hard, strict routing of like stuff like Cave. But I've been recently like going back to Toho stuff, being like, well, I've done the two alls now. I thought these were impossible. The Toho games, I could do Lunatic. Those aren't as hard as like a two all of this. So here's what I ended up doing. I have a route that I have saved of every single Toho from 6 to 20. That is the exact route I want to do. And we're going to go through Toho 6 to as long as until I die. And we're going to go through lunatics on all of them. And I'm so stoked because I always thought these were dodging games. 6 and 7 are dodging games. 8 is dodging game. All of the other ones have the stupidest shit you can do in them, and I love it. I don't care for like the no miss no bomb stuff. I love watching those, but I love finding creative routing. And good God, like 10 is completely fucked. Not even with the glitch, that laser glitch. Like the bomb routing is fucking sick as hell. 11 you can break with like Alice. Like 12 you can break with Sane and like proper routing of UFOs where you don't have to dodge a single boss. 13 you can just Yomu resource the entire game without dodging anything. 14 Marissa doesn't play the game. Like, she doesn't play the game. You just hit bomb and the game dies. 12, 15, Sane can just out-resource the game. You can die hundreds of times. You die, like, I mean, get hit, like, hundreds of times. You get hit in this run I want to do, like, 20 plus times, and you bomb 90 plus times in 15 with Sane because of how you exploit the resource system. 16, there's a you can abuse the fuck out of like routing with the winter. All of them you can abuse, but like I saw one with winter that just decimates everything. You just winter pop pop bomb, bomb pop winter, or just stuff just dies in winter in general. 17, you play otters and then you don't have to dodge a pattern. The otters take everything away. 18, you can get cards that give you an extra bomb when you come in, and you can bomb enough times to get your life back. So you go like plus or zero on resources because you bomb a section, bomb a section, bomb a section, bomb a section, one up, you die, and then you repeat that for the whole game. 19, it's the two-player one. I haven't looked at that too much. I heard it's messed up. 20, there's so many ways to break 20 if you don't care about no miss, no bomb. It's crazy. So I have a replay for every single one of them. So Sorry, I haven't looked at chat. I need to yap about some Toho. Let me catch up. Are there any in-depth guides for dealing with every possible patterns the Prism Rivers have? Oh god. Depending on which one you shoot at. I thought the way it works is whichever character you are, you fight a different one. So I think like Marissa fights the blue one and like Sakia fights the black one. I could be mistaken. I don't know if it's like a Strikers one where you have to like be in a certain position to trigger a different one, but I could be wrong. There's two round ones within an arcade in each direction here. Yeah, we got a round one by us. It's got 0 shmups, but it's got rhythm games up the wazoo. Hakanai Blue is a Toho 87. Is that the really long Toho Lunatic guide? I saw that, I think. Uh I think I saw that. The like deep dive they go through for a few hours. I'm actually planning on playing Marissa in that game, oddly enough. Somehow Marissa has the most interesting routing for some reason. Toho has so many dumb safe spots, it's got all of them. It's got the most famous fucking Journal one, and so many throughout. With Sakia, you get 44 bombs and 10 lives. I thought about Sakia. I used to play Sakia B when I didn't know better. I thought about looking at Sakia A, but I really like Marissa in that game for some reason. Usually I just tier whore, but Marissa looks fun in that one. I think there's normal guides for 7 that are out. Toho fans coming out. What is the best Toho game after 12? The newest one when I was playing them was 13, and then like 14 whenever I stopped. What is the best after 12? 13 is pretty cool, but you have to know how the resources work. If you just play it, you get like no resources. It's easier in general. 14 has a few ways to break it. Is really hard. 15 is really hard unless you break it. 16, I don't know anything about. 17, I don't know anything about. I don't know anything past 15. I know the replays, but I haven't played them myself. They get harder and harder. 14 is pretty good. If you break it, though, then you don't even play the game. 15 is psycho hard. People talk about that one being one of the harder ones to Lunatic, No Miss, whatever. But if you want to break it with the... Everybody says you break it with Raisin. I think it's even better with Sane. I like 13 just because that's the one that was the new one when my very first new Toho that came out. I usually don't use bombs and die at stupid parts. If you play Marissa, then the fun of hitting Master Spark will solve that problem. You get 1 or 2 nons decided by character, 1 spell dependent on who you shoot during the previous card. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. I figured it was just relative to what character you played, like Satori, who would do different patterns based off which sub shot you picked. Oh man, I'm stoked to get into those. My plan is I can't do another 2-all. I was gonna do Ketsui Omote after the DFK era one, but I don't think I could do another 2-loop one for a bit. The 2-loops are draining. There's so much, man. So I'm like, I'll go through Toho Lunatics. And like 6 is one of the harder ones just because there's no stupid cheese. 7's uh like all the games that are really hard have ways to blow them out. Like 15 is ones people talk about being crazy, but if you don't care about being perfect, then you just like destroy 15. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm fond of 7, 8 as like to me that's like the peak Toho is 7, 8, and I would chuck in 11. I would chuck in 11 and 12-ish in there. To me, that's like Toho. And then the rest of them are other games. I'm coming around on 6. I never played 6 when I was younger because I thought not being able to see my hitbox was trash and having a bigger hitbox. But I recently played it on normal just for fun, and that game is fun. So I'm stoked to learn 6. I'm gonna just play Marissa B and Bomb. Fuck no. Hell no. We are never doing DOJ white label. Good God. Dude, I look in the Discord and every time that comes up, Peg, who's like cleared that like a god run is like this game is for somebody else. This game is for like is psychotic. This game is like fucked up. I'm like, dude, we can't. It's too much. White label is so fucked. Yeah, if it didn't take your lives, then I can accept the bigger hitboxes. But like, good God, you have to no miss loop too, which means you have to do 2-4 rails with the bigger hitbox, and you have to do stage 2-5 with the bigger hitbox. You have to dodge the turtle with the bigger hitbox. And then you have the minimum possible resources to beat Hibachi. I can't beat Hibachi with the minimum. It's so hard. Yeah, White Label is basically the same game in Loop 1. Your hyper is builds up less. So your hyper routing changes. That's about it. You compensate by making sure you chain into bees, and that's how you could fix that. Like if you can clear Black Label 1-all, you can clear White Label 1-all. Maybe it'll take a like run to get used to the hyper change, but it's effectively the same game in first loop for the most part. It's the fuck things they do in the second loop where are so killer. Yeah, it was so fucked. They made the real version of the game. I always forget to mention when I say DOJ that I mean Black Label, because to me Black Label is the default way to play the game, and White Label is like White Label to me is like the extra hard mode version of the game. You don't have to score at all. Yeah, we'll take that. Except if you're doing like a I guess that's easier. I think Black Label, they want more scoring. I even find routes where you go for pure scoring. Like, some games are designed strictly for scoring. I even find survival routes in those cool. Like, DFK Black Label is designed for scoring. I find that one cool. That's another one we're looking at. I've been going through now that I understand the routing of Ura 2-all of DFK 1.5. I now have an understanding of how it differs from the Zatsuza uh, strong route in DFK Black Label, and I think I want to go for it. I didn't think I would because it looked crazy, but it fixes a lot of the problems I have in 1.5 in terms of the routing, the really annoying sections that are okay because you have an auto bomb, but I hate them, are fixed. They're really easy when you have uh Black Label cancels. So I genuinely might give that a shot. But it's got a fucked requirement. You have to beat the first TLB, no miss. I forget if you can bomb. I think you can bomb twice, but you have to use bombs to set up your red label thing on some of the bosses to set up the requirements. But like the no missing the TLB and all of the really hard mode, that might be really messed up, but I look at the routing, and the routing looks easier somewhat than 1.5 Ura, oddly enough. I'm like, maybe this is doable? That said, 1.5 Hibachi is something fucked. It's weird because it's uber hard, but you can resource it. I with one life lost and just on save stating Hibachi in 1.5, I cleared it blind, which I'm like, what the hell? But that's with the, like, only 1 life lost total throughout the game. Actually learning it, there's so many, like, weird fuckiness with Hibachi in 1.5. If you played Dangun, I've need to play that. I thought about going for it for, like, 100 years, that and Guwange. Just copy the Asagami route, it looks good. Everybody says the routing's, like, fucky and random, though, which is scary. Thought about buying DFK on Steam, it's pretty good. Doesn't have the lagginess of, like, SDOJ. Yeah, that's my plan. It's either like a non 2-loop hard run for the next hard run of Cave, or oh 6 Lunatic. That's what I want to go for next after DFK. All right, I'm gonna finish off through here. We're getting pretty close to the end. Oh, where did we end off on here? You do the safe spot like you would do. Did we talk about? We did. We talked about these. You just sweep these with laser, and then you get into the safe spot, and you hold shot for any remaining enemies. You're in the same safe spot as the start, and then you need to move up. If you want to get up here without bombing, like you would shot bomb or laser bomb here to get up here safely. But I got comfy with this. The boss always moves in the same oval direction. So look at this fireball. The next fireball is going to be more to the right because the boss always moves to the right. So if you move along with this fireball and then tap right once, you're in a position to where you're in between both of the fireballs and you're good. That's how you meterless go up here, or a bombless, whatever. If you do everything right, you kill the boss, I think, before you have to escape downwards. I could be wrong. It's close. Here, the safe spot actually works. I think. Don't quote me on it, but right here or right here. It's scarier right here because you got a bunch of walls to run yourself into, but right here, I'm pretty sure it will always work. I think. You got to be careful with it, though. These missiles drop down super fucking fast. Like, look how fast they drop. So it's hard to, like, react to them and get down on your own, but you kind of have to. Unless the spot is, like, super gonna work every time. But I think because the bombs move fast, it always will. There's a Jamer's quote where he's like, this always works loop 2, not loop 1. I think he means that right there. I could be wrong. Like in a description or in the Icarus commentary video thingy. The special demos. 2-6. 2-6 is pretty much the same as the first loop, except with spookier execution in the middle part because of the big tank. So even though these are shooting faster, we're still doing the same thing. I just flick laser and use shot in between to get to them. You kill the Zakos on the right, and then here, that like funny movement we talked about earlier, is tapping left and down, 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 down. You sweep through everything and kill 2 Jeeps, which is the big part. The Jeeps cause issues if you like don't kill them this way and have to do cut-arounds. And it looks terrifying, but I only ever got clipped here once in like 9 hours of doing runs, and I know exactly what I did. I went like turbo late or something. I really like this way of doing that. These next guys, you don't need to laser them if you don't want, but you can. Looks like this one we did. We just lasered I remember. I like to do this, where you laser each pair at a time. So 1, 2, now we're hold shot. 1, 2, and then back to shot to kill the Zako. Same thing as first loop. We go right, and then we go through the hook. This will work every time. You don't need to worry about the blue bullets that get baited away. You're always in a good lane. I really like that movement. We move up here. Remember this fireball? It reaches the bottom. That's when it starts shooting. Except this here, what makes it a bit more complicated is that if you don't kill this tank in time, your laser, as you move here, as you tap down, these missiles, your laser will get stuck on. And then you don't kill this in time, which is fine because it's not threatening you, but this tank is threatening you. So, I think you go slowly here. I think you go slow here. Plus, you're not getting blocked by the missiles. And then you kill it, and you have enough room if you're doing less damage. The tank is not an issue. Because the tank will shoot, and you'll have enough room to still hit the big tank while tapping to the right side. You kill these on the right. This one, you have enough time, even in loop 2, to point blank it and then move downwards. We're now killing... I don't have this routed tightly. Just kill shit. Specifically, these two turrets. Kill thing, uncap this. Kill the big enemies. All right, remember that point in the song right here? This one, we're waiting for it to fully come in. And then we move through. You see, it's like everything, the bullets look scarier, but a lot of the routing's the same. It's just if you fuck up the routing, there's no coming back. You're going to get clipped. These bullets are faster. Look at what we have to do. It's kind of like what we did before. We're point blanking this ship. And while we're not going to get clipped by these by holding laser, these are going to ambush us right here before we can move down. And this is a really low distance compared to this diagonal. So you want to hold shot here for a little bit so you can make it down to the bottom. So instead of holding laser the whole way, I use shot for a bit there just so I can make it easier dodge here. You need to get up pretty fast because if you're on the side, these could shoot you and they're really annoying. All right, I fucked up here. We're riding this copper line like we did in the first loop, this condensed sequence of bullets. That's what we're trying to move through. And we're trying to move up with it so both of our shots kill this middle green enemy. If you see what happened here, is I didn't move up fast enough. So I'm only hitting it with one, which means our timing is bad. So by the time it dies, instead of like that dying, and then our shot went through and killed any Zakos, now we have room to cut back. Things are still shooting at us. So I don't have a clean way back down, so we have to bomb there. Otherwise, you would scoot all the way back down. I'll show you a real run later, doing it properly. This is the same thing as the first loop, except it's a bit harder to get the clean left movement. After we're on these turrets, we're waiting for one green. Now we move. I think I move slowly. Because I move slowly, and because I dipped a little bit, instead of just getting one wave of the green bullets, we have to deal with two. So we go up, and then we go back down for the remaining ones. And we need to make sure to stay under these turrets. So we're hitting everything, and we're in position for the next part. Our side shot's hitting these. Get ready for the fast ones. 1, 2, and then we go. It looks like I went a bit early, which is fine because these top left green enemies didn't shoot. The thing is with this compared to first loop is while the routing is the same, the bullets are faster. So if you make a timing error, you feel it a lot harder. You can't like adjust to fucking up the misdirection of these green bullets. But if you do it correctly, then it's the same routing. This shit here, you do have a few more bullets to deal with, but there is some slowdown. It's not the worst thing. Here's where I fucked up. Look at where we started. I needed to be like here. Either that, or I needed to be using shot right here so I hit these tanks. Because I didn't, look at what happens. I have barely enough time to laser this, and then by the time, see, that's where our laser gets caught on things. Our laser gets caught, so we're not damaging it. I don't damage it in time to blow it out here. And I tried to save it with the using shot. Sometimes that happens, but because I did so little damage on it, no good. And you have to do this stupid dodge, which is pretty funny. I think to continue a stupid dodge like this, you have to keep going. I waited too long, and now I got a situation you just can't get out of. So let's look at how you actually do the ending of that section. All right, right here. So this is Wes's run again. The vague movements are the same, but the timings I don't have down exactly on the same time. That's what I was probably missing. I didn't understand the significance of him moving this far, but I suspect it's hitting these tanks up here, so they're not a problem later. And you still have room to get over here. See, he's holding shots, so these die. And now you're lasering, even though we kind of started in a similar spot, it dies way faster. And then you get through these. I'm going to show you how you actually do this section. He goes a little like a little before this spawns. We're tapping. We need to be aware of these bullets here. We don't want to dodge in through these. We want to be around these. So we have to adjust our tapping to be around these in time. And then once we do that, we need to move up and out because we're getting kicked out by these. If we move up too high or too far from these, we get blue bullets. I don't know how to make the blue bullets not trigger. So the way I did it is I moved up aggressively, and then the blue bullets would shoot, and then I would move down so that you're lined up with these red bullets here. So like these red bullets shooting up and this way, I would be up, bait the blue bullets up, you move down so that you're riding the bottom line of a red bullet. That's how that one looks if you don't fuck up the big tank. So now we would get back to around this point here. You would be on the bottom tapping side just like loop 1. Now we see once again, that's the trigger. There's only one green B here. As soon as we pop that green B, that's our indicator. Move to the left. Not too far. It's enough to where these turrets don't trigger so they won't be shooting us. Otherwise, you're super dead. These can't hit us even in loop 2. And we move whenever these kick us out. The green shots kick us out, and even though the tanks that come out, since we gave them some room, will be able to shoot a bit, we have enough room to move to the left. And this here, I managed to get these not to shoot. Got physical of Dangun, like the M2 version. That's tight. I haven't been able to try that one. That one's got a bunch of stuff on it too. Even if these turrets do shoot, you can move up and out. Worst case, you have to do like one dodge. This is exactly the same route as first loop, even with the bullets here. While they are faster, the movement itself is what's getting through all those aimed ones. So remember, 1, 2, 3, we're waiting for 3 of them here. 2 of them in the middle here. 2 of them on the right side here. 2 of them in the middle here. You do that. 40 is pretty good. Yeah, 40 is really good for that. That was like, they made that physical a while ago, didn't they? That's what I got this for. I got this like 800 years ago, and it was imported like 35 bucks. And now people are trying to flip these on eBay for like 200 or like 200 plus. Or like selling the disc for a shit ton. It's 100 usually? Yeah, that's hella tight pickup. So we did that whole green pattern here because you need to point blank this right away. You can't afford to be over here. The second pattern of these are too much of a problem. Not to dodge, but it puts you behind, and you can't be behind here. You can't be behind. You have to be at the next section, or you're super dead. You have to bomb. I grinded this an ungodly amount for some reason because I kept finding issues here. It's just hold hard to the right. Hold laser once you're on the far right and start tapping left. That way you avoid these shots. The tanks aren't an issue. And then you stay here for one more tank to kill that. At that timing, all of these, you can point blank them. This here, we're waiting. I went pretty early, and it doesn't matter too much because we're tapping down and diagonal to the left. These won't hit us even if we didn't kill an ideal amount of those. Now here, once again, we're doing dashes. If we go too fast, we get walled off, and they're scarier here. These tanks are kind of way scarier than the first loop. I didn't even think of the first loop ones as a problem, but here they are a lot. Just do tiny dashes so that the red bullets, they're in their bursts. So by doing these tiny dashes, you're saving a lot of time. You kill it before you get stuck on the wall. If you just keep moving to the left and escaping, then you get stuck on the wall and walled. You want to float this bomb if you get here with max bombs somehow. This boss, dude, I was trying to do this boss, like the first, like, 3 patterns without bombing, and then just get fucking annihilated by the other patterns. I was like, it's not worth it. We just got a bomb. We just gotta make a bomb setup so it's super consistent, no fuss, no fuckiness, before the TLBs. So look at this here. We're point blanking as much as we can. These first 3 are easy, especially he moves down, which makes this pattern harder to dodge, but it makes it so we can hit him easier. This third one we bomb, and then we only have to misdirect this one shot. And now we get a bunch of damage off him. This is so fiddly. It's so fiddly of a pattern. Just because they're a little weird with the boss movement and how the blue bullets are oriented. I usually just plan 1 bomb for there. We ended up doing 2, and 2's fine because we skipped the tiny pink shot pattern. Hate this one. Don't like this pattern at all. This shit, I don't like it in the first loop. I don't like it here. This one is ungodly hard. I gave up on practicing this one. I thought it was more important to get practice in on the 1.6 version because that one you can do without bombing until the very end. And this one is just ungodly hard from the get-go. I couldn't find a consistent way to do it. There is a safe spot that only sometimes works. And, like, I couldn't get it to work. I got it to work once, and then I couldn't figure out, like, how to identify if it was working or wasn't working before you get clipped somewhere. I thought about using that as a last resort if I have no more bombs, and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna sit in that spot, and then close my eyes. That boss, it's not worth dying to that boss. If you die to that boss with resources trying to save him for TLBs, then your TLB run is over. So just blow him there. Just blow all the bombs. The reason we've been freaking out over this whole game is so we can save bombs for here, and that's the time to use them. All of your routing is so we can save bombs for that shit. So, like, I keep talking about, like, 2-5, 2-6. So, like, 2-5, first half, don't need bombs. Hell Hallway, I needed 3. You really only need 1 or 2, but to be safe, you need 3. If you want to make the boss easier, you use anywhere from 0 to 2 bombs. That's just 2-5 alone. That's draining, like, a whole life of bombs or more. 2-6. 2-6, you are draining, I don't know what I find. 2-6, if you make a, you can do it without bombing, but if you make a mistake, then it's like disastrous. Or you get tagged somewhere. It's not the worst. You can bomb on reaction to when things are going haywire, but it either sucks up none of your bombs or some of your bombs. Probably some of your bombs for that middle section, and then the boss takes up a shit ton of bombs because the last pattern you need like minimum 2, and the other patterns I want a bunch of bombs on. So we're using like a shit ton on 2-5, a shit ton on 2-6. We make it here. We want 4 lives, 4 lives, and 4 bombs. 5 bombs was pretty good for us here. This is like where you want to be, which is why the amount of bombs you get, I originally thought this game would be easy because you would just bomb the end game because it gives you so many. But the end game demands that you spend every bomb you can possibly get. So it's like oddly, despite the fact that DOJ gave you less panic bombs, I felt like you had more room for error in that game than this one because like you have to get here with 4 lives and a full stick of bombs. If you die on first loop, that's pretty bad. 2, 3, depending on your resources going into the loop, could kill you. A mistake somewhere on 2-5 is bound to happen. So it's like and the execution's fairly tight. And so I was getting pretty mad doing runs of this. If you check our like 8-hour run, I was losing my goddamn mind until we like the next day I refined things and then we one shot it after like taking a break and like fixing some consistency points. Basically, you need a fuck ton of bombs for this part. You want to reach this point. Three lives in stock, 1 life out. You need 4 lives. You can afford like you can die a few times, and we panic bombed a bunch here, but it brought us to like this is the minimum amount that I want that I can be able to kill it with. So Big B here. There's a bunch of parts to him. To damage the boss, you need to blow out these hands. You need to get all these pincers out of here, whatever you call those. The other parts of this boss, the green wings, those give you a full bullet cancel when you kill those. So we're planning those for whenever we get to one of the hard patterns. If you use laser bomb, it doesn't damage the boss, really. Laser bombs are terrible here. You point blanking the boss with laser does a lot. So you use your shot bomb and then laser in the middle. So I made a ton of mistakes on this boss, and a lot of my runs that probably should have cleared died on this boss because I tried to optimize damage. And the thing with damage here is you can try your best to live as long as possible, do dodges where you can, and then bomb only when you can't get out. But I never could do any of those, no matter how hard I tried. I could never execute well enough to save any more than using 4 bombs. Maybe like once I used 3 bombs. It's like, oh, we saved a bomb and like risked our entire run to do it. It's not worth it. You just gotta spend your bomb. Literally, just at the very beginning here. We're gonna shoot one of the pincers. It moves down. I got hit here on a run that should have cleared just by like getting rammed by it. You're hitting the pincer here along with this cancel. The cancel is going to make this initial part easier. You can do this dodge. This is like one of the ones where like nothing's happening here for once in this fight. But past here, this is where you get clipped a lot. So I just said, fuck it, we bomb, we're playing safe. Point blank while you can. This pattern's still going, so we're just hitting the middle. Bomb when we just don't want to fuck with it. And then see now, it's going to this pattern. This pattern is really, really hard to do. You only want to dodge it if you have no bombs left. Or you have to. Like, and if you live through this, even if you save, you don't bomb and kill it really fast, it goes to a next phase where you can't kill it. He'll move upwards and you gotta deal with this tail for like a couple attacks. So you really need to speed kill it. So this is what you want to do. As soon as like the second one pops, you use this and maybe it buys you some time. You bomb. And then just from now on, we're just shot bombing point blank. I used 4 bombs here, and even if I did this way better, I still would have used 4 bombs there. You want to fight the first pattern of Hibachi with 2 bombs, or 1 bomb and some dodging. So Hibachi demands that you dodge, or that you bomb every pattern. However, the scary part is some of these patterns are easier to get damage on than other patterns. And the real big part to get damage on is only at like 1 point. The rest of them, you're only like getting slivers of damage and bombing and getting slivers and bombing. But there's 1 point where you can point blank him for a really long time. You need your resources set up right for that though. It's kind of hard if you're here. Here's what we got to do. This is the first pattern. I find it easiest to dodge on the bottom left. If you have 2 bombs, you bomb, and then you bomb. And then you're on the next pattern. You don't want to bomb, survive, and then bomb. You need to start the next pattern with Hibachi's bomb shield off. You don't need Hibachi's bomb shield. Otherwise, you're losing out on all that damage on the one part of the fight where you can get a bunch. So in order to set that up right, if we have 2 bombs, we just bomb right away. Wait a sec, bomb, and it should set us up. If we have 1 bomb, what we have to do is we have to dodge for a bit. Once we're about like halfway through this pattern, we bomb. And then we're set up for here. So this is the part. You can point blank because these have to hit the wall, explode into these, and then they get up to you. So while you're doing that, you're point blanking him the whole time. And then the second part of that is you can skip this entire thing by doing this. So you wait for these to be about to all 4 of them collide or like about to dense up like this. If you have 2 bombs, you bomb there and then you immediately bomb again and you skip this pattern. And then you can point blank him. If you have 1 bomb or no bombs, you suicide. Even if you have that bomb. Because if you have 1 bomb, what you have to do is you bomb here. You have to move to the left, do dodges, climb down here. And you're not getting point blank damage. You're probably losing damage. It's better to suicide here, even with 1 bomb. And because of that, look at this. All of these blue bullets, by the time our invuln shield is out, there's only a few that we have to pay attention to. And we get all of this point blank on the boss. It doesn't look like that much, but that is so much damage we got for doing that. While not having to do dodges. Look at the damage comparison on a pattern like this. This pattern is so goddamn hard to dodge. It's unbelievable. It's not just because I'm moving on the outside here. This middle bit is really scary. These are really huge, actually, these pink bullets. See, we're not getting that much damage. We do get a bit here because it takes a while to start up. This pattern, you just have to work with what you got. I've seen strategies where you move up at the top and kill these fast and you're moving aggressively. I've seen strategies where you do that, move down to here. I've seen strategies where you just hug the bottom. The thing you have to be wary of is you see these bees coming out of them. Whenever you blow those up, not only are these shooting these at you, but whenever you kill them, you get the green shots. So you want to really be killing them right away so they're all in one condensed pack. And so you're only dealing with like 1 line of green. Otherwise you get a situation like this where there's a bunch of them and they're staggered and it's a problem. But you have to work with what you got. Sometimes you can find holes to switch lanes. You just do what you feel comfy with. And try not to do anything heroic. Like there felt like a pretty good thing I could get away with without too much risk. And you're trying to bomb as little as possible. And trying to live for as long as possible. Not just for damage. But because it rotates back to this pattern. And remember we need 1 bomb or 2 bombs. We want 2 bombs for sure. I have 2 bombs. I'm living for too long. So what I ended up doing is I bombed and then I immediately popped bomb. Because I didn't want to lose damage here, because the next pattern's gonna start. If I like survived, bombed, then this pattern would start, and we would have lost all this damage because Hibachi would still have the bomb shield on him. I didn't even change this shit. Once again, suicide strat. I don't know the exact. I think it's middle of this number is when it, or past it, is when the next phase triggers. You really, 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 really want. You want that setup to work like that every time, because if you do that for both of those times, you can trigger the next phase. If the next pattern starts going out, then you have to bomb a few times, and then the next pattern happens. And the problem with the next pattern going out is this pattern, you're probably gonna spend a bunch of bombs, which it would have been nice if we could use those on the final pattern. But we have to spend them on this if you don't manage to do the damage in time. So you probably lose like 2 to 3 bombs here. And then maybe you trigger it here before this starts. But if it doesn't start, then maybe you trigger it now. Which, it'll stop the pattern. You can move up and out. But now you didn't get to point blank him at the start of phase 2. You lose a lot of damage. That's like 3 bombs that you lost. In addition to the bombs you had to use to rotate back to the Hibachi. That you would really wanted to have used on the final pattern. So if you really, really want to make sure you can set up the point blanking correctly so that by the time you get to the second suicide, he now stops moving, he moves slower. Look, he's moving sporadically. He hits that point on the score. Now he's moving like this. He still can just decide to move bottom right and kill you. So you're making sure to be careful here. Even if you don't get the full point blank. As soon as this happens, you need to make your way down here and then find a vertical. If you get stuck on the side, you're dead. I got stuck there. I just played it safe. Here's the thing. Here's why. I have a short where I was just getting pissed off and showing all my Hibachi attempts with just getting clipped on this boss. You just have to bomb anything that's not brain dead to get through. What I found out is, so the way this pattern works. One, it's random in between credits on how fast they go. I don't know where this one is paced. I don't have a gauge for that. Two, it's a fixed pattern it rotates. But because of the way he moves, it can give you a fuck pattern or not. And you might think, I will live as long as I can, and then I will bomb when it becomes impossible. And I think that is a mistake that cost me a shit ton of Hibachi attempts. Because you just get clipped trying to be a hero. Trying to eke out damage. The thing is because it's a static rotation, eventually it's going to rotate back to a good pattern. So look at this. We are bombing at the first sight of danger. That's, maybe I could have gotten through there, but if I got clipped, then the run's dead. So bomb it. Maybe I could have gotten through there? Nope, just bomb it. Oh, we finally got something I could live on. Bomb once it gets scary. And now we finally get here. Open, clean, vertical lanes that are super easy to get through. Oh, now it's impossible. Bomb that. If you do this, you are taking you are getting more than enough damage with 2 lives remaining, which is about where we want to be at this point. To do enough damage, every time I got the Hibachi, we'd always end up here. With 2 lives total, and like some amount of bombs. You can stay here, you can point blank him for longer and get like an extra couple ticks of damage. I was too scared because I'm like, there's no way I'm losing this run again to getting rammed by Hibachi. But I find that better because if you get the guaranteed damage there, then it's guaranteed. Even if you could have like, maybe the pattern he shot would have been easy and you could have like shredded his whole life bar. Or maybe he just instantly gave you a hard pattern and now we lost out on guaranteed damage. Bomb, once we don't want to have to do that, it's condensing too hard. Bomb, that was like a bit sketchy of a diagonal. And now here, easy pattern, easy pattern. Boom, got it. So that's kind of what I ended up after like eating shit to Hibachi for like 9 hours. This is what we discovered in like consistency. It's just making absolutely sure you bomb Koryu 4 times. Just don't fuck with it. And then Hibachi, you gotta do the suicide strat right. You gotta set it up so you don't go down like a bunch of extra bombs and then don't damage the last phase. and then you're like super behind and do have to do hero dodges. Maybe there's better shit to do. Maybe you're better at dodging the middle parts and make that a lot more easy. But I'm really bad at dodging, so that's about the best I can do. And you're kind of... I felt better about it when I watched Jamers do the run at a live event, and the patterns just fucked him in RNG. Like, it was just the shittiest possible patterns the entire fight. And just eventually it like would rotate to a good one, and then you'd capitalize on that. So I'm like, it's gonna happen. Yeah, time for DOJ white label? God, no. I'm like, I'm happy with one version of every DoDonPachi cleared. Right now, I already did Donpachi. Uh, I was thinking of doing Ura DFK before making the DDP video, and then I would have been 3 2-alls behind in videos, which is funny to think about. I only care about one version of them. The exception is DFK 1.5 Ura is completely different from like a bomb or a B bomb in a black label for DFK. So I wanted to do Ura because it's a completely different thing. And then at that point, we will have 2-alled a version of every game. Donpachi, we got a 2-all. DoDonPachi, we got this 2-all. DOJ, that was our first 2-all. DFK, that's the one we need to get last. That's our final one. SDOJ doesn't have a 2-all, but we killed a Bachi to make up for it. I was looking at the amount of Hibachis there are. What ship did you do for DonPachi? I did Type A. You want the 1-all it and be done? The only survival ship. Alright, so if you don't like C because it's slow as fuck, look up Haosu. Hausu. He's got a survival ship, a survival run on his channel with C, a survival run and a shmup slam, and a Type A survival run. I thought about going through and looking that because I want to make a... Well, I'm going to make the 2-all DonPachi video. Let's run this run. Well, I want to do the 2-all DonPachi video. Actually, this is even better. Well, I want to do the DonPachi 2-all video. I also want to do how do you 1-all it? Because I don't know, not many people want to do a 2-all. It's fun watching 2-alls of hard shit, but like trying to commit to one is crazy. Or like I didn't commit to them until like playing a fuck ton of games for a long time, and then they're still like uber time consuming. So I'm like, a 1-all guide would be super helpful for that. The so I did for my route. You can see how I did. I streamed all my DonPachi attempts here. By the way, goated fucking channel, by the way. God channel. So, you can see how I did it, but I didn't follow a 1-all geared strategy. I basically just followed my second loop route using... I just went through the first loop using the second loop routing. I suspect that that makes it harder in some places because you're expecting like it to be ready for second loop stuff. And there's probably like easier ways to deal with the first loop that wouldn't work in the second loop, but are perfectly good in the first loop. So I need to go research a bit before I do a video like that, going over like 1-all DonPachi. And I'm trying to decide what ship, because everybody picks C, but it's so slow as fuck. I got my first 1-all with the C ship. I think I might do B, just because B is so good. And it's not that hard with the turning shots. Like, it's not as hard as, like, DoDonPachi using this ship. Ugh. There's, like, there's a bunch of Type B ships in DonPachi, too. Way too much force memo. I don't mind it, because, I don't mind doing memo, because I just hard copy a route. If something... To me, I don't care for memo in the slightest, if it means I can consistently do a thing. If it's like, you have to learn this shit and then it's still ungodly impossible, then it's like, it causes me problems. Yeah, DonPachi spawns stuff behind you. I do find that an issue with stage 2 and 4, you do have to memorize the orders of sections just because of that. But in general, I usually don't mind those as much because I usually never play a game until I've learned it. Like, otherwise, like, a game like Ikaruga, I want to get past stage 2. And then, of course, I would think, I don't care for this game because I can't get past stage 2 on my own. But, like, Ikaruga that versus Ikaruga having memoed the whole thing is, like, that's what I compare it to. But it definitely does have some, like, asshole stuff spawning behind that you have to be aware of. But, I actually like the routing in that game. Knowing playing a game that's easy and then then it chucks stage 4 at you with, like, enemies from the bottom sides that, like, wall you off. Like DDP and DOJ. I don't mind DOJ routing, but I've heard people hate DOJ. The people who don't like DOJ really hate the routing in it. I'm pretty big on DOJ routing because it feels like a straightforward challenge it gives you. This kind of routing is like, here is the sandbox, and you got to figure out how to deal with all of this shit on screen. I feel like DOJ is like, all right, this is coming, and you got to deal with that in a position as these come in. Type of thing. I don't mind DOJ too much. DDP, I'll be honest, I've never been more mad at a game than when learning DDP and then when doing runs of DDP. But I wondered why I got so mad, and I suspect it's because on my first attempt, I got it to the very end of the last attack of Hibachi. We got it down to where it was doable. So maybe I got in my head that's like, okay, we could just dump time in and we're guaranteed to clear. And then it took like 9 more hours. Psycho is the flag bearer of forced memo. The thing about Psycho though is the memo is satisfying as fuck. Like you see a section like a Gunbird 2 where you just have to like tap left, right at a specific timing because it's constantly like wave moving. But like when it happens, you're just seeing bullets fly through you and it's awesome. But I do have Psycho drives me a bit nutty with like you have to know where to be at the start of every pattern immediately or you're like turbo fucked. But I like ever plan on Tatsujin? Oh no, I thought about playing the one hack that makes the new version that makes it slightly less horseshit, but I was watching the replay of it and it's still horseshit, just slightly less. I watched Chinopolis like in agony for like over 100 hours. Not watching him for 100 hours, but like that's how long he took. And like, good Christ, my problem with DDP is like it's a loop 1 that takes forever and then you finally get loop 2. Fucking Tatsujin O is like that. It's like 20 minutes of nothing and then it's like bam, fucking the hardest shit you've ever seen in your life. Go. Good Christ. It said I need to do more Toa Plan. Outzone. I got a pretty good 1-all. I got a perfect 1-all of V5. That was crazy. I got really lucky on that game. I got on my first try. Because I like grinded that game for twice as long as I should have. I need to learn Hishizami, like 2 loops, just to say I did. I haven't played too many dad shmup games. But that one, right in DX, at least stage 1 to 5. I was playing in Callus Cup for that, and I never finished it. I do Yagawa games. I looked at my videos, and they're all fucking cave. It's hard, though, because I got motivated to do, like, the 2-loop stuff of these. And realized I could do them, that they were possible. It wasn't like there's not a skill gap issue with 2-alls. There's just a time and effort gap. Like, it's just ironing out these. The execution's not, like, I don't know, it's weird. What I thought 2-alls would be like, you have to be hard focused on dodging and like making sure everything was executed flawlessly, and dodging, like I thought you would have to be dodging to areas to make it consistent and like nonstop. But you can route out a lot of stuff in at least these. If you're like no bombing like Toho, that's like the polar opposite, where you are losing your mind. Can't go older than early cave bullet hell stuff. They got good stuff for them. I'm a big fan of older horror games, and like Force is like new old, but I don't mind old shit because some of the like older Konami stuff is cool. I don't mind Memo too much, so early Tatsujin's not, or early Tolaplan style I don't mind too much. What I don't like is I don't even know how to explain it. I haven't played dad shmups outside of Gradius. Crap, Rekka. Rekka is turbo good. I've never tried it. I just hear it non-stop and it looks sick as fuck. Rekka's in that weird in-between point. Gradius. I should do a Gradius 2 video. I cleared that before making videos. Maybe I should... I thought about streaming that in R-Type. I want to do new stuff, but the 2-alls have taken so long that I can't just learn a game in a few days and then do shit on it. Like, if I wanted to do, like, 1-all of Strikers 2, I think I could do that pretty good. I've played a bunch of Psycho games. It wouldn't take that long to get a 1-all of it. Plus, I've watched a shit ton of replays of it. But, like, so it would be fast to, like, get between those. But the 2-alls are, like, draining so much time that I'm having a hard time. I gotta fit in some of the, like, games to do guides on without forgetting how to do these. Play the shit out of Dad Fighters, though. Raiden Fighters? ST's one of your favorites. Or Dad games in general. I don't know what those are. Oh, you know what I hate? Xevious bombing up until they figured out how to make Xevious bombing fun. I'll play the shit out of, yeah, old-ass fighting games. Yeah, pull up like fucking Fighters History Dynamite or some shit. There's some good-ass old fighters that got overshadowed and are, like, sick as fuck. Yeah, Super Turbo Classic. Third Strike is always going strong. There's a shocking amount of, like, Fighters History Dynamite. It's also called Karnov's Revenge. That game is sick as fuck. If you watch the Sejam Will It Kills, that game comes up a lot. It's the one where you hit the weak spot enough times and they go bing, and they get stunned, and then you just kill them because the damage in that game has 100% combos everywhere. The only ones I've really put any time into were that to 1cc it, was Third Strike just to fuck around and watch a bunch. And I played a bit of Garo. I learned enough to 1cc that by just learning the cancel shit and then just infinite block stringing the AI. Fightcade though, you get games a bunch of stuff. There's two non-shmup things I thought about doing sometime. One is I want to learn beat-em-ups. I only have a few beat-em-ups under my belt, and I'm making a beat-em-up game. I can't make a beat-em-up game without knowing how these tick really well. So I gotta go through a bunch of them. Starting with like the ones I know. I do like King of Dragons or something. I love that game. The other thing is I learned a route of a Contra Hardcore. I want to learn all the routes. We'll do a stream where we try to 1cc every route. Garo looks neat. Yeah, Garo's cool. I don't know actually how it is competitively, though. If you're playing PvP, it's probably sick as fuck. Got your first arcade beat 'em up 1cc. What did you get? My first one was Golden Axe, and then King of Dragons, and then what else? It was Streets of Rage on normal, and eventually pushed up to hard. Streets of Rage 2. But I still gotta play a lot of the Final Fight style ones. I'm a fraud. You see in the background here, if you're a beat 'em up fan, this background arcade might look familiar. It's the Sailor Moon arcade that you find in the beat 'em up. I gotta play that game. Have you seen his curriculum? Yes. For like the last year, I've been studying the shit out of that. All of the bog hog, every single thing he has. The curriculum that like goes through the ones that are big deal. Every fucking blog post and all the videos like Electric Underground has on there. That said, my game is it's turning into one of those passion projects that's gonna take 800 years to make. So what I actually ended up doing is I'm taking a pause on it. I'm trying to... I have a break. I have a break for like about a month. I'm trying to make a game in a month and just put it out. Just to say I have like a released thing. So I'm trying to do that. I should probably be actually working on that instead of getting the Ura 2. I'm like, as soon as we get the Ura 2, then we go ham on that shit. But first was Denjin Makai 2. I didn't know about that one for a long time. That game is sick as fuck. I just saw Macaw like talk about it as one of the best beat 'em ups. I'm like, I never heard of this shit, and it looks super cool. That game looks neat. I would show what I got on my game because I got it playable and with a lot of the systems I care about, but it's super unrefined. Plus, it's all placeholder art since I'm like learning art over time, so it's like ugly as fuck. But eventually, or maybe I give up eventually, we'll see. But I just got 1cc a bunch of them to get. You don't want to make like a passive beat 'em up. There's a lot of beat 'em ups that come out and are just nothing burgers. Like the new Marvel one is, it's kind of a nothing burger, and then every typical beat 'em up that comes out is like, by default you can just assume it's complete horseshit. And like they're all so bad. I'm using Game Maker. I thought about switching because Game Maker is dog shit with higher than 60 hertz. And like I really do like how it looks, but I can't be asked to learn a thing that's not my profession when I barely even know how to make. I can barely work Game Maker. It's been a... So I'm like, I'll just roll with this, fuck it. We'll sacrifice like native 120 hertz or whatever. There's ways you can like interpolate and get higher stuff, but it's you have to design a lot of your game around it. You need to do that shit early, otherwise a lot of your logic gets fucky. Only other beat 'em ups, Final Vendetta. Yeah, that game's cool. That game pieced me up for a while. I've only beat it on easy. I haven't routed it at all, though. I've only just done runs in it. Streets Rage 4 is cool. What issue does Game Maker have with high frame rates? You just can't, like, you can't set it above 60. Like, it's just 60. You have your project set 144? Maybe I'm tripping balls. But, like, either that or maybe I'm outdated. Because like mine, it works at the higher rate, but it's still ultimately like 60 hertz. I haven't messed with Shmup Creator. I'd never make a shmup because they're all spectacle and really tight timing. It makes it really hard to really tight. Everything needs to be super specifically well designed. That shit is so hard, even though like technically easy to get a working thing. Maybe I'll look into that more. Maybe I'm wrong. I would be stoked. But I remember like there's like plugins and shit to get work around, and like a bunch of Game Maker games, like you see people complain about like that one pizza speedrun game about being stuck at 60, but it's like Game Maker, so if they don't plan around it early, it's like it shit's stuck at 60. I don't know. I gotta look at that more. I'm not a game designer, really even a programmer, so it's also like my programming knowledge is not real world knowledge. It's just like what I've learned on my own, really. So it's extremely fucking limited. Yeah, Pizza Tower. Yeah, Pizza Tower was made in it. I'm like, I basically, my code is so dog shit. It's just like if something works and it's not gonna immediately break, I'm like, all right, we roll with this. I've had to redesign so much shit because down the line it all fucks up. I'm like, like game design's fucking crazy. You don't use Delta time mode. Yeah, I don't fuck with that either. It's too weird. I can't understand when it would go wrong in the future. Or like something it's gonna go wrong and you'd have to redo everything. Or like you'd have to know what you're doing with Delta time immediately. I'm like, I don't know jack shit about. I haven't made a game before. I'm like, I gotta do straight and simple. How do you go about learning it? You have to dive in. You have to dive in and you have to... So there's like places that'll give you like an initial start based on whatever language. But what I ended up learning is like you have to make shit. It's kind of like, imagine you're trying to learn a shmup and you've watched a replay 10,000 times. And then you go play the game and like you can't recreate the replay. You have to get it in muscle memory. You have to experience like making decisions in time. You can't just like convert what you saw into doing thing. So people get stuck in like tutorial hell where they follow like tutorials for forever. You have to try things early and fuck up a whole lot. There's a saying in Go. Go's like the White and Black Stone board game. I fucking love that game, but that game is be a whole lot to actually get good at that shit. But I play it like super casually. But there's a saying in that you have to lose your first 100 games as fast as possible, or 50 games or whatever. You have to learn those fast because what you learn through fucking up projects early is going to like you learn way more from that than like going off stuff. So you have to get like a grounding somewhere, and then you add upon that, and then you have a footing to try things. You're not just stuck in like, I want the code, but it's just like a wall. It's there's a reason people do shit for years. I've been like, I don't know, shit's be hard. Luckily, a lot of stuff's online though. You don't have to pay to go somewhere if you don't want to. Like the only problem is you have to be self-disciplined. That's the only issue. If you can, then you just save a shit ton of money. Opened up just having game set speed 144. People. Gotcha. I'm gonna mess with that a bunch then because I would be ecstatic. I was so close to switching to Unity because of that stuff. Or like Godot or something. I'm trying to... I realized my beat-em-up shit I was doing. I was trying to combine a beat-em-up with Reciteer, and that comes with a... I'm pretty sure that I could design a way for it not to be a fuck-up. But those two genres collide with arcade design and the meta progression of like outside things that Reciteer would bring. I think I know how to make an arcade design thing with those things without it being a detriment. But it also could be a disaster. So that's the thing I've been trying to do, but that's bloated into such a huge thing that I'm like, I just need to finish a thing. I just want to finish a thing. I don't want to be working on something for years and have nothing to show. So I'm trying to just do something that's brain dead. So I'm trying to make my own style. Have you ever played Talisman, the board game? The board game Talisman. I'm basically taking inspiration from that and using the combat system of like this 52 solitaire deck of card games and turning that into like a little old school RPG dungeon crawler thing. That sounds like a whole lot, but like once all the base shit's in there, then it'll be like super smooth sailing, really fucking easy to make shit in. So I'm like, I'm just trying to take like 2 months. I want to see if I can do that just to have a finished thing. And then it'd be like, okay, I can... I'm not calling myself a game dev until I made something to completion. Like, I don't know. But that's what I'm trying to do. Pushka, you have 120 Hz but crappy PC. Yeah, it's so much to get stuff higher, especially like God help 4K. No, you need supercomputer. 2K. I have like a 3080 and a good CPU, and it's hard to get a lot of stuff at like super high. Lack of art skills. It's a thing. It's a thing. There's it technically. What I think the strat is, if like you want to make something fast but are scared of your art, is a lot of people will modify free assets. Like, assets don't work if you just grab a shit ton of them and then stick them in your game. But if you like take those as a base and just learn a little bit of pixel art or a little bit of like I don't know anything about 3D texturing or modeling or whatever, you could get around that. I'm trying to learn pixel art proper for my beat 'em up, so that's gonna take 800 years because it turns out art is fucking hard. But for my game I'm trying to do in 2 months, I'm gonna go an easy route. So if you want to be a bastard, you just make your whole game AI art. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like my one game I made on my own and it's fucking AI build. So 0 AI in anything that I want to do. But like then you got to learn art, and I'm like, I'd have to make a bullshit simple game with super easy programmer art. What I found I'm gonna do is there are filters that do dithering, black and white dithering. You give it a photo and it gives you like black and white dither. And if you put it at really low resolutions, you can get like low res black and white pixel art. So what I ended up doing is I have a bunch of like CC0, like royalty free real pictures and like other stuff. And then you throw it through, you just dither it. You dither it so it's all black and white and shrink it the fuck down. And you can get like a shocking amount of like workable assets out of it. And it skirts around like, I'm scared because it could present as like looking like AI art, which would be a disaster. But it's not. It's just like taking a real image and then like and then just black and white filtering it basically. And like converting real image to that. So it's still lazy as fuck, but it's not like destroying the planet or being absolute horseshit. That's my strategy for just getting a shit ton of easy art for just like a fast, simple project. It's just doing that shit. It feels rewarding too when you keep at it. Yeah. You end up spending too much time trying to make you're at least okay with it, never get to other aspects. That's hella a thing. You could make games in different orders, but I tried to make the game out so it's like you don't ever get in that point where you learn the art. You learn art, you practice art a shit ton, you're burnt out, and then you gotta make the game. Like, that's too much. Yeah, I hope I could get to the point where I'm like happy with it, because I'm at a point where I'm like, I could just be ass at it forever. That's what I always worry about. I never tried like 2 walls because it's like, maybe this isn't physically possible for me. The moment I figured out that it was possible, I snapped right on these. I'm like, okay, it's just time. Time I don't care about. It's is it physically doable? And turns out it is. It's just time, but a fuck ton of time. Getting a bit done done each day is good, not in like bursts. Everyone online accusing each other of using yeah. All the people using dashes are in pain now because AI keeps doing that. Or anytime you do anything in 3s. And like, it sucks because there's so much AI horseshit like that tries to sneak and get away with it. And at the same time, there's a lot of people who just get hit by collateral because maybe their style also like, it's like if you shade a certain style, then you're so boned because now everybody just thinks it's AI. Well, you're like, well, shit. Or you have to have receipts for everything, and then you do, and then people take it. I'm like, never want to be in the art world. That shit's terrifying. Do digital and pixel art. Pixel art's really different because it's low. Yeah. Pixel art's so bizarre. So I don't have any experience in nothing but pixel art, but it's so weird because like you can you can't like look really deep in. It's just fucking a brown pixel or something. So it's like if it like looks good, then it's like it's not like you could zoom in and you're like, well, uh the bracelet they have is like a little bit janky or like things like that. It's like you have a lot of room to not make mistakes because it's like but at the same time, if you're trying to specifically get something you want, you have so little to work with that it's like I can't fucking get this element to look like how I want it to look because I just don't have any room. I'm also like animations could be a turbo motherfucker with pixel art. I originally made my wow, this is intense. This is the DOJ last boss. There's like name entry. Is this the really chill one? That's probably fine. I think the next one I probably would get smacked for copyright because it's slightly vocal. Animation, I was originally gonna do. There's this thing called Smash Studio or something like that, where you can import a 2D image and without like a they basically fake 3D it, so you can rotate it. It'll still, it's not like a 3D polygonal thing, but it fakes as if you were rotating a 2D image and making it still pixels. Garaga is the best boss song by far. Like Stab and Stomp is the best thing ever. It's good for entry-level artists because it teaches you basics in design. I think so, because I'm like a Omega newbie, and it really like gets you to learn the serious shit really fast. Yeah, nothing makes sense if you're even like slightly zoomed. My strategy has been like, there's a guy who makes a shit ton of pixel art at the exact sizes I want, and he has tons of time lapses. So I'm just watching those and trying to recreate it along with him until I understand why he does things. But I was gonna do like whatever that studio thing is because they fake it, so you can do like skeleton modeling with your sprites with it being like proper pixels. Like there's a ton of games that will do skeleton modeling with their pixel art, but they're like, it's not pixels. It's like they swing around. They're puppets still. It's just like if you did a hand-drawn one and put them in and just put puppeted limbs. So it's not an effect I like. It is significantly easier than doing actual animation. Yeah, SNES pixel art. Yeah, and PS1 pixel art I'm obsessed with. Yeah, it uses rigs. So it's like, it's super, super cool. And it'll make things super fast. And you just animate it like it would a skeleton. And it does a surprisingly good job. However, it's so goddamn fiddly. It's unbelievable. Holy shit, dude. If you are not making like 300 pixel size, like 300 by, well, I think the limit's like 250 or something, 250 by 250. If you're not doing that, it is so hard to just get it to not and massacre whatever you give it. Like, it's so bad. I'll put like a 30 horizontal by like 60 tall image of a character and import it, and fucking limbs are missing. There's holes everywhere. All the eyes went like, wow. It's like god awful. I think what you want to do is you still do it, and then you fix up the pixel art like manually because it gives you sprite sheets. I think you use that as a base and then you fix it up, and that's how you actually use it. Because like if it's not big, then there's problems everywhere. And like especially with small things. Maybe that's because it can rotate stuff, I think maybe the pixels could be off. I have to look at that more if it's like proper true. Yeah, paper cutout. I don't like paper cutout unless like the theme of the game is specifically like designed in that way. Like if you were doing like a puppets horror game, then obviously that's like perfect style for that. Or if like you're doing a Newgrounds Flash game like the Sword and Sandal shit where they're like ho 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 ho. But if it's like you see like SNES RPG pixel art and then they're doing that shit. It's just like, it feels cheap. You can combine both of them. There's a game that came out not too long ago called Air Ruta. It's basically like if you combined Reciteer and Maple Story. And they use pixel art for most of the stuff, like most of the animations for stuff you care about. But some of the NPCs that they're like, we can't be asked to animate every single NPC walking cycle and everything. They use the things for that. I'm like, I'm okay with that because it's like all the stuff I actually care about, like the attack animations and that, are all pixel animated. But man, you should just learn to use the studio thing. It telegraphs really hard that you're using it because it's really obvious once you see. But like maybe just editing it manually afterwards to get it where you want. Then you have like a proper like silhouette. You use it as like a silhouette system instead of like, I don't know. I don't know shit about art. I barely know shit about programming. But I'm making a thing that doesn't require animations, and the art is extraordinarily easy to do. Do the Zun cave approach and draw something and downscale it. Yeah, I was looking at the Zune pixel art, surprisingly, like, stuff it looks like. Ends up looking not bad. A bunch of shmups back in that had abstract art graphics, a metric fuck ton of them. A metric fuck ton of them looked like that. Like, an example is like um, Emerald Blue just came out. It's Emerald Blue, right? It's not like Emerald something. Steam. Yeah, Emerald Blue. This one feels like those. Yeah, try that game. It seems cool. Like 8,000 Dojin games are like that. Oh man. All right. It's getting late, so we gotta wrap up. Basically, use bombs. I'm gonna try to do DFK Ura. What is today? Is it Friday? It is next week. Maybe middle next week, maybe late next week. I want to try for Ura attempts. If I feel like streaming before that, I might stream like R-Type or something because I already know how to play that. The next video is probably gonna be uh I don't want it to be another 2-all thing. I'm not gonna do DonPachi next. It's gonna be either a game I already know like R-Type or Mushi Maniac, or it's gonna be like a Kai Katana or something. And thanks you were in here the whole that 5.5. Holy shit. I knew this shit was gonna be long. That said, it's cool putting everything down here because even though I don't have the experience of people who play this for score or the people who grind this even after getting like a 1 clear. Hell no, Donpachi Hong Kong is crazy. That shit's nuts. I was watching Plasmo's run of that. But it's cool to put shit here. It's like some amount of information for anybody. That's the way to do it. We made it to second monitor status. That's my goal. But DFK Ura, I gotta clean up places. I gotta figure out Hibachi better and then learn the first loop properly so you could the differences between first loop and that one. DFK will be interesting. That's the game that will either get one shot or will be a bastard because of the loop requirement. The TLB might be the easiest TLB, but it's also one of the more fiddly ones. The stages have oddly hard things in them, but because of Autobomb, even if you do fuck up somewhere, your run doesn't fall apart or anything. Like, there's even some hard parts that I'm like, I should just plant a bomb here. And then I'm like, wait, I don't need to plant a bomb here. I can just try for it. And if I fuck up, it bombs for me. Even if it's a tinier bomb. It'll be so nice running a game where getting clipped somewhere isn't like the biggest problem in the world. After that, hard games, I want to learn a Toho Lunatic. I want to learn this Black Label killing Zatsuza, or if I want to complete the DoDonPachi shit, I need to do DoDonPachi too. The only hibachi that I care about clearing that's left is the Bee Storm. Because on Shmup Wiki, they have all the hibachis listed. I think I've killed all of them except for we're gonna get the Ura one fairly soon. Right. Donpachi, not Abachi, but we've killed that. Dodonpachi, we've killed. Bee Storm, we have not. DOJ, I'm counting Black Label as a DOJ Hibachi kill. We will have killed DFK 1.5. We have already killed DFK Black Label. Zatsuza is technically a Hibachi variant we haven't done yet. SDOJ, we've killed Hibachi. Inbachi is not Hibachi. That is a nightmare. And then the only ones remaining, which I don't really care for, would be like doing weird versions of like DFK 1.0 or doing like novice versions of every game. I should mess with the novice versions if I want to compare hibachis. Whenever you get to Toho 8, hell yeah. We did the normal stuff, but I'm stoked for Lunatic. Going for Ketsui Amote, hell yeah. That's one. I tried labbing that for a bit. Amote's nice. No resource check. You can spend all those bombs. Glorious. Fucking, that's what would get me stoked on. I might have to catch up with you, do that at some point. You get the Toho 8. Yeah, I'm probably gonna cheese Toho 8 with like Magic Team. We got shockingly close to just cheesing it on the normal mode stream. Uh I thought about doing Toho 8 Lunatic with either Remilia Solo or doing Magic Team, and I just settled on Magic Team because Remilia Solo is like awesome until it isn't, and you can't kill the familiars, and then it's horrible. Ooh, that's a stream idea I had of there's all those last spells that aren't in the game, they're just in the last spell selection thing. I thought about maybe trying to blind go through those and see how many of those we could do. I saw a run of somebody speedrunning those on Remilia. I might try that. If it takes too long to get Ura down on DFK, I might do that as an in-between thing. That would be fun. But I suspect the Toho games are gonna be like 6 and 7 and 8 are gonna be relatively hard, and then 10 you cheese, and then 11 you cheese, and then 12 you is hard but you cheese, and then the rest of them you cheese. So we're gonna do the hard ones first, I think. All right, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks everybody for tuning in. That was a lot of fun. Uh, we are now free from DoDonPachi forever until I think I might do DoDonPachi for Shmup Slam. uh, for Shmup Slam because Mark was like, "Yo, you gotta do DoDonPachi now at Shmup Slam. Now you could do DoDonPachi." Like, all right. That said, though, be sick as fuck. I think I might do that. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks a bunch. That was fun.